Rich people of Reddit, what does it feel like? What's the best and worst thing about being wealthy? Have a very good friend from way back when whose entire family has never worked, going back to before the Great Depression. We have talked at great length over the years about it. He says the best part is all your decision making is made without money being a consideration. It's a weird concept for us common folk, but a $300 5-course steak meal in New York City and his favorite $7 Chinese restaurant hold the same value for him. When we first started driving and splitting tabs in high school, he had a difficult time grasping why 4 people shouldn't split a check evenly when his part was half of it. He wasn't trying to be a jerk, it was just completely foreign to him, and had to be learned way too late in life. He says the worst part is what I discussed above, a disconnected feeling with the majority of all of us. Every summer his family would go on extravagant trips all over the world, while the rest of us would hang out and play pool or video games. When he got back he felt like he was the one missing out, even though he spent the summer on a yacht visiting different South Pacific islands. He is a good guy though, and now that we are older he has found a great happy medium, working a job for fun, while always being generous enough to pick up most tabs. I've talked a bit about this stuff before. My dad is an extremely successful corporate attorney, and our family's wealth has exponentially grown over his and my lifetimes. I'd like to preface this by saying my parents grew up dirt poor, and we were solidly middle class, until I was probably 13 and dad really started raking it in. I distinctly remember when our summer vacation was a trip to Six Flags long before it was first class flights to private castles in Italy. My parents are religious, my mom is actually a pastor, and they have always juxtaposed humility with excess. If they want it they get it, and they get exactly what they want, but half the time what they want is from Walmart, so who cares? The good, I benefit from a trust fund and the security that I will never be homeless, bankrupted by a medical catastrophe, worry about retirement, etc. This is a huge blessing. Grew up in a stable home, always had fresh food, clean clothes that fit, etc. Got a car at 16, college was fully paid for, etc. Epic gifts, vacations, and trips, a lake house with multiple boats, jet skis, etc. point at my disposal. I've definitely benefited from a bit of nepotism, as I now work in the same industry as my father, and have my own high-paying job. While all he did was get me an interview, I know my last name carries weight, even though I've earned my own place. The bad growing up dad would often travel for business, and sometimes was gone for weeks at a time. Huge chunks of time would pass where I didn't see him at all. It strained my parents' marriage and my dad almost quit in his early 50s. He eventually managed to find better balance. People make assumptions about me and my family. I've long dealt with the assumption that I'm a snob, that I'm greedy, that I'm a particular political persuasion, that I don't care about the common man, etc. Friends/relationships can be hard to forge. At the beginning you almost have to conceal parts of yourself. You don't want to be known as the rich guy, you just want to be yourself. In college I was in a fraternity and made great effort not to be the rich guy. Then our chapter started having money trouble, so I'd offer to pay a utility bill or a fee, or a member's dues, etc. I was happy to do it, because they needed it. Over time though, they started assuming I would cover any expenses. At one point the chapter asked me to wipe out their $10,000 debt by myself, in basically the same way they would have asked me to sweep the porch. I was mortified and offended. I had stopped being me, and was seen as the bank. If I offer to pay something it's because I want to. If you assume I'm going to pay for something it's because you're a dickimo. People dismiss your problems. Being wealthy is not a shield against suffering. I was repeatedly molested as a child, as was my sister. I have severe mental health issues to this day, and I recognize that I benefit from being able to afford the best psychologist in town and have a blank check to cover medical/pharmaceutical costs, but that doesn't mean much when you can't get out of bed for a week because you're so down. I have shitty days just like everyone else, and when I'm upset the last thing I want is to have my feelings dismissed because other people have it worse/differently. Edit. Thank you all for the kind words regarding my childhood event. Please know that I feel my life overall has been a great adventure that I wouldn't trade for anything. One of my friends works in a really fancy restaurant, like much fancier than any restaurant I've ever stepped foot in. He told me that they have this vintage wine list and that one of these vintage wines costs $1,000 a bottle. The restaurant only had 2 bottles because I'm assuming that its exclusivity has more than a little something to do with such a steep price tag. Anyway, over the summer, apparently some guy came in with his family and they bought both of them. What is it like to drink $1,000? How is such a price even tabulated? Why not $2,000? Why not 10? Once you're getting to a level that's beyond absurd, beyond the numerics of everyday reality, why do you even bother putting a price tag on it at all? To me, to a complete outsider to the world of $1,000 wines, all I see is an insanely rich person going to another insanely rich person and exchanging an insane amount of money for a bottle or 2 of wine. One time I was working for a caterer, providing food and drinks for a private party at this jewelry store in the city. The private party wasn't really a party. The jeweler had invited all of these mega rich people to come and look at their exclusive collection of watches. There were maybe half a dozen guests. I'm pretty sure the waitstaff outnumbered the clients by a factor of 2 to 1. And I remember standing there in my ridiculous catering tuxedo, trailing behind these ultra wealthy shoppers, making sure they had a little snack or a drink whenever they wanted. Super rich people have a way of carrying about their super rich lives in front of all of the people clinging to them, serving them, making sure that they are constantly happy, as if they are totally alone, as if everyone else is some sort of a decoration. I saw one guy buy a watch that night for something like $70,000. And he was putting on this ridiculous show to the salesperson, like, oh, I know I shouldn't, but I just love watches. I just can't stop buying watches. And then his wife chimed in, it's true. He has so many watches. He can't stop collecting watches. I thought to myself right there how absurd, how disgusting this whole situation was. Here we are, organic finite beings on this cooling rock of molten lava orbiting around the sun, itself orbiting around the center of the galaxy. All of us completely insignificant specks in the cosmos, all of us getting older every day, going about our lives hoping that it all might mean something, that it all might make sense in some sort of a cosmic plan. And here I was, myself orbiting this guy with my tray of champagne glasses, him orbiting these glass cases displaying finely crafted metal instruments used to TikTok, to count away the one thing that binds us all together. This metal, it's going to outlast all of us. And how much money gets spent protecting this metal, these watches, hiring security firms to guard the watches, professionals to maintain the watches, keep them spotless. On my way out of that building a bunch of security guys went through my backpack, I don't know why, making sure I didn't steal anything I guess. As if I could have. Do they really think I'm that clever? Or that stupid? That whole place was locked down like a fortress. I imagined the final pat down just a friendly little reminder of my role in this world. The gig lasted an hour, tops. But the same guys who pay thousands of dollars for a bottle of wine, who pay tens of thousands of dollars for a watch, they are not going to hire some cheapo catering company. And so all of us hard-working caterers get paid a 5-hour minimum for every shift. It's some of the easiest money I could ever hope to make for doing pretty close to no actual work at all. So I look at it from this perspective, and I'm reminded that my existence is unimaginably more comfortable than the majority of humans who have ever lived and suffered and died on this planet. Am I any better than any of these rich people I'm deriding? We're all chasing the same dollar, inching, orbiting as close as we can toward wealth, toward riches, toward happiness. I'm not really getting at anything, not really. I'm just wondering, when you take a sip of $1,000 wine, does any part of you really believe that it's worth it? Because while I'm sure you poured it into a decanter and let it breathe for exactly the amount of time the sommelier instructed, and while you took a big whiff, before you tilted that glass back, try to imagine all of those vanilla and oak and other subtle, almost hidden aromas. I guarantee you that when that first drop hit your tongue, there had to have been a little part of you that was disappointed, that refused to stay silent, that piped up in the back of your head, that's it? It's good, but really? That's it? But I just paid $1,000. It's just a glass of wine. It's just a watch. You're just some dude with way too much money to even begin to know what to do with any of it. This isn't the target answer, but it may be a little more relatable. I grew up very poor, renting out rooms in crack houses poor. When I was 18 I joined the military for an opportunity to get out, which upon completion, allowed me to go to college for free. With a combination of both luck and hard work I was able to make well into the six-figure range within my first few years of working, with almost no debt. While my salaries will never compare to the 1% I feel rich. If I want something, I can purchase it. If I want to help out friends and family, I can. I get to have nice things and take elaborate trips. It's also easier to do things such as start businesses. I have 2 small side businesses which are run by my family and friends. Neither are making me huge money, but they support themselves and employ a few people that are close to me. Overall I think I truly appreciate what I've got because I grew up with so little. Regardless of what people say, life is much easier with money. Edit. You guys are crazy nice. I really appreciate the kind words. Also, thanks for the gold. I don't really know what to do with it, but I know it's a kind gesture. Double edit. A lot of people are asking me what I studied and do for a living. I studied civil engineering and went into the construction management world. I moved up a little quicker than average and the pay moved up with me. I also flip and rent homes on the side. I've been doing it since college, and it has finally started to yield some nice returns in the last 2 to 3 years. I have 2 very small businesses as well. One is a stand-up paddleboard rental business and the other is a landscaping business. Neither of these really make me much money, but they are new, and they are maintaining themselves. I feel pretty good about both of them doing well in the future. I hope you guys don't mind if I don't tell you exactly how much I make. I received a few private messages asking, and it's a bit too personal. Throwaway here. I don't really want people I know to know this much detail about it. My family is very wealthy, probably in the top 0.5%. The reason I say probably is because I was never given a concrete number, but I do know that I have an 8 and a 7-figure trust which will both be given to me when I turn 35. Weird age, but whatever. From what I understand, my family was involved in the steel business back in the day, and since then due to some good financial moves it only grew. My parents are both successful in their respective fields, which helps. My parents never wanted to tell me, and my sisters, how much money we actually have, because it wasn't important in their mind. That said, the best thing is having all the opportunities available to you that are possible. I'm fortunate to study at a top 10 university, which will open doors for me to make my own life, and not have to use my family's money, unless I hit a bad time. My parents raised us making sure that we'd know how to work hard, and always were sure to make us work for the things we wanted. In high school I worked at a restaurant. To make all my money, my parents refused to give me, or my sisters much except for maybe free movie tickets here and there. I hated it at the time, but I'm really thankful for it now. Another great part about it is not having to worry about money. Not in the sense of oh I'm going to buy this $1,000 trillion shirt because I like it and price isn't a thing, but more in the way that I know if things don't work out at some point for me, I have money to fall back on so I can live comfortably while I sort things out. This is the primary difference between me and my peers who might have to take out a loan or file for bankruptcy. That said, I live the same lifestyle as all my friends, no matter how much they make. Simply because I had to make all my own money, so I don't have a plethora of it to throw away. The worst part is the guilt people make you feel when they find out how much money you have, as if it's something you can control should be ashamed of. There also seems to be this misconception that rich kids aren't motivated to work, which I hate. For this reason I never really tell people I know about my family in too much detail. Only my close friends really know, but they don't really bring it up because they know it's a touchy subject for me. Edit. The $1,000 trillion shirt isn't a real thing to my knowledge, unless people actually pay that much for clothes, in which case holy shit, is it made of unicorn fur or something? Edit 2. My point about the top 10 school was not that the money got me in. Far from that. I worked my ass off in high school, public school, worth mentioning. My parents are huge supporters of the public school system and basically told me I could choose where I went to college or where I went to high school, not both. I had good grades and test scores, but the money helped in that I have no student loans and don't have to worry about the financial burden going to an expensive school has on my family. Also, no, I'm not a kangi. We are rich but not that rich. Throwaway here. I don't really want people I know to know this much detail about it. My family is very wealthy, probably in the top 0.5%. The reason I say probably is because I was never given a concrete number, but I do know that I have an 8 and a 7-figure trust which will both be given to me when I turn 35. Weird age, but whatever. From what I understand, my family was involved in the steel business back in the day, and since then due to some good financial moves it only grew. My parents are both successful in their respective fields, which helps. My parents never wanted to tell me, and my sisters, how much money we actually have, because it wasn't important in their mind. That said, the best thing is having all the opportunities available to you that are possible. I'm fortunate to study at a top 10 university, which will open doors for me to make my own life and not have to use my family's money unless I hit a bad time. My parents raised us making sure that we'd know how to work hard and always were sure to make us work for the things we wanted. In high school I worked at a restaurant to make all my money. My parents refused to give me or my sisters much except for maybe free movie tickets here and there. I hated it at the time, but I'm really thankful for it now. Another great part about it is not having to worry about money. Not in the sense of oh I'm going to buy this $1,000 trillion shirt because I like it and price isn't a thing, but more in the way that I know if things don't work out at some point for me, I have money to fall back on so I can live comfortably while I sort things out. This is the primary difference between me and my peers, who might have to take out a loan or file for bankruptcy. That said, I live the same lifestyle as all my friends, no matter how much they make, simply because I had to make all my own money, so I don't have a plethora of it to throw away. The worst part is the guilt people make you feel when they find out how much money you have, as if it's something you can control should be ashamed of. There also seems to be this misconception that rich kids aren't motivated to work, which I hate. For this reason I never really tell people I know about my family in too much detail. Only my close friends really know, but they don't really bring it up because they know it's a touchy subject for me. Edit. The $1,000 trillion shirt isn't a real thing to my knowledge, unless people actually pay that much for clothes, in which case holy shit, is it made of unicorn fur or something? Edit 2. My point about the top 10 school was not that the money got me in. Far from that. I worked my ass off in high school, public school, worth mentioning. My parents are huge supporters of the public school system and basically told me I could choose where I went to college or where I went to high school, not both. I had good grades and test scores, but the money helped in that I have no student loans and don't have to worry about the financial burden going to an expensive school has on my family. Also, no, I'm not a kangi. We are rich but not that rich. My story is going to be a bit different. I'm a girl who grew up wealthy, but has dated ultra rich guys. Best. This might seem intuitive, but the experience is. Most people cannot simply charter a private plane to Vegas for the night, or choose between vacation homes, based on the weather in each location, or buy their kids brand new luxury cars every year. I have had the opportunity to see and go places I never would have been able to otherwise. From sightseeing beautiful and historic places, to getting into bars and clubs reserved for the VIPs, all the way down to walking into world famous strip clubs and offering girls thousands of dollars just to come back and party with us. In a lot of ways, it was often surreal. Worst, the attitude some wealthy people have, passing judgment on the stupidest of things, usually how much wealth other people have. Like, I remember other women looking me up and down like I'd just walked out of a homeless shelter or something, because I had the audacity to wear anything other than Burberry sweaters and Alexander McQueen shoes. It's not as if I didn't grow up around wealth either. My family is easily within the 1%, but my parents were super humble and always taught us to be thankful every day for what we had, because so many don't. Between that and the other pervasive attitude of if poor people don't want to be poor they should work harder attitude. I'm not sure if this really counts as rich when there are true multi-millionaires posting here, but my dad is the top 0.5% of earners in the US. This will probably be buried anyway. He's an immigrant who came to the US with about $200 of pocket money. He begged his uncle to buy his plane ticket over here as a gift, and he had a full ride for his graduate school. He was originally planning to get a PhD, but after he got a job offer after his first summer internship, he hustled and finished an MBA, and has been working like crazy since. You honestly would never know looking at him, though. He wears court classics from Costco and still wears his favorite shirts from the late 80s. He took good care of them. We have a minivan and 2 sedans. He bought his first house, 4-bedroom, 3-bath, in 1990, paid it off a few years later, and has lived there ever since. What does he spend his money on? He worked really hard, so my mom wouldn't have to worry about having a job, and could stay home with my siblings and me as we were growing up. My siblings and I have been unbelievably lucky. He has fully funded our full college education and graduate school tuitions, no questions asked, and refuses to take any payment back, despite our urging. He takes a whole family on really neat, unique vacations. He doesn't just go away with my mom and leave us like a lot of parents tend to do. Growing up, we never had allowances. We did chores because we had to, and we didn't want to know the consequences. We were encouraged to volunteer in high school rather than get part-time jobs. If we ever needed money for something or wanted something, we had to present valid reasons why and back up all our purchases. I think the thing that makes me admire my dad the most is that he is very generous with his money, and silently so. He donates to a lot of great causes, but doesn't make a big flash about it. If his friends or family are ever in a bind, he is the first to help them out. Whenever I see people he knows, from work to friends to family, they always mention how much he helped them, financially and emotionally, when they needed it most. I think my dad understands that money isn't anything unless you use it to help others. When I got my first job, he gave me 3 pieces of advice that every college graduate should take heed of: get a Roth IRA and 401k while you can, and maximum out your contribution to the best of your ability, especially take advantage of any employee matching. The only thing worth going into debt for is buying a house. No credit card debt. Buy your cars with cash, etc. Try, for as long as you can, to keep your budget similar to when you were earning the least. Annual compensation raises / salary bumps should go to supplement retirement or savings. Resist the temptation to spend a whole lot more money once you get a raise. Okay, I grew up with successful professional parents in a very rich area. I'm not rich myself by any means, but due to geographical luck I knew a lot of really rich people growing up. I knew people whose parents ranged in wealth from $350k a year to, if I told you their name you'd know how they got rich. There is no discernible difference in habits between the two. I knew someone whose family name gets thrown around when talking about really rich people, and the dude was really almost embarrassed about his wealth. I was actually good friends with him, and he'd always say that he has to worry if people like him or if they like his money. He goes out of his way to keep his financial status private. He and his family still spent a lot of money, but they just kept it really low key because they've been wealthy long enough to have to deal with the negative attention that it brings, including threats to their personal safety. Edit. Funny story. One of his parents would remark that asshole people with professional jobs have just enough money to be an asshole about it. There is also an interesting story when we studied abroad together and had to show our parents' tax returns to get the student visa. I'm pretty sure he got around that somehow. I also knew people who were incredibly wealthy and they spent a lot. Their parents or grandparents or great-grandparents owned large advertising firms or invented some random medical device that made them a shitload of money. And they conspicuously spent a lot of it, and I'm sure they were still living within their means. When it comes down to it, people handle their money differently. This thread just seems so lopsided towards the really rich people just don't spend money and are super classy about it. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. Different perspective maybe here. I'm Norwegian, living in Denmark, which, on a world average, makes me pretty much 1% already. I'm also financially sensible, so even though I've studied for a long time, I have some savings. I'm comfortable enough to lend my struggling parents quite a lot of money. If I didn't care about saving more, I could eat out all the time, buy what I wanted, except I don't. I like thrifting, and my small apartment, always like the cave feeling. Anyways, as a student, I've researched and done internships in a few African countries. I feel comfortable compared to my not so financially sensible fellow students, mostly because I grew up poor, learned to save, and actually enjoy the cheapest beer. But in Africa, Jesus, even government officials assumed I had more money than them. Even if they weren't trying to get at my money, they would insinuate that I would probably be able to afford more than them. As a student, this was mind-blowing to me. I had a housekeeper and a driver as a student researcher. I'm poor by all numerical standards at home, but in Tanzania, I was king. Even though my monthly salary, while I was there, wasn't actually that much different. But I had a security net, so I didn't have to care. Edit, I had a few messages, mostly from people from my area. But I feel like I should emphasize that I never had help from parents. Well, my grandmother gives me about $100 at Christmas. I don't know if that counts, and nothing else beyond the public systems that are for everyone. I was born to a family that had bread for dinner because meat was expensive and lived in a kind of shady area by Norwegian standards. I've not even benefited from being smart or disciplined because I'm none of those things. My husband and I are rich, but we are basically the millionaires next door. No one knows. Our money is inherited, 7 meters combined, and we are eventually looking at a low 8-figure inheritance. We live in a 175k house and drive older Hondas. We live very comfortably, but not extravagantly. We both went to top 10 universities, and I continued for a PhD in science, but our household income is only about 120k. The good, we both were able to pursue careers that we enjoy, without worrying about compensation. We don't argue about money. It is an incredible comfort to know that life is already taken care of. My children can go to college anywhere they choose. If we begin to dislike our jobs, we can quit before something else is lined up. It really is an amazing amount of security, and we feel very lucky. We buy quality items without much regard to cost. For instance, I have a fantastic $300 blender. But we are not really interested in luxury goods. I've never spent more than $150 on a pair of shoes, and most are much less than that. We do eat out at nice restaurants once or twice a week, but there are number 1k bottles of wine. Furniture is 50% crate and barrel, 50% IKEA. Our one big extravagance is travel. We travel, usually internationally, as much as our work schedules permit. We go scuba diving in the Philippines, trekking through Peru, safaris in Africa. I'm pretty sure our friends think we are irresponsible with money when it comes to travel. The difficult, keeping my mouth shut in a rich person pissing contest. No, I don't care how much you spent on anything. I'm not impressed. The awkward, keeping our status hidden. I can't help coworkers with tax questions because I don't file my own taxes. Things like that. The bad, there really are very few downsides. The hardest part is knowing when/how to step in when friends are struggling or making bad financial decisions. It's very uncomfortable knowing I could wipe out major debts, but won't. There's a real sense that this money is not ours because we didn't earn it. I don't know if that will make sense to others, but I'm happy to answer questions. Eater, another challenging part about having this kind of family wealth is raising children. The way it is set up on my husband's side is generation skipping trusts. So, at age 18, my children will inherit 7 figures from their grandparents, whether we think they are ready for it or not. So, we need to do our best not to raise little assholes. A teenager with control over that amount of money is dangerous. Okay, bear with me here as I'm typing on mobile. I'm trying not to give away too many details, as my father would have an apoplexy if he found out I'd posted this on Reddit. I grew up in a very rich family. Sheet. My family name has a Wikipedia page dedicated to it. Growing up I took a lot of things for granted. I had $300 meals at age 6, wore $1,000 shoes at 9, and went to a private school that was centuries old. All of this was normal to me. At a certain point, I think money starts to lose its value. My father works hard, sure, but he'd inherited the money from his father and his father had inherited it from his father. No one in my family has started from scratch in a very long time. The best part, then, would be never having to worry about being able to afford something. It takes quite a bit of talent to spend all that money, unless you pull a Rowling, so I took it for granted that there would always be 6 figures in my bank account, replenished every month by daddy dearest. It certainly didn't help that I was surrounded by equally rich kids. The princess syndrome permeated everything. Okay, I was a brat. The caveat is that once you stop hanging out with rich people is that you start realizing how much people will use you. I've broken off a lot of friendships because they expected me to buy shit for them. I pick up the tab on meals most times, but some people genuinely expect me to pay off their mortgages. This changed my entire perspective on life. I became a bit of a cynic, and I now have very few friends because I just don't know who really wants to be friends with me and who just wants the money. It's a very lonely way to live. There's also a bit of nihilism. I got out of that rich people spending $600k on a car is nothing bubble and saw the world as a very cruel place where your lot in life is left solely up to luck. Many equally affluent people do not. For the most part, I've noticed people who work for their money, new money, so to speak, have a better mindset than those who inherited it, old money, because they've seen life on both ends. I suspect this is why most celebrity billionaires who give so much to charity are people who've worked for it and made it on their own. The last one is largely personal and dependent on the person, but me, I feel like a piece of shit most times. I never worked for my money. I never had to do anything. Sure, my family raised me best as they could. Before he retired, my father was known for having a knack for cleaning the employee toilets. Something about how nobody was above cleaning the goddamn bathroom, and if he could do it the rest of the company sure as fuck could. But really, how do you teach a kid who's gotten her way in almost everything to appreciate the value of a dollar? I feel like I don't deserve this, and someone else should be in my position. It's embarrassing and goddamn awful, and I'm probably sounding like a spoiled brat again, but sometimes I wish I'd been born into a normal family, so I'd be a better person. So, I'm not never work again rich, but I graduated with a master's with zero debt, and am finishing up another one, and do pretty well. I'm also marrying a guy that does better than me by a bit, and I'd say we are in the top 10% of the US. Neither of us work full-time or have kids and plan to keep it that way. That said, I will purposely avoid an income that gets too high because, frankly, rich people are not ones I jive with. I'm a farm girl by heart, and money actually decreases happiness after a certain point. If you want my answer, it is. The best thing about being well off is freedom. Glasses break, phone is crapping out, want a new video game. I don't worry about that stuff, really. I can take a dance class, travel a bit, and pursue my hobbies without logistical worry. When you're poor, as I was raised, farm family with 7 kids, everything becomes a crisis. Your kid ruined her pants playing in the dirt. Meat is expensive this week. The field trip is coming up. All of those things are genuine sources of strain. The difference between what you worry about within those two realities is just not comparable. Another benefit, social legitimacy. Being well off, coupled with being a woman, I can literally go anywhere and do anything and not be questioned. I can't explain this part, since allegedly female privilege doesn't exist, but it really does. No one questions me. People usually help me. I'm comfortable asking for help. That is, comparatively, an even bigger leg up than wealth. I have connections that many people don't. TLDR. People who say that money doesn't buy happiness are wrong. It definitely does, up to a point. Unlike others who were born rich, I worked very hard for my money and I did have some luck along the way. I have to say that the freedom is fantastic and the ability to help others where you know they need it. Living and growing up to a hard-working physical laborer of a father, having to wait paycheck to paycheck to afford things, allowed me to appreciate wealth. but also led to some of the larger issues in my life. Pun intended. I chose a different path than my father and decided to try my hand at medicine, enlisted in the USAF and eventually opened a business of my own. I'm able to provide for the ones I love, for friends and family. We have fun. It is fun being able to do what you want, when you want to do it, and not have to save for 6 months to afford to do things. I witnessed my father breaking his back day by day and giving everything he earned to us. Seeing his hard work ethic really set an example for me to work hard and be honest and humble in my work, appreciate my money. Now, this did lead me down a path to get fat. I worked a non-physical job after separation from military and had enough money to eat whatever I wanted, and I did. I ate myself into a fat and happy body because I went to fancy dinners, ate big steaks and lobsters and just always had snacks handy. Growing up poor and not being able to eat what I wanted made me feel like I would starve if I didn't finish my plate, and now my plate was bigger, I was able to eat more, and it was a downward spiral. Over the last few years I have changed my life for the better by dieting and eating right and working out more, but it was a dark few years of being unhealthy. Aside from that, having the money to help others is my favorite part. I have helped my family buy homes, invest, go on trips. On a whim I can fly to a city to be with a family member or a friend for a birthday party of a simple sweet 16 for a cousin. Sometimes friends can be greedy or don't want your charity. I try and respect that. I appreciate that and don't rub it in that I make more than they do, but I want their company because I enjoy it. I understand people don't have enough paid leave from work, can't afford to fly to a location on a whim. I help out where I can, but I have to tread lightly because I know some of my closest friends don't have the freedom I do. Just this year I have gone on 12 trips, mostly within the USA, but I really do enjoy myself because of the freedom money provides. I have new cars, that is my favorite part. I grew up watching my father's sheet box constantly break down. He had to ride a bicycle to work for a few months in winter and take train/buses because we couldn't afford fixing our family vehicle. Never again. I buy new. I lease for 3 years all of my vehicles because I don't worry about resale value. Drive them for the best 3 years of the car's life and then just get a new one. I can have any vehicle I want, which has been fun. I've had a few really great cars. Same with my family. I recently bought my nieces and a nephew a vehicle, not brand new, but a great first starter car. I mean, I'm sort of rambling here, but I guess the major thing is stress. I have maids who clean my homes. I have gardeners who tend to my yards. I don't mind paying a few $100s a week to keep things tidy and clean. My time is more valuable than worrying about cleaning. Honestly, it is a lot more affordable than people realize to have a maid. Around $100 a month, maybe $150 every other week per home. Maybe $700 total a month for my homes and yard work to ensure the place is clean and sanitary. I'm not stressed. I don't worry day by day how I will provide for my family like my father did. It wore on him, and it was obviously part of his declining health. I don't worry about my business because I know I work my hardest and I do all I can do to ensure we are successful. I believe I'm a great employer and boss because I can truly empathize with my employees who may be living the life I did when I was a boy. I never forget where I came from and often visit my hometown because of friends and family in the area. It is humbling. I owned a boat for a while, a true money suck. I still have the boat, but I don't really use it more than 2 to 3 times a year. It stays at a club on a lift, but I had the opportunity to learn how to be a boat captain and that was pretty nice. I have a small collection of TV/movie prop items that are nostalgic to me. I have spent quite a bit of money on them, but I enjoy my collection and like to show it off when I can. I have been to meet and get autographed pictures with a lot of my favorite celebrities from movies and TV such as Star Trek cast, Lost, etc. I have a pretty nice room set up with my PC games/actor autograph and TV/movie prop collectibles, my man cave as they call it. I have explored the world and continue to do what makes me happy because money provides the means for me to do what I want to do, what I choose to do. Hope my longer story helps give some insight. probably going to get buried. But I started off very poor. My family lived in a tiny home. Just before I was born, my family was sharing an apartment with 2 other couples, and my parents lived, literally, in a closet. We grew up without a whole lot of money, but my parents did what they could until my dad could find a better job. By the time I got to college, I was what you'd consider middle class. Flash forward a few more years, I went into film, specifically visual effects. Now, I would never consider myself the 1%, but I made it to associate producer, which is a great position, and I made a nice income. The biggest changes were more from the job title. Everyone assume I know someone who can get them a job. I have a few contacts, but there really isn't much I can do. My first few jobs were shit, and I was treated horribly, which is par for the course in the film industry. So when I started making money, I started sharing it. I brought in lunches. My friends, who had always been so kind, even though I forgot a lot of birthdays, because I'm terrible at that kind of thing, suddenly got nice, but not extravagant, gifts. But mostly, I went out of my way to talk to the people in mild positions. When I was starting out, no one up top would give me the time of day. I would have given anything to chat with them, get their insight, and learn from them. But no, I was just a dumb kid, not even worth looking at. I promised I'd never let that happen to anyone who worked for me. Upgrading my PC. There has to be someone who could use mild one. Getting a coffee. Make sure none of the guys downstairs go without. Let's flash forward. There is a mountain of stress. Tons of it. And in the film industry, there isn't a lot of appreciation unless you get it from yourself. If you see something on screen and you think you did good, that's well done for you. But no one will tell you how great your work is. They will destroy you, verbally, emotionally, any way they can, if there are mistakes. Sometimes the mistakes are creative differences. And richer, wealthier people with literally billions have zero appreciation for your situation, or how their comments will affect you or your staff. So I left the industry. I work for a small, but growing non-profit organization, and a really amazing one. Now I make much less money, but I make enough. I can't buy a luxury car anymore, but if my car broke down, I could comfortably afford a newer model used car. I have some savings. You know what? It's amazing. My job is now to help. To make bad situations into good ones. When I do good work, I can see the results. I can help the staff. I can do things that will make people across the globe smile a little bit. I feel good about my days. I'm motivated to work harder for the people I'm helping. Finances are a little tougher to balance, and I can't just go crazy anymore, but that life wasn't for me. Shark cage diving is fun, but I can play a PC game with a couple of friends and enjoy it a lot more. Sharing a pizza route feels like a reward I've earned, and vacations feel like experiences instead of social requirements. I don't know if that answers your question or not. I wasn't born into it, so maybe my perspective is different. Maybe where I see value has shifted. Do I want a Tesla? Damn straight. Holy hell, those are cool cars. But my Honda Accord is pretty cool too. I get the same radio stations, the same 4 seats, the same air conditioner, and the cops aren't eyeballing my car every time I drive 80 instead of 75 on the freeway. For my part, at least, I'm happy. Edit. Phraseology. Edit #2. Reading through the comments now, I'm not entirely sure what I considered rich for myself was really rich. Maybe I was just well off. I come from a very wealthy family, definitely within the top 1%, though nowhere near the top 0.1%. I want to preface my post by noting that I'm very aware of my privilege and very thankful for it. I hope I do not come off as arrogant or conceited. I'm doing my best to be honest. For me, the biggest upside to wealth is definitely freedom. I've had complete financial freedom to do pretty much whatever I wanted in life. My brother, for instance, spent the last 3 years traveling the world, always going first class, always staying at great hotels. He's never had a job, and I wonder if he will. I, alternatively, have attended college and law school without paying a penny of tuition/living, and have never needed to work, though I have, but solely on principle, not out of necessity. We can do what we want without concern. Again, within reason. For me, the biggest downside to wealth is the lack of professional motivation. I'll never be anywhere near as professionally successful as my father, both because he came up from nothing and because money is not my objective in life. I'll never be anywhere near as professionally successful as my girlfriend because she's actually had to overcome challenges in her life. I'm not saying that I cannot succeed by any means. I'm just saying that, within my own head, I doubt I will ever respect my achievements as anything more than a rich kid using his richness to get richer. And it's hard to get myself going towards any goal as such. I know I may sound a bit like a Debbie Downer, and I don't want it to come across as wah, I'm rich, life sucks. I love my life, I love my girlfriend, and I'm looking forward to using my privilege to help others as a legal aid attorney. I definitely not trade in the wealth for more motivation. I'm just saying, it is definitely a downside. I made this account to respond to a millionaires of Reddit who lost it all thread several months ago. What's great about being wealthy is, you feel a sense of safety. If a crisis happens, you can afford to fix it. Money isn't much of a factor in many of your decisions, because you have so much more than those things cost. People treat you better and more preferentially if they know or think you're wealthy. You can afford lots of fun toys, or things that work really well and break less, from refrigerators to garage tools to swimming pool pumps. The bad people try to get money from you. Friends, friends of friends, family, strangers. People know you could easily fund their movie. It's happened to me. Business, personal loan, etc. And they try to get you to, unless you have taken lots of communication classes, and almost no one has. Haha, it can be a huge source of discomfort to try to express that you do empathize with their situation, and do care about them, and want the best for them. But that you have concerns for either the relationship or your finances in the event that the loan isn't repaid. Not that I expect you to fail to repay, but in the event that something did come up, I wouldn't want the debt to affect us, and I believe it absolutely would. The problem with the above is that people then often feel hurt and resentful that you who have so much money, and for whom this small amount is basically nothing, because you spend more than that on optional meals / trips / gambling / whatever, yet the other person is in serious need or want, but you won't give them this tiny crumb of money you couldn't care less about. Then they are angry at you, as if you did them wrong. Being wealthy means you lose the sometimes positive and bittersweet excitement and connection to life that you get from being without and having to make do. If, like me, you weren't raised as a wealthy kid, some of your best and strongest emotions were wanting that bike or video game or car or jacket, and going to the store to look at it often, or riding your bike downtown at night and staring through the window at it after the dealership has closed, or staring at the ads for hours and dreaming, and then hopefully even working your ass off to get it. Or the flip side, going on a road trip and being stranded with a few dollars to your name and having to figure out how to eat, sleep, and get home without resources. Those are, especially later, looking back, some of the best experiences. Having money excludes you from the movie like close of oh shit. What are we going to do? Because you have no way out other than by your own ingenuity or perseverance and the highs of holy shit, we did it. If you are wealthy, you never feel those same highs or lows. So you have a very restless, unfulfilled part of you inside, even if you don't have the self-awareness to know it. Wealth cheapens experiences. The easier it is to get what you want, the less pleasure you get from it. There is always something to aspire to if you are materialistic, as most people are. You may be able to afford a $300,000 car, but can you afford $1 million car? Or you may be able to afford $1 million car, but can you afford a $10 million classic car at auction? Same for houses. Same for yachts. Same for vacations. Same for jets and paintings, and on and on. So you may feel wealthy, yet not wealthy enough, or excluded or inadequate compared to your wealthier buddies. And because being wealthy generally makes you lazier or less hungry, and willing to suffer through hard work or patience or deep thought, since things come more easily, you may have a hard time increasing your wealth. Yet without the highs of being more in touch with the excitement of life, and because you don't value things and experiences as much, because they are also affordable and available, you're stuck in this king's prison of feeling down from lack of highs, yet unable to buy enough excitement. This is why you hear of so many fidgety, unhappy, restless, wealthy people who are never content or satisfied. When you get used to spending money, it's hard to slow it down. It feels uncomfortable, and we avoid that. So you're stuck in hoarding money and either feeling like a spoiled, weak brat, or you may spend too much and be a suddenly poor rich person, which feels terrible. Edit. I read a lot of articles about studies on happiness and applied some of it in my life and found the findings to be true, which is that you will be most happy if you work at a job you enjoy and limit your spending to focus on experiences and not material things. Frequent vacations, even weekend day trips, with an old cell phone in your pocket, or the best, leave phone at home, and notice how you go from initially uncomfortable to much happier without it over the course of one day, are better than expensive gadgets or toys. This is a throwaway for obvious reasons. I know I'm late to the party, but whatever. Anyways, I opened my own company with a loan and maximuming out credit cards when I had just turned 18. I had to have a cosigner, which was my parents. They were worried, but had big hope in my idea. Well, not even a year later, my company was bought for $17 million. I can't say exactly what it was or who bought the idea, as in the contract it states that I cannot. Let's just say it's a pretty big thing in America. What does it feel like now being only 20 with around $9 million in a bank account? Let's just say a dream. I wake up every day not having to do shit. I know I sound like a jackass, but I wake up to everything I have ever dreamed of. A $4.5 million home paid for. I own 5 exotic cars, 2 Lambos, 2 Ferraris, and 1 Bugatti. My house is connected to a beach, for Christ's sake. Anyways, the best part is, I know I will never have to worry about money ever again. I can follow my hobbies for the rest of my life. I can travel anywhere for the rest of my life. I can eat whatever I want for the rest of my life. I can sleep in until 1 PM, wake up and put on some beach shorts, walk out my back door and run into the ocean. I share ideas with top executives at huge companies. I can do whatever I want. If I wanted a product out on the market, I could make it happen in a matter of months. I have 2 personal lawyers just in case I ever do anything stupid. Fingers crossed that doesn't happen. I can hang out with a huge number of celebrities on any given Friday night. I can wake up one morning and be like, today is a great day to go to Europe, and be leaving in 2 hours. Freedom. It's unreal. The worst, friends. I lost all my friends due to money. They always wanted me to supply the parties, always wanted me to fly them places, always wanted me to float a couple grand. I miss when it was just about fun. I miss the dating scene, when I had to actually try to get a girl. Now they just want me because of my bank account, not because of who I am. I don't get respected for what I accomplished. I get put down for not handing my money out to everyone and their cousin. In the end, once you are hit this much money, you rarely ever can hang out with someone who doesn't at least have the same amount of money. Rich people aren't very fun when you're this young. They're either old, snobby, or stupid. I rarely ever go on dates. But overall the wealth still hasn't changed me. I still do funny stuff, like sometimes I'll go through my old town's McDonald's in a Ferrari, just to see the look on people's faces. I don't wear suits. I don't wear $1,000 shoes. I just try to do as much as I can with as little time I have left. Don't let money change you. Don't let your friends' money make you act like they owe you something just because you were their friend. Money is just glorified paper. I still make mistakes like a normal person. I still cheat on a white toilet. I still fill up my own gas tank. I still hold the door open for people. I still eat fast food. Edit. Also, the most heartbreaking thing ever was when my family changed. When your own blood asks you to hang out or go to dinner and then they forget their wallet, or they give you a sob story about not paying rent on time, or they need to pay back a loan. It hurt. They invite you over and you're all cool for an hour or 2 and then money gets brought up. Cousins that I considered brothers have tried to steal from me. I still miss the old days of running around in the backyard when money wasn't a big thing. If my mom and dad had turned out this way about money, I would have burned it. You're almost alone. You have no one who will be there if the money wasn't there. When my husband and I got engaged, He sat me down about a week later and shared with me that his parents had set up a trust fund for him. Basically when he turned 30 we became millionaires overnight. He's super down to earth and still works the same job, doesn't get paid a ton, but is doing what he loves. He grew up knowing his family was rich and had a lot of amazing experiences and knew the trust fund was coming, so he was prepared. I say prepared because I was definitely not prepared with the fact that I was going to be a millionaire and basically set for life. While I feel incredibly fortunate and grateful to his parents, I also have immense guilt about the money. It was really difficult to tell my parents, who still aren't able to retire, that I already was going to have more money than they would ever earn. I know they were happy for me, but at the same time they have always taught me that hard work equals success, so this turn of events didn't really fit that equation. The other reason for the guilt is my sister. We've always split everything in life, even Steven. Having all of this money and knowing she'll, most likely, have more financial struggles than we will is really hard. I would love to give my parents and my sister huge chunks of cash, but at the same time, that isn't really fair to my husband, and I'm still processing the having money thing and still consider it his money for the most part, and I also wouldn't want to offend my parents, though I don't think my sister would mind. Close bracket. The other issue I haven't quite figured out how to handle is talking to friends about certain things, like us buying a house that seems way too expensive to those that don't know about the money. I find myself feeling ashamed a lot of the time, or scared that people will judge us or want money from us. I love being generous and treating people to things, but I don't want it to become an expectation from friends, because then it won't seem like a genuine friendship. The other con is that, while I know we are basically set for life, I get paranoid that we will change or become superficial and blow all the money. I know the fact that I have this fear probably means this won't happen, but it's still there. Of course, the money has some great benefits. Knowing we won't have stress about paying our bills, sending our future kids to college, and being able to travel and eat some great meals are awesome perks. I get to donate more money to my favorite charity every month, which is great for the charity and also makes me feel like I'm doing something good. I know it's probably gross to hear rich people complain about being rich. I don't normally complain out loud about it because I feel guilty about having any negativity towards the money, and I don't want people to roll their eyes and judge me. I'm not ultra rich like some of the people in this thread, but high six figures, so well above average. Similar to what everyone said here, there is a lot of freedom not having to think about the cost of some things. My parents and rest of my family are poor or middle class. The biggest downturn from it was the political type arguments I get into with my brother on politics. I think he makes around $60K a year, and he goes on about how things like Obamacare, libtards, and reckless Democrat spending are making him struggle in all the extra money he has to spend in taxes and healthcare. He claims the ACA tripled his healthcare premium. Also, I make too much to notice the huge cut to our paychecks from all these increases in taxes and healthcare Obama caused. Next, that I'm ignorant because I have too much money. That I'm too rich to see that poor people on welfare in the big picture choose to be poor because they are either lazy or stupid or both. They don't work hard because they know they can get free handouts. Maybe a case of hardship here and there, but again in the big picture it's a majority of lazy stupid people gaming the system. I refuse to discuss politics with him because I said he has no clue what he's talking about, but again he says I'm a rich libtard that will eat up anything the liberal media feeds me. I've told my wife that in the future, if we get into any kind of political discussion, I'm only going to reference that he's poorer than me because he's lazy and chooses not to work as hard as I do. Although I'm not sure if I should stoop down to his level. I think there is a difference of richness when it's earned or when it's born into. My uncle is a multi-millionaire and his kids were born into it. They spend like they just don't care, and especially when I was growing up, they are younger than me, they didn't understand, and still don't, the implication of what they did. I was raised pretty poor, and when they came from overseas, they are foreign. I would go with them to the mall, and they would buy everything. And as a young kid, watching people just splurge to buy thousands of dollars of things you only wish you could have, but really wonder what crappy food you will eat for dinner or leftovers you get for lunch, hoping that your parents have a few bucks to let you get pizza on Friday with your friends at lunch. It was hugely depressing. And I think, when you're born into wealth you take for granted to be thoughtful of those around you, because you are busy gorging yourself, and not being cognizant of others' feelings. However, on the other hand, I managed to crawl out from the shadow of my family, to be pretty successful on my own. I'm not rich, but I'm in the top 2% of earners in the US, and I'm extremely careful about how I spend my money, and about how my kids will get to spend it. I don't intend on buying them brand new cars, though I probably could as they get older, but want them to work for a car to earn something. I will pay for their college, but up until they actually go, I'll tell them I haven't saved anything, so they remember to work hard and earn scholarships. They will get benefits of my work, but I make sure to stop them to say please, thank you, and wait their turn in line, metaphorically speaking. Just because you have a higher stature in life due to your financial situation, doesn't make you better or more worthy than another person. And having empathy for others is extremely important. My hope is that my kids can take these lessons and not be like my cousins were growing up to me. Having money is a great benefit, but I still want them to learn to catch their own fish, rather than giving them just getting a meal as a benefit of being my child. Getting money or losing it can change a person. Had a friend come into serious money. I mean serious money. I've never been too sure how much he got, but it is enough for him and his kids to never have to work again. He went from a guy we all loved to hang out with, to a stuck-up, self-righteous asshole. So what does he do? Constantly bitch about how we can't do the things he does. For example, work for free in other countries, doing relief work. He looked at one of our friends and said, well, I mean, you could go do what I do, but you won't, because you don't care if other people in third world countries die. I stopped being friends with him after that, mainly because of how he reacted. I looked at him and said, well, if any of us had the money you had, we would be there doing the same. Honestly, I think the money has made you one of the worst people I know. He looked at me with this kind of disgust, like he didn't know how to react, and said, no, you just don't care, and want to downplay all of the good in the world I do. I retorted, I'm downplaying what you do, because you wouldn't be doing it if it weren't for the money you got. You only use it to make yourself seem like a better person than other people. How about this? I budget you to what I made a year in the army, and see if you are able to do it? Let's see. Can you? After giving him the amount I made, he decided how much I made in the army is a lie. No one would work for that amount a year with that kind of risk. So I said, fine, you want me to come, pay my way. We would all go if you did. At which point he started losing his shit, screaming at me, basically throwing a fit. Self-righteous asshole. As it should be noted, I treat everyone who throws their money around like that, or uses it to seem like a better person, the same. I'm a complete prick. Rich people I know who don't throw their money around and brag, I'm totally cool with. This is probably going to get buried deep down, but I would like to share my experience. I'm one of those people that everyone loves to hate. I was born into a family that has now become one of the world's leading brands for what we sell. I'm not going to share who we are or what we do, but it's been an incredible ride over the past 20 years. When I was born, we were a shell of what we are today, but have grown into a company with $4 billion in annual revenues, with over half of that being EBITDA. The trickle down from that is obviously a tremendous benefit to everyone in our family. Even if the company were to shutter today, the earnings and interest from the cash alone would easily be able to sustain our family's wealth for many generations to come, possibly with no end. It really is kind of crazy. What does it feel like? Well, it feels pretty great overall. Having access and flexibility to do just about whatever I want is great. Not living paycheck to paycheck, having to answer to a boss, or worry about things material or financial is a wonderful blessing. I don't really know how else to describe it other than the ultimate freedom. Lavish vacations? Done. The best tickets to the best events? Done. Private jets? 2 of them. Nice cars and clothes? Done. It really is fairly limitless. However, it doesn't come without its own set of challenges. Once people know, and nearly everyone where I live knows the family name, you are automatically set up to get screwed by anyone you do business with in day-to-day life. While a lot of businesses will drop everything to cater to the needs of people like me, they do it with the intention of squeezing every nickel they can out of me. My conception of the value of a dollar might be a lot different than most people. I still try to be reasonable wherever I can. It's a lot harder to be reasonable with people that think I'm going to hand them a blank check because they are under the assumption I don't care about money enough to give a shit. That's wrong, and I don't pander to that game. I operate on a trust system, and I will be your best customer if I trust you. In the same right, this is why I handle all of my own business instead of delegating responsibility to paid helpers like some people in my family. I just think personal responsibility is the minimum requirement that people of family wealth should have. Even when life gets busy, it's not beyond the scope I can't handle myself. I would say the next biggest problem with this kind of wealth, specifically tailored to wealthy families, is mistrust between family members and mistrust between the family and the company. We're all kind of inherently paranoid of each other and the operation of the business. I'm sure that sounds weird, but a lot of us are often left in the dark about business decisions that have $100mm impact. This causes us, as the primary shareholders, to always have a cautious eye on the corporate folks. Our goal is to preserve the wealth after all. Secondly, family mistrust. Some in the family have more than others, and there's a general feeling of inequality about that. Finger pointing, accusations, mistrust, anger, and worst of all, lawsuits. Big, nasty, expensive lawsuits that alienate entire branches of the family from the others. There is also the bloodline versus non-bloodline component. Spouses' families always want a seat at the table, but it's always extremely difficult to break into the family because of the inherent mistrust of those who aren't born from us. People all over want a piece of you for whatever reason they can find relevant. Another one of the biggest problems is maintaining relationships of all kinds. I grew up in a very affluent community, and I think that most of them are faking as whole prima donnas. I always kind of chose the path not to keep a pocket full of rich as whole friends. So getting good down to earth friends that aren't trying to use you is another task that's a lot harder than the average Joe. Many friends have come and gone over the years, but keeping a small solid core is about as good as it gets. This isn't to say I don't have wealthy friends, but a good rich friend is a lot harder to find than a good hard-working friend. It's a symbiotic relationship of sorts, because those friends often get to tag along on exotic vacations, exclusive events, exorbitant dinners, and I get a good friend in return. I know that even a lot of people I consider wealthy can't afford to do some of the things I like to do. So you want to spend a week in the Maldives with your buds? Well, that typically means I'm footing the bill for a lot of it. Then there's romantic relationships, a gold digger or 50. I've seen more than a few. When I was younger, I didn't care as much. Sometimes I would date women just under the pretense that we are both getting what we need out of it and nothing more. It is what it is in that case. There eventually came a time where I was ready to grow up and quit dating bloodsuckers. The question of how to find a decent woman around town that doesn't come on board for money alone is a tricky proposition. I'm engaged now, and it's been many years of trial and error to get to this point. I guess that's the same for anyone, but the stakes are a lot higher. Divorces in my family make millionaires, and there are more than a few new millionaires out there from our family. I don't want that. I'm a person too, and I just want to be loved just like the next schmuck. So that's kind of the 25-cent answer to Op's question. At the end of the day, I'm just another guy that laughs at the same shit anyone else does. I sit in traffic, shop at the same stores, pump my own gas, pay bills, and enjoy delivery pizza just like the next person. I created an account just to tell my story, because I don't want it being in my comment history. My story is a little bittersweet, but kind of different from everyone else's, and I think worth telling. Of my well over $10 million, I earned myself approximately $70k, and came into the rest via a set of unfortunate circumstances. Growing up, my dad made very good money, around $600-700k a year working in finance on Wall Street. I know what you're thinking. That's not rich, that's just very well off. And I came to this thread looking for millionaires and your post sucks ass. Wait until the end of the story. Because my family didn't live in New York, He was gone working all the time. He would be home on the second weekend of every month, gone 28 over 30 days for those of you keeping score at home. For my entire childhood. Fast forward about 10 years. I'm 26 and don't really talk to my dad very often at all. He apparently sold some startup, or cashed out or something, and made great money and was semi-retired. I work in Miami, and don't take any of his money, living a normal 26-year-old life. I have a great relationship with my mom and only hear about my padre's comings and goings through her, thus my complete lack of knowledge of his business. One day I'm out running, and I come back to 15 missed calls on my phone from my mom. I call her back and she's bawling. My dad died. In car accident. I'm stunned. I'm sad. I'm not crushed. I'm mad at myself for not being more sad. I fly home for the funeral and spend a month with my mom so that she's not alone. The next couple months fly by and our family lawyers say that in his will he left his estate in even fourths, distributed amongst me, my 2 siblings, and my mother. In retrospect, it made sense, but at the time I was shocked that he would leave me anything and not give everything to my mom. I wasn't expecting much at all because both my siblings had much closer relationships with him than I did. When my dad died he left me between $20 and $30 million. My entire body went numb when I saw the numbers and I went down this weird path of self-loathing and guilt mixed with confusion. I would go to work every day and sit around in a daze looking at everyone thinking my net worth is greater than all of yours put together, and I'm half your age, and have done absolutely nothing. But, living in Miami you see a lot of douches living off money that they clearly didn't make, and I didn't want to go down that route. So I kept going to work. I still tried to live humbly, but I won't lie and say everything was the same. When money ceases to become an object you can make impulse decisions that previously just weren't available to you. For example, one time I had a particularly long week at work and was exhausted and frustrated, so I went to Italy. I bought a ticket 3 days in advance on a whim and just decided to leave for a week. I kind of walked around in a fog, not knowing who I was or why things were happening to me. I got fired from my job because I stopped showing up. Worse yet, I didn't really care. My siblings were handling everything much better than I was. I bought a Tesla because I read about them and thought they were cool. I bought an apartment on the water and paid an interior decorator to make it look like it came out of a magazine. It was never home. People I hadn't talked to since high school suddenly started chatting me up on Facebook. I generally had no idea what I was doing. 5 years later, and I'm much more together. After blowing through an embarrassing amount of money in a not so youthful spending spree, I settled down with some random beach. Just kidding, she's my girlfriend and I don't refer to women like that. And if you're somehow reading this I love you. Got another job. And bought a bunch of CDs, the financial instruments, not the music. Not because the rates were good, but because I couldn't touch my money for a while. So I could really get to know myself without this constant specter of being able to do whatever irresponsible thing I wanted. Now I'm finally happy TLDR. Dad died, left me some coin, acted like a faking child, snapped out of it. Well, I was never truly rich, but on WoW I had several chars with over 200k gold each, back when there was still a gold cap. All my characters rode the coolest, often most expensive, mounts. Back when mounts weren't shared. A lot of my chars had really nice crafted gear and whatnot. It was pretty clear that I was rich if you knew what to look for. Most people just out and about didn't really know what to look for and wouldn't really know that I was rich, but almost everyone in my guild did, and it was pretty annoying. Sure, I could buy epic flying for everyone in the guild, and I actually would for a lot of people as it was only 5k gold, which wasn't too much, but I would rather not just pay for your way through the game. Every once in a while I would meet a cool guy/gal who actually was trying to make their own money. Usually when that was the case I would give them some tips, maybe some initial capital, like 20k or something, so they can start playing the market and making money. It really wasn't a huge deal to get rid of 20k, but that doesn't mean I would do it all the time. The best thing I think was the easy access to goods. I really hated farming mats and heroics, so as soon as I hit 80 I would just buy all the nicest crafted gear and I could start raiding pretty quick. I could also always have the fastest mounts, be it 60%, 100%, or 280%. I would never have to worry about repair bills or whatnot, because even the most expensive repair bills were simply pocket change. It was pretty cool. The worst part is everyone begged for money. See? The good. Growing up wealthy, my parents made it a point to emphasize that money can allow you to do the things that make you happy, but money itself won't make you happy. Whether that be taking family vacations, donating to charity, etc. Money allows you to do the things that you want, but my dad didn't work his ass off for the money, but rather to provide a great life for his family and friends. We were the house that always hosted parties, let people have their weddings in our backyard, etc. Growing up in my family, being wealthy wasn't something we ever talked about. I always had food, clothes, the newest gaming system, and things of that nature, but at a young age it is hard to grasp reality and reflect on how lucky you are. Being wealthy for me allowed me to see that money wasn't everything. I think one of the issues is that people sacrifice relationships, their happiness, and other aspects of their life in the pursuit of wealth. I'm not advocating that being poor is just as desirable as being wealthy, but an advantage for me was that I knew that if it was all gone one day, I would be alright. The bad, when people make you feel guilty for being wealthy. People judged my character based on the fact that my father was very successful. I was so oblivious and uncaring about money when I was young, yet everyone assumed I was spoiled and or a snob. To this day I don't ever initially tell people where my hometown is, because immediately they assume I'm some rich spoiled kid. It bothers me, because my dad was poor growing up, and he accomplished so much for himself and his family. I'm proud of my dad, not only for his success, but the generous man he is amongst his success. Him instilling an idea such as giving the shirt off your back to whoever needs it, no matter who they are, is something I credit him for. I'm sorry for writing so much, and I know this may not seem like a legitimate problem for most people, but when you meet people, judge them for who they are and how they act, and not where they come. There are plenty of rich and poor assholes out there, but remember, not everyone is like that. A little late to the party here, but oh well. Using a throwaway. I'm very well off. Not quite 1% but close. Growing up things were always difficult. We were lower middle class and constantly struggling. I thought my only options was to become a hairdresser or waitress. Not bad careers, but I really wanted to be a surgeon. By some miracle, okay, not really, worked my ass for good grades. I got a full ride to a fantastic school, which led to my current career in the medical field. The best, if I want something, I buy it. The most important being healthcare for my parents and eradicating student loans. Traveling is more fun when you're staying in 6-star hotels. The bad, something I never had to worry about before and could never have imagined being a problem. Friends start to expect you to pay for things. I have no problem picking up the bill, buying presents, getting the next round of drinks, etc. But some people assume you'll always pay. One of my friends doesn't even bother to pull out his wallet anymore. I can't really say anything because it feels petty, but assuming I'll cover everything all the time makes me used at times. My advice: if you are the friend of someone wealthy, offer to pay your fair share. If the person isn't an asshole, they'll probably pay more than theirs. But never stop offering. It goes a long way to show you genuinely like and respect them. Honestly, I'd rather have my friends enjoy my lifestyle if it means I'm paying most of the time. But small things, offering to pick me up if we are going somewhere / helping to clean up after a meal I've prepared, goes a long way to make me feel like they aren't just sticking around for the extra perks. So, I feel like I can add some insight here. I'm a trust fund baby, hate that term but it fits. One parent is wealthy, another is not. Parents divorced when I was in elementary school. Growing up I lived with my non-wealthy parent. Growing up is extremely weird, for several reasons. If your friends find out, it becomes something of a joke. Adults treat you differently if they're aware. If the wealthy family is on the news, prepare to be hassled about it incessantly. Kids are mean. I attended public schools except for a short period where I attended a religious school. My wealthy parent donated to the school a significant amount, and that definitely changed my status in the eyes of the teachers and students. In my next school, public school, my wealthy parent also donated, and there were rumors all the time. One insinuated that we owned oil refineries in the Middle East and other weird stuff. People also seem to think you can afford anything, which isn't necessarily true. I was raised without knowing the true extent of our wealth, and I was given an allowance, but it basically covered gas, food, and a movie a week. Not complaining. It was pretty awesome. Anyways, like I said, people treat you differently. I'm pretty sure one girl only dated me because of the whole wealthy parent thing. One of the biggest things I'm thankful for is my wealthy parent paying my way through university. Student debt terrified me. I still work through high school and somewhat in university. Focus mostly on my studies. Again though, people who find out treat you very differently from how they treat others. Many will try to take advantage of you. After university I was given a trust that was large, quite large. It exists to help me start a business or do charity work. I've never touched it. It just exists. It's very stressful in a way. I feel a lot of pressure to be a certain person. People expect you to be snobbish and superficial. Tons of pressure to excel and follow your family. Also eternal fear of embarrassing family. On the positive side, the travel is amazing. I cannot overstate how much I've appreciated the freedom to see the world and to explore my own passions. Also, the opportunities to do charity. It's really nice to be able to help a lot of people in a way that most can't. The greatest benefit of wealth though is private flights. Holy crap, driving up to the plane, throwing your luggage on board, and taking off 5 minutes later is amazing. Especially with no limits on food you can bring or anything. Definitely the best part. I think it's the same as being like anyone else. You have fears, you have heartbreak, you have hopes, you fail and you win. The materials are nicer, but the core is the same. Except private flights, there's just no comparison there. I hope this provides some insight. I can maybe offer a different perspective on this. My father's father was very wealthy, started a business that got big. One thing I should mention, my grandfather and grandmother were both bad parents, both addicts, and there was some super crazy on her side. So, the kids essentially raised themselves from their teen years, with minimal absentee parenting. They always had nice stuff, and expensive boarding school, though. But, they also picked up addiction habits. My father's whole generation had a trust that provided them each with approximately $100K annual income. Not extraordinary wealth, but without even working they were earning upper class or upper middle class incomes. Of that whole generation, my father was the only who ever really pursued a career. He did pretty well for himself for a while, and probably had his own 6-figure income at his peak. He got clean eventually, after being a pretty troubling addict, though. His siblings mostly didn't ever really work, or worked a little for a brief period. They had all kinds of problems getting along, some of which ties to their childhood I think, and some of which relates to the trust fund. We should adjust this. No, leave it be. So, one little takeaway from this story is, money doesn't make up for bad parenting. My old man himself was a really good father. He shielded us from his problems, and was present as much as he could be. He had quirks though, and after he quit normal work, it became harder to stay grounded for him. Ultimately my father kicked the bucket a few years back. Turns out addiction is a motherfucker, and after what we think was a good 15 to 20 years truly clean, it crept back up and killed him. This has left me and my siblings each with trust income, which is in the low $10Ks. In some decades, when that whole generation is gone, we'll eventually get the cash as a lump sum, probably low $1 million each range, once split among all the cousins. My siblings and I each also got good degrees, good jobs, etc., and each independently earn somewhere close to, plus or minus, $100K. Knowing that we have a better than poverty steady income that will be present, no matter what, is a tremendous security blanket, which lets us all rest a little easier with financial decisions. None of us has gone and bought a BMW. I personally try to live as if I didn't have it, and also donate about 1/3 of the trust income to try to make some good come out of it. But it is a true luxury that I wish all people could experience, to know that there is extra money. The mortgage can still be paid if I lose my job, and I won't have to tap into my 401k. I will say that we are lucky on two fronts. 1. My mother came from a blue-collar, frugal, hard-working immigrant family, and 2. It's not so much money that we are well off without working. Primarily because of 1, but also probably 2, we 3 all have pretty significant ambition and work ethics. Different perspective but hopefully interesting. Well, a little late to the party, but here's my 2 cents. I'm very fortunate that my dad worked his ass off, and that my family is part of that 1%. Worrying about my educational life expenses hasn't been a problem for me, and not to sound snobbish, but I'd seen more of the world by the time I was 13 than most people see in their lifetime. I'm very fortunate, and now that I'm going to one of the most expensive colleges in the country, I'm very happy for this. Many people I knew last year had to drop out because they couldn't handle the financial strain. There is a certain safety net and comfort in knowing that I won't ever have to worry about my tuition ever. This is probably the best thing, knowing that I can truly pursue what I want to, and know that I will always be financially secure, although ironically I'm pursuing computer science, which happens to be a very high paying field. Honestly, I really don't feel like there is that much of a downside to being well off. I guess one thing that does annoy me is the misconception that we piss away money. While my dad happened to get into the finance world as it was taking off and make a lot, my mom's side comes from very humble beginnings. My grandparents on that side are immigrants with the equivalent of a 4th grade education. As a result, my mother was raised very frugally, and since dad was often away on business trips, my mother heavily influenced my brother and I. Even though my tuition is enormous compared to the standards of other colleges, I only spent $2,000 on textbooks, food, transportation and having fun in the past year, and a good $800 of that was on textbooks, since we all know how ridiculous college textbooks are. I mean, sure, sometimes I'll splurge and get a $50 sushi dinner to reward myself for doing well on a test. However, I'm equally as likely to get 2 $1 slices of pizza and be content with that. Sure, some rich people piss away money. I've seen people spend more money in a night than I did in a semester, but not all of us are like that. TLDR, best part is not worrying about financing the future. No big drawbacks to being rich. Not all rich people piss away money. Throwaway. Some of my friends know my Reddit username, and my family tries to be discreet about our financial situation. I grew up upper middle class. Dad made $150k/year from small family owned oil and gas market research company. About the time I went to college, the company made some lucky decisions, and now my dad pulls $2 million a year plus owns several oil and gas service companies. Parents bought $1 million house a year I went off to college. Some nicer cars, but I wasn't really aware of the drastic change of income. My dad's net worth is approaching $40 million, but you wouldn't know it as we are pretty careful about how we spend our money. My dad provided starting capital, $40k, for my cousin and I to start a database company a few years ago, and my company has really taken off. My family is very entrepreneurial, but I don't delude myself into thinking that my startup would be as successful without the familiar angel investor. We have since made his investment very worthwhile, and are doing quite well as a startup in our 6th year. Other than the startup capital, I don't directly have any of the family's money, and am financially independent. My wife and I have a combined income of $95k, although I consider myself extremely wealthy just by association and the knowledge that I will inherit a lot of it. I'm very involved in the decisions to invest our money. However, we are considering starting our own private equity group, and my involvement in managing our money right now plays a role in this decision. Best part, financial security. Just not having to worry about money is such a blessing. I know I'll inherit a lot of money someday. It's also kept my immediate and extended families very close. Also, one of the greatest joys of being wealthy like this is that we get to be very charitable. We are the primary benefactors of several charitable organizations, which is extremely rewarding. I see other families, individuals who make 1/10 of what we do living much more luxuriously. I really don't like it when people flaunt their wealth. Worst part, having to be careful who knows how much money you have. While I'm not personally wealthy, my family is. My family never was part of the rich circles in our city because we're only recently wealthy. It's hard to be humble. I went to a public high school in a poor part of town, and I'm still good friends with a lot of those guys, and it's hard to walk that social tightrope of being extremely rich, but discreet about it. But that's really the biggest of my worries, so I'm very happy and content. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I guess we are technically in the 1% and people think of us as rich. We don't necessarily think of ourselves that way. Our combined annual incomes before RSUs, stocks gifted to us, is just over $800K. The best thing about having some extra money is that we can give our kids educations that are unparalleled. We spend the first $80K each year on private school tuitions and class trips for 2 kids. They go with groups of peers to places like Asia, Europe, and South America for a week or 2 a year along with teachers. Studying Shakespeare, go to the Globe Theatre, that kind of thing. It's nice that our kids can have nice clothes and expensive haircuts, but the joy of providing my children with a world-class education is something I cannot find the words for. I do not love my job, but I love the opportunities it provides for my children and the fact that I only work about 4 hours a day. The worst part is worrying about losing money. When we were starting out and poor, and I'm talking very poor, borrowed money from my brother to get home from our honeymoon. I never worried about money. We got married, we had kids, we lived on love and ramen, and it was fine. Now I have anxiety clicking over to our bank accounts. I'm scared of losing it all. I had a BMW, and I felt like I was driving down the road shredding $100 bills, so I traded it in for a Kia. The folks at the BMW dealer looked at me with pity in their eyes, but I practically danced out of there. I felt free. I don't feel any responsibility to leave my kids with money, but I do feel responsible to leave them well equipped for life. They can still be very successful and middle class. In fact, I wouldn't say we are successful in anything except in earning and parenting. I'm a freelancer. My spouse runs a business that someone else owns. He could get fired, and if I got sick we'd be out of cash. So money, it's good to have, but full of weird feelings. Background: I got lucky in Silicon Valley and made hundreds of millions of dollars. No question it's nice not worrying about money. In some ways, I try to live a normal life. I drive myself home from work, mostly wear jeans, and live in a normal house. In other ways, I live it up. Private jets are really convenient. When I go grocery shopping, the bill might be $50, or it might pass $1,000, usually depending on wine. It is weird not having money as a limit. If I'm in a store full of nice stuff, it's usually the case that I could simply buy the whole store. That frees me to ask, do I actually want this particular thing I'm looking at in my house? I try to be conscious that buying every nice thing I see will not make me happy. Sometimes I purposefully deny myself for a while, make myself wait just to see if I still want something in a month, because I know that anticipation adds the experience getting new things. I did this denial thing for a while with iPhones but then stopped because I concluded that I always want the latest and greatest. I did the same with new MacBook Airs a couple times, but stopped when I realized that I mostly couldn't tell the difference between the latest and second to latest. Now I skip 2 or 3 generations. I drive a Tesla. I won't buy the crazy fast D. Maybe at the next generation of self-driving features I will. I'm just trying to give you a sense of what it feels like to think about purchases when money isn't the limit. Here's how I balance my checkbook. When it gets below $20,000 I ask my accountant to top it up to $100,000. They say that experiences make you happier than possessions. I've been on some wonderful trips to exotic places. I've been deep in ancient temples with the archaeologists who discovered them. Amazing the access that $100,000 donation will get you. But many of my favorite restaurants are cheap, local ethnic places. One downside of being rich is the expectation that you ought to be super happy. An expectation from other people, but also one that you can put on yourself. I have listened to other rich people in awesomely nice restaurants or hotels bitching about the quality or the service, bitching about things that any normal person would dream to experience. But it isn't perfect in some small way, and so they choose to make themselves unhappy. I do not want to be that person. But, if I'm honest with myself, I worry that occasionally I'm that person. Another downside is that it makes you suspicious of people's motives. Do they enjoy your company or covet your wealth? My best friends are all from before I made money. Not complaining, really, just observing. My father has started then sold numerous successful businesses in his lifetime, and I would describe as wealthy. To put it into some context, DD is currently being conducted on a business with a value of around £15 million and probably qualify for the rich list, etc. Anyway, we haven't always been so fortunate, but in my living memory I would say my father has been a multi-millionaire. Anyway, I really hate to disappoint, and I'm not sure if we are typical as far as well-off folk go, but to tell you the truth, we don't live excessively ostentatiously. Our house is the same one my father bought when he was 26. Admittedly, we now have a nice holiday home and a lake house we seldom get the time to go to. My dad has a couple of nice cars and a plane, which is pretty sweet, but to tell you the truth, he never lets use them as they are company property and for business only. To tell you the truth, I think the only difference is that when I'm out with dad he will always insist on paying for drinks and food all night, but even so we will still stay away from the super expensive really posh restaurants and bars. We seldom went on holiday growing up, but when we did we wouldn't fly first class or privately and would stay in pretty normal locations and resorts. Center parks, albeit in the Netherlands or France. I would say we live the same sort of life you would expect any middle class family to live. I know that's privileged in itself, but we certainly don't live like it is portrayed on TV and the like. I grew up pretty wealthy. We'd take extravagant trips to Europe, major US cities, etc. and stay in the best hotels, eat at the best restaurants, all of that stuff. My parents had maids, new cars, vacation property, and millions in the bank and even more in stocks. I didn't have an 8-figure trust fund, but I knew my college would be paid for. I'd get a new car at 16, and generally I wouldn't have to worry about money. I remember one day we were visiting family in Chicago, staying at the Omni Hotel downtown at breakfast, and my dad told my mom that he was quitting his job to pursue a new business venture. However, right around the time he invested all of our money into the new company, the economy crashed, and we lost pretty much everything. Now my parents fight constantly about money. I'm in a good deal of debt from college and graduate school, and we no longer have vacation properties or visit extravagant places, but we are doing alright. The best part of having money when we did was getting to travel and experience world culture and not worry about money with every purchase, minor or major, that we made. Also, getting a great private education in elementary/middle school really helped me do well in high school and college. My parents always had the attitude that college was not an option and implied that grad school wasn't either. The bad part is that my friends still consider me to be the rich kid. I went to a private school where many kids had way more money than we did, but after we lost the money I went to public high school, and it was definitely an adjustment for me to fit in with kids from lower income families. I was spoiled, to say the least. I couldn't understand why they couldn't afford to come skiing on winter break or on a cruise in the summer. My parents are pretty broke now compared to what we had, but we are still middle class, but many of my friends are far lower. I remember my first roommate would always demand that I get you mom to pay for it when it came to bills, etc. because they still thought we were wealthy, when in fact my parents have a double mortgage on their house. Even though I make my own money and have a good secure job, though modest, my friends never give me credit for anything because they see it all as being handed to me. Edit. Remove the "this will probably get buried" parts, because apparently it has been read by a few people. Throwaway here. I grew up in an interesting environment. My mom grew up very middle class Midwestern, my dad in abject poverty in Hartford, Connecticut. 5 siblings slept in one bed, woke up covered in roaches and bed bugs every night. My whole life growing up, we were in the 0.1% Fortune 500 company, trips to St. Barth's, private boarding school, etc. I could tell growing up that my dad was constantly torn between not wanting to spoil his children, but not knowing how to keep them wanting for anything, since he grew up with so little. As a kid, I remember being constantly grateful for what I had, but also almost fanatically obsessed with achieving things on my own. Other people's perceptions of me as someone who had everything, which, in many ways, I did, made me want to prove that I could have something simply because I worked hard for it. As I've grown into an adult, also, ironically given the top post, working in the film and TV industry, I feel I have achieved things on my own, but they are all inextricably tied to the opportunities I have been given. And children wanting to make their parents proud is certainly a phenomenon that exists independent of socio-economic bracket. The biggest problem growing up was extended family. My dad's family in particular couldn't draw the line between asking for help and asking to be fully supported. My dad has a big heart and wanted to help as much as he could, but none of them knew how to handle money, and it was gone as soon as it appeared. At some point he had to say enough is enough, and I know that created something of a rift. He would invite my grandparents on a trip with us, and they would ask for the money instead. My mom's family was almost the opposite. They never wanted anything besides a relationship with us, and my mom treated them like they were constantly looking for a way to leech off of us. I hated being associated with that. I love my relatives and just wanted to be one of the cousins, but they've always kept me as a distance because they, rightly, feel like my mom sees them as greedy and needy, and they aren't. They have a sense of family that she never will, and, by proxy, I missed out on that growing up. As an adult, I never asked my parent for a penny after graduating from college. Perhaps it's idealistic or idiotic, but I wanted to at least try to make it by myself. I'm gay. My mom, though on every possible board imaginable for the arts, has never been really happy about it for her child, and I'd like to live my own life happily and freely without feeling indebted to her any more than I already am. I live with my girlfriend in a scary part of Brooklyn, make a pretty decent salary as a head writer for a production company founded by people from my school. She's in incredible debt from loans, and sometimes it's hard that, even though I'm not spending my parents' money, it's easier for me to get through the month, because I don't have any. We both think it would be odd for me to pay for her loans, since we are not married, but it's still a sometimes uncomfortable tension between us. I often feel caught between worlds. Most of my friends are not the uber wealthy, but I can sense the resentments that sometimes crop up if they see my house. So I've avoided bringing them there, meaning my childhood and adult lives live somewhat separately. That's a super disjointed answer, I know. I still go on the family vacations. My dad remarried a woman who has never had money. She has 2 children who are in their late teens. They don't totally know what to do with it, but they are good kids. My little brother has a wonderful heart, but has zero sense of how lucky he is. Will only wear designer brands. Thinks of jobs as a way to pass the time. I guess the end of the story is that I think I impose some restrictions on myself, have a grounded father who has never failed to instill in us the fact that people are far more important than things, and I take great joy in working in a field I love. It's never been lost on me that the only reason I'm in this position is because my parents are rich. Semi-throwaway. We are a nation business family who has seen better days, but are still extremely wealthy. For me, the worst part about being wealthy is how family is business and business is family. Greed can corrode the human soul and money can warp everything you love. Then again, maybe it's just our dysfunction. My father's side is the one with the money. Boss is dad and dad is boss. My brother gave up on college to work for him. And he has now all but given up on his own family too. 2 adorable kids. He sees them twice a year. His wife won't divorce him because why should I swap one asshole with another? I just started with the family 2 years ago when my independent career tanked. In comparison to my brother, I'm treated like a princess because boss knows I can walk away. Like many wealthy Asian businessmen, he has mistresses and I have illegitimate half siblings. They want to reach out to us, and I have a lot of compassion for them. But what would there be to say? I wondered if I should meet with them just to be kind, but my sister reminded me we have conflicting interests. Building a relationship with us will bolster their legitimacy, while possibly angering my father, who would rather keep them in the dark. As for my mom, she gave poor relations handouts for decades on end, but also interfered with their lives, as if she bought that right. The result, bitter resentment, jalousie, more lawsuits. The ones who didn't take/need handouts are just normal people. I'm the lucky one. I never fit in with the rich kids, didn't like them, let alone act like them. Don't get me wrong, I went to top schools, so it's all relative. But all my friends tend to be the offsprings of professionals and academics. I married a working class guy who had zero idea how wealthy my family was. I love my in-laws because they treat me like a daughter, and, unlike my parents, so odd to say, the love is unconditional. The good. My husband was a carpenter, and it was really tough on his body. He's retraining as an X-ray tech now, and we don't even have to worry about it. Working for my father can be stressful and emotionally draining, but I have a ton of spare time to work on my own projects and just having fun. My husband keeps me grounded. I'm fighting now for him to let me hire cleaners, because to him keeping the house clean is just what you do, but I hate chores. The best. Fuck, I hate myself for saying this, but sense of infinite possibility and being treated like you're special. Understand, I was kind of in stealth mode for most of my life. Took a lot of shit at work. Pinched my pennies. I was afraid of being dependent on my family's money in case they cut me off. Now I ball, within reason, even play the poor little rich girl on occasion. People eat that up and look for fun projects to just make happen because I can. I generally keep my wealth a secret. I call it stealth wealth. I drive a nice car, live in a nice house, and take nice vacations. But the reality is, I could spend as much as I want and never run out. But I don't. And your question hits the nail on the head as to why. In the 90s I started a com. The code wasn't even in beta when it was snatched up by a VC. I made $130 million in about 4 months. From there I went on a rampage, buying. Girls, boat, houses, cars, even a plane. My hobby became filling up my passport with stamps and seeing how badly I could treat the no/low self-esteem girls I was always towing around because they were hot. I became a real piece of shit. I flaunted my money in front of everyone, all the time. Yes, a sack of liquid shit, I would say. Then, my mom became quite ill with cancer, and it didn't look like she had much time. I went to visit her, and what she said cut me down to the core of my being. She said, "You were always so smart. I was always so proud of you. You always knew how to make me smile and to make me happy. I used to be so proud of you. But now I don't even know who you are." She died a little while after that, about 2 months. But those words haunted me continuously. Finally, I hit bottom. All the booze, girls, parties, travel, all of it just left me so empty. I felt sad all the time. And every day I remembered my mom's words. So, in early 2003, I checked myself into rehab, got clean, got sober. I sold off all my toys and sold my house. I bought a new house on the west side of LA. Nice, largish, but not over the top. I also got rid of my show-off cars and bought an economy car for daily driving and a nicer car for meetings, going out, etc. I made it my mission to be the man my mother used to be so proud of, and I think I succeeded. I'm now married and live a very nice life full of good people and good karma. So what is the best thing about being wealthy? There is nothing good about it. If you are going to be a selfish prick, it will corrupt the most noble heart if it isn't checked with self-respect and love for others. What is the worst thing? I just told you. But also, people find out one way or another and always want to borrow money or have you invest. Thanks for listening. CD. Definitely missed this thread, but people who are sorting by new, here is my story. I graduated from a top 15 university. Parents are very middle class, but I was lucky enough to get an athletic scholarship. I took advantage of the opportunity the best that I could. Studied economics and got a 3.8 GPA. I got the chance to have an internship at a very respectable investment banking firm. I later received an offer from them with a $20,000 signing bonus. Over the course of 4 years I made a little over $1 million before taxes, which for a 27-year-old made me feel rich. Money was never something I worried about. However, I was also working 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. days, Monday through Saturday really, right up until my last year with the firm. What did it feel like? Honestly, it was a blur. Was I worried about paying rent, money in general, or food? Absolutely not. However, I was extremely worried about work. I rarely talked with my parents. I grew apart from my college and high school friends. I would like to think my co-workers were my friends, but really I was just always working. So in my opinion, the best thing about being rich is that you never worry about the first of the month, or if you are free you can pretty much do what you want without worry. Worst part is that I had no life outside of work. I did quit recently, moved back to where I'm from, well, the nearest city, got a solid job in consulting, and life is a bit more relaxing. Honestly, I would take this life any day of the week over what I was doing previously, even though my pay was cut by over 60%. However, it is easy to say that, since those 4 years have made me comfortable. I worked in a casino, and had the same experience the uber wealthy you would never know. I was assigned a security detail to a Mexican guy. I did the usual, introduced myself, and said why I was there. He told me it wasn't necessary, the casino manager requested it, so I had to. I explained I had to assignment and all. He just went about his business playing a 25-cent slot machine for about 2 hours. Then he went to a blackjack table, asked the pit boss for a $250K marker, a casino loan basically, and ended up cashing out at $2.5 million. Every time he got blackjack he would tip the dealer $500 and me $100. Every time he got a drink, which wasn't often, he got a glass of cognac. That was $300 a glass. The casino would try to calm him, but he insisted he wanted to pay, and would just give the price of the drink and $100 to the waitress. He was really nice and down to earth. When he cashed out he had the money transferred to his account. I walked him to his room, and just as I turned to leave, I wasn't expecting a tip, since he had already given me about $1,500 at the blackjack table. He told me to wait. A secretary pulled a $5,000 chip from his pocket and gave it to me, and apologized for me having to stand near him all night. Later that night a co-worker told me the guy's name, and it turns out he was one of the richest PPL in the world, and had built his company from the ground up. I was amazed. Usually the PPL I see and consider rich in the casino were so self-entitled and complained about every little detail. There are a lot of multi-generation wealthy people replying to this thread. They are not rich, they are wealthy. There's a big difference. There's also a big difference between people whom grew up modestly and worked for their wealth rather than those that had it handed to them. I'm not yet wealthy, but I'm rich. I can give you a bit of insight on becoming rich the work for it way as opposed to the born into it way. A bit of background. I just turned 25 on Monday and make around $200K a year after bonuses and investment income. I grew up in an upper middle class household wherein there were times that money was a concern, but that was mainly a result of my parents living on the edge of their means. Right out of college at age 22 I was earning $62K, which at the time I thought was a lot of money when compared to my recently graduated friends. I rented a modestly nice townhome with 2 roommates and leased a new BMW. I went on nice vacations and ate out at nice restaurants quite frequently. In the next 3 years, my income rose drastically through a series of raises and promotions. Unlike the wealthy trustafarians in this thread, I regularly work 60+ hours a week, and I'm deserving of every last cent in my bank account. The biggest change that I have undergone during that time is a gigantic shift in my perspective of money. Never again will I lease a luxury vehicle, and the expense of meals and vacations are fewer and fairer between. My focus shifted from buying new sheet to paying down the $36K in student loans I graduated with, one payment away as of this writing. Financial stability is not measured by the amount of unnecessary sheet that you consume, but by how much money you have in the bank. I have a much greater appreciation for the importance of increasing one's wealth as opposed to increasing riches. $1 million in a well-diversified investment account will generate $50K, $100K of idle income per year, which has a lot to do with the wealth gap that the media is vilifying at the moment. The good, financial security, being able to buy a car in cash without majorly dinging your bank account. Things that seemed previously unattainable are within sight. The bad, the work. I don't know many people in my income bracket that don't bust their ass. Life is a lot more complicated for different reasons. I'm not millionaire wealthy like some of the posters here, but the average person would consider me rich. My husband and I are probably top 5% income bracket. I actually grew up on the poverty line, studied hard and went to work as an investment banker. My husband also went into finance. We tried our best to avoid the golden handcuffs finance lifestyle and were able to save up some dollar sign. I'm not in finance anymore, but he is, so we are still doing okay. What it feels like to be rich, not too different, actually. My parents did a great job of keeping us fed and clothed back in the day, even if it was mac and cheese plus thrift shops, and they worked their ass off to buy us the occasional nice toy and take us on nice trips, cheaper local destinations, stayed in motels, but seemed nice to us at the time. As I accrued more money, I ate fancier food and traveled to Europe instead of Atlantic City. But it's really true what they say, you get used to the higher standard of living pretty quickly. Plus, we actively comparison shop, try to save, and generally don't act rich, so that's pretty similar to being poor/middle class. Best things knowing that I can occasionally make an irresponsible financial decision and not lose my apt or go into debt. Knowing that if I really want something, I can get it, although my wants tend to be more or less reasonable. I don't crave like $500 dresses or anything, not needing to think about money or check my bank account all the time. Can I pay rent this month? If I buy that, can I pay my bills? Worst things, colleagues and other people in our social circle tend to spend everything they make and live much fancier lifestyles. They expect us to do the same, and there's a good bit of derision and ostracism because we don't. Why do you bring your lunch to work? Why don't you just hire a maid? The answer, of course, is because we want to save our dollar sign, so we don't have to work insane hours for the rest of our lives, while they will always need to keep working these hours to pay for their lifestyles. But most people just don't get that. My husband works all the time and I barely see him. Interacting with less wealthy family is awkward because you have significantly more, so it's natural for them to wonder, well, why don't you help with their debt, or pay for dinner, or pay for their plane ticket to visit you? But since we are not millionaires, these expenditures get in the way of our saving. So if we help our families as much as we'd like, it would mean that my husband is basically killing himself to help them, not to accumulate savings and eventually retire early to a normal lifestyle, which is the dream. 3. I was born somewhat poor. Now, at 28, I consider myself rich enough. That is, I can afford most of anything I realistically want. Coming from both ends of the spectrum, I can honestly say that life when struggling financially puts you in a much larger range of emotions from a day-to-day basis. When you struggle with money, everything that happens in life can be stressful. My relationship with my parents was very much dependent on money problems. I hated to tell them about anything that stressed our finances, getting a ticket, damaging something around the house, etc. Not because of getting in trouble in a traditional sense, but because I knew they couldn't afford those expenses. That said, when I did have an opportunity to spend money on myself, it was much more rewarding than it is now. For example, every tiny thing I could buy was so rare and exciting that I remember cherishing every little gadget or toy I got. I would protect it with my life, and I would know the ins and outs of the product, and I would be proud to own it. Not to mention my excitement waiting for it to be shipped to me, or pick it up at the store and bring it home. Now, I can basically order or buy anything I want. I pick up hobbies left and right. Expensive ones too, that require a lot of gear and parts. Because of this, I feel like I'm overstimulated and overwhelmed by my own desires and everything no longer excites me the way they used to. Things that I would normally watch out the window for the mailman for, I no longer even open when they come in because I'm preoccupied with other things. I envy other friends that get super excited for certain things they buy, even though I have the same product, but I've grown numb to the excitement of buying things. That said, I know you can argue that this is more due to me comparing my adult life to my childhood life, so that's where a lot of comparisons aren't equal to poor and rich, but this was just my experience. Edit. I just realized how depressing I sound with all this, so I will offer some positives. Obviously, the counterpoint to my first point is that life is no longer anywhere close to as stressful. I do realize often how much easier life is when you don't have to choose what to eat based on how much money you have, or the worst feeling of having to work hour after hour just to be able to pay mandatory bills. Instead, I now work a little harder when I want to afford more luxuries. So while overall my quality of life is much better, I do tend to reminisce of past days when I would get more excited about things. But I try to remind myself to be appreciative of how fortunate I am every day and that it's a tiny cost to pay. This is an interesting question. Thanks for asking it. Long post incoming. Quick background. My dad was a smart man and worked hard, starting from before I was born until I was 17, and built up an empire of income generating real estate, which make over $3.5 millimeters each year. I'm currently 26. Both parents were from a poor family. My dad never went to college because he felt it was a waste of time. I haven't either. My parents represent the extreme negative side of wealth. Your life can lose all consequence and, therefore, meaning in your life. My parents both became heavy drinkers when I was 10, and their wealth enabled this sort of lifestyle. At 17, my dad killed himself, and I just returned from a trip to visit my mom in the hospital because she has cirrhosis and, if she doesn't stop drinking, will be dead within 2 years. But she doesn't care, and, honestly, why should she? She gave birth to 2 healthy children, had a decent marriage, had several homes and cars. What else was there? Of course we know there is more to life, but she doesn't. I think the benefits of wealth are obvious to most people. The negatives are not so. In my family's case, wealth completely removed consequence from our lives, and this can make some people completely lose it the way that my parents did. Most people have to work to ensure survival, which is a very strong motivator. To wake up in the morning, they have to feed themselves, their kids, and pay their bills. They absolutely must do something to make money. What would you do with your life if you didn't have to worry about surviving, ever? What if you had so much money that it literally did not matter if you got out of bed for a month straight because you could have food cooked and delivered, all your bills paid, etc. Travel? Buy whatever you wanted. Own multiple beachfront homes, timeshares on private jets, travel the world, and stay in the nicest places. Own $40k watches and custom tailored suits. This gets old and can't replace having true meaning in your life. Lots of money does not equal lots of meaning. None of that saved my parents' marriage or stopped my parents from giving up on living. He had everything a man could ever need, except things that really mattered, like a good relationship with me. And that is the problem. My dad spent so much time making money that he spent no time trying to understanding what really mattered to him. As a result, he became lost when he had everything you could ever want, but still felt so empty. In my experience, you have to look at life completely differently if you are rich. Wealth provides the most important freedom money can buy, the freedom to create meaning in your life. This is a wonderful, beautiful thing. However, I don't think our society really encourages this in the way that it should. I don't think most people understand how to do this, because so much of life/work is about making enough money to survive and buy nicer things, not necessarily enjoy them. My sister and I became 50 over 50 partners and inherited the empire when our dad killed himself. Our mother then sued us because the $5mm life insurance policy we let her keep wasn't enough for her. We gave her the houses, the cars, the artwork, everything, just to appease her. To this day, she feels we stole from her. I worked with lawyers when I was 17 to protect myself from my sister in case she became an addict, went crazy, or tried to kill me for her share of the money. She did the same for me. It was weird. I remember sitting in the computer lab at my high school reading over my will to make sure it was satisfactory. In the aftermath of all that, I dedicated around 5 years of my life to creating meaning and uncovering what that meant for me. That is the greatest gift wealth has ever given me, the freedom to do that and become the confident, happy person I'm today. I refuse to end up the way my parents did. I'm good now, but wealth still brings challenge to my life. Falling in love with someone who makes significantly less money than you, for example, requires a lot of work to keep things feeling balanced. And I haven't even touched on philanthropy, friends and family asking you for money, people hearing about you and trying to take advantage of you, etc. First of all, I'm aware that I'm very fortunate to be in my position. I'm a lurker and never post, but I created a throwaway account in case things get nasty. Anyway, to answer your question, my family makes around 6 million a year. I feel that I'm a very grounded person and definitely don't act like a spoiled prick. My mother was born into a middle class family and she was taught to work hard, learn to manage money, and learn the value of money. It is thanks to her that I'm the person I'm today. I have a large family, mother is Hispanic, and my cousins all went to public school. My mother wanted me to be with my cousins, so I also ended up going to public school. My time in high school was alright. I wasn't the type of person to show off what I had, and I never told anyone at school that my family was wealthy because I thought it might hinder my ability to make friends, and it sorta did. My mom would pick me up from school in her Bentley and the few friends that would see me get into the car would tell my other friends, and soon enough word spread around that I was some rich snob. I started getting invited to parties by people I hardly knew. Girls were asking me out, people wanted to hang out with me during lunch, and the list goes on. When I went out to eat with my friends, they would joke that I should pay the bill, and I did. It didn't bother me because money wasn't an issue, but it became clear that some of my friends were only my friends because I was wealthy. I only had 2 real best friends, not including my 3 cousins, throughout my last 2 years of high school whom I'm still friends with today. The best thing about being wealthy is being able to make your own decisions without having to think about whether or not you have the means to carry out these decisions. I'm not worried about uni tuitions or textbook prices. This is probably going to make me sound like a prick, but having money allows you to make decisions freely. At the moment I'm attending university and I don't want people to befriend me for my money, so I bought a used car and live in a small apartment and have a part-time job for fun to keep myself busy. But money enables the pursuit of passion bad. Everything else. My dad is an investment banker. It wasn't until after college that I learned he drives a 2005 VW Jetta with 230,000 miles. He made more than 7 figures a year before the stock market crash. He works 120 hours a week. The signs are we had money are there in retrospect. I had lots of toys as a kid. I went to private schools my whole life, with a large share of snobby/entitled kids who all had tan, blonde, plastic MILF mothers who'd pick them up and serves. My parents had multiple houses. College was paid for out of pocket for me and my sisters. He made too much for financial aid. It seems normal when you're raised into it. As I said, my dad now works 120 hours a week, but he gets to telecommute for most of it. He walks the dogs down to our river on breaks. My mom rescues horses. We have 5. And pit bulls. We have 7. Rebuilds vintage horse sleighs and carriages, and is refurbishing an old 1800s 175-acre farm she wants to retire to. It's beautiful. They're passionate, hard-working people. My mom is severely bipolar. When I was a kid, my dad would get home at midnight and leave for work at 4 AM. I would hear them fight when he got back, sometimes at 2 in the morning. Tons of other bad things happened too. My overstressed and alone mother used to get furious at us in the car and scream, "Shut the fuck up, or I'll wrap the goddamn car around a goddamn tree." Once, after grocery shopping, my mother snapped and threw a gallon of milk at my sister's feet for asking for candy one too many times. It exploded. Milk stains are still there. She legitimately believes it never happened. Many other examples removed. My older sister was the smartest person I knew. She dropped out of college after trying to kill herself. My younger sister got addicted to drugs and lived with an abusive boyfriend for years, tried to stab my mother once, and has tried to kill herself a few times. Though my older sister is coping better now, they're still all messed up. I've never felt loved, and I have no more hope for positive relationships after all I've seen. I'll likely never have a good relationship with my parents, despite my respect for their character, because they work too much, and my mom is too unstable. I focus on personal development to distract myself, but no one cares about the great stuff I achieve, and so I found it has done nothing to quench my desire for human affection. I have been suicidal for a decade now, and I really want to die. Edit. Grammar edit too. And yes, I've been alienated and scoffed at by people solely because I'm from a wealthy family. I know this will get lost, because so far all of my posts on Reddit have, but fuck it, here we go. Let me say first, that I wouldn't consider myself super rich, but on the lower end of the rich spectrum. Lots of people on here seem to have been born into rich households, which wasn't the case for me. Loads of hard work, low debt, good/early investments, and being one half of a dink household has got me here. I'll never take back the fact that and I worked hard and earned our wealth, because the perks and security is great overall, but there's some things that nobody really preps you for once you've made it. If you start from a position of less wealth like I did, the pros are very obvious, really. No need to worry about retirement, vacations, how much anything costs. Just buy it if you want to. Anything money related. Really, once you have money you never really worry about it much, since it's not an issue anymore. Another pro that's interesting is the power you have over your own life. Knowing that I could quit my job and live the same lifestyle I do now for a magnitude of years, or even until death, if I'm super frugal and live more simply, is a pretty big confidence booster. I find that in work and my social life I can say/do more without feeling restricted in some senses, and it's kind of a cyclic process, a feedback loop if you will. Since I speak more and more openly about how I feel about things to more people, I make more friends. The more friends I make, the more friends and friends with wealth I have. The more friends with wealth I have, the more money making opportunities they bring me into. The more money I make, the more I reinvest, the more money I make. It's almost like at some unknown point everything goes exponential and gets a hell of a lot easier. Overall, money is great to have. But the weird part is that eventually, you just get used to it just like anything else, and it's just there. But I promise myself to never forget that I came from living out of the back of a car with the clothes on my back and $0.36 to my name to where I'm now. I think it's nice to have seen both sides of the tracks, and I wish more people could do the same. The cons I think in my situation were much more unique, because like I said earlier, nobody really tells you getting wealthy isn't all gumdrops and lollipops. For one, lots of your friends, most in my case, will become alienated from you. Nothing personality wise has changed about my and me, but I noticed these friends started acting differently. The most common things were either the friend started sucking up, for instance getting the door for you all the time, making sure you come first in strange ways, having a cup of coffee in the best chair pulled up, and waiting for you, laughing at things you say or do that aren't any funnier than something someone else just said, paying for your food all the time, etc. It becomes obvious that you're being put up on a pedestal for nothing more than your friends knowing that you have money. At first this is cool, but eventually it gets awkward. Wealthy people in my limited experience don't like being treated with special privilege and just want to fit in and not be seen as a wallet or a person that gives free handouts. Most wealthy people I've come across you wouldn't even know they had wealth. Modest car, dressed in comfortable worn out clothing. We'd rather just blend in and leave money out of sight out of mind most of the time. Then there's the other side of the coin. And this usually happens with friends that you've known for a long time or were close with before you get money. Jealousy. Somehow you become a target to them. When you get a certain amount of wealth you learn to keep your mouth shut. Because when you're poor, people love to hear you talk about good things going on in your life because they know how shit everything else is going. But when you get to a certain amount of wealth, if you talk about anything money related going well in your life, you've just made a big no-no. Asking other people about what's going on in their lives becomes the norm, because talking about how awesome every part of your life becomes super tacky and a point of negative conversation to everyone but people as wealthy as you. This brings me to my next point. Rich people don't mind talking amongst themselves about being rich. I found it weird at first how openly richer people talk about how they gained their wealth and asking how we gained ours. It almost seemed like a self-congratulatory circle jerk. But after a while I realized that rich people can only talk to rich people about being rich and doing rich things. Once a stranger or acquaintance finds out you have wealth, most of the time things get weird. So it's hard to find friends because you want friends like you and there's less available people out there like you to get close with. This leads to quite a bit of isolation with feelings and whatnot, because no matter what's going on in your life, not a lot of less well off as you are people will want to hear you bitch about anything. You're rich, what are you complaining about, is how I can explain it best. This leads me to the last thing I'll type, because this is getting lengthy. I used to be poor. I know what living dirt poor is like. I always wondered why rich people don't hang out with poorer people. The things I mentioned above are why people tend to get strange or resentful towards you just because you have money. But once you start hanging around people with similar amounts of money, everything gets normal again, and the tendency for people to act strangely because they have a different level of wealth goes away, because you are all relatively equal in wealth. Most rich people are super nice. It's hard to get to where we are being an asshole. It's just that money becomes a wedge that's near impossible to keep out of the way when trying to be friends with less fortunate people. Really in the end most likely, if you want to get wealthy, you have to realize that a whole bunch of your old life you'll have to give up. And some of those things you won't want to give up. But in the end, I'd never go back to struggling. TLDR, wealth is great for overall life, stability, and buying things, but everything will change. Everything. Even the parts you don't want to. Man, this'll probably get buried, but here's my story. I'm a software developer who got into a startup early, and, because of that and several other job offers I used as bargaining chips, negotiated a pretty generous salary, slightly north of $150k, straight out of college. I'm 23 years old with no dependents. I had pretty humble beginnings. Dad always made $55k a year, probably makes a little more now but not a lot. He bought a house, where the rest of my immediate family still lives for $214k in 2002, and finished paying the mortgage off this year, well ahead of schedule. My grandparents on my mom's side are similarly disciplined with money, but pretty well off. While they do own 2 houses, a winter home in a private golf community, and a summer home in a lakeside community, they saved enough money to put their half-dozen grandchildren through college. I used that opportunity to get a degree in computer security from a top-ranked institution in that field. My dad is an accountant as well as my tax advisor, so he knows my income, and was naturally really thrilled to hear that his kid landed a $150k plus job offer at 21 years old. So I'm not filthy rich, but am 23 years old with a solid job, 99.5 plus percentile income for my age, and no debt. My net pay is about $4,000 to $4,500 per paycheck after taxes and before 401k contributions. It varies because once you hit the threshold of $117,000 you no longer need to pay the OST 6.2% portion of the Social Security tax. What do I do with that kind of money? I live in a suburb of a major city and I'm a musician. So I spend about $1,500 MO renting a 1-bedroom cottage that affords me some more space, privacy, and ability to make noise without neighbors complaining. My biggest hobby right now is auto rebuilding. Last year I decided to upgrade from my crappy car and bought a fun used car for $3k. It died 3 months after I bought it. Instead of scrapping it I kept it and have spent a little over $2k on a head, rebuild and new parts. I also spent $17,000 on a car, putting down $10,000 and borrowing $7,000 over a 2-year term, and I'm on track to pay back the loan a year early. $650 MO payment. But with all that money spent I expect it will pay itself back over the years as I perform my own car repairs instead of relying on a mechanic, or at least know enough to not get ripped off by a mechanic. Sound financial habits are something extremely important to me. When I walked into the Mazda dealership looking for a car, they looked at my pay stub and pretty much said, "Dude, the BMW dealership is that way." But I bought a Mazda. I wanted a Japanese car that was quick, but would last with minimal maintenance, not a German hunk of over-engineered crap that would be obsolete in 2 years. I give about $900 ammo to my church and $200 ammo to a local charity that helps residents in a very poor area nearby. I volunteer several days a week with that charity as well. My goal is to have given away 10% of this year's gross wages by EOY. I save $300 per paycheck into a Roth 401k and plan to increase this to the contribution limit next year using the money I will no longer be spending on my car payments. Utilities are about $150 ammo for electricity, $100 ammo for internet, and $70 ammo for my cell phone. $900/6 ammo for insurance on 2 cars. I had good grades and have a clean driving record. About $2,000-3,000/ammo is money that comes in but isn't budgeted. Bottom line is that I'm making money, but not a sheetload. It lands me between 20-40k per year of disposable money that I mostly save and spend some of on toys, vacations with the girlfriend, etc. I've come out 25k ahead this year so far. After all expenses, 20k will be moved into a savings account as a rainy day fund, and what's left might go to things like the project car, holiday related expenses such as travel and gifts, and end of year charitable donations. Best thing, not worrying or having to think much about money. I don't check my bank balance every day, and sometimes go a full week without checking it. I usually just make sure that paychecks made it in and that required payments made it out. Having a 9-to-5 job means I can spend my evenings helping other people. When my car died, I went and bought a new one and didn't have to stress about finding the money for it. I eat out a lot, though I try to get healthier food now, since college had a bad effect on my waistline. I'm a decent cook, but it takes 1 to 2 hours to make, eat and clean up after a meal, which means up to 3 to 6 hours per day would be spent preparing and consuming food. I also prefer hot meals over simple cold sandwiches and such, which means I don't just throw something together. I actually take my time preparing something. Thus, eating out often has enabled me to cram a lot into my schedule. That's really the biggest change between my lifestyle growing up, except for vacations. We ate out once a week at the very most, and now that, and I live in a food desert where groceries are very expensive, and I'm away most of the day and many evenings, so food spoils quickly. This quickly reduces the gap between the cost of eating out versus buying groceries and eating in. I guess another big change between my parents' lifestyle and mine is that I don't just automatically choose the cheapest anything. When buying a new laptop a few years ago, I picked the features that I needed, excluded those I didn't, and bought the RAM and SSD aftermarket to save money. By contrast, my parents bought my brother a laptop for college and just clicked through and only got the 2.4 GHz base model Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth, no webcam, and reduced RAM, and regret it, because most of those things can't be upgraded now. Same with cars, sound system, digital camera, etc. I rarely choose the top of the line model, but generally get something beyond the basics. In the case of a car, I bought something with track-worthy handling and acceleration so that I could learn how to control it under harsh conditions. In the case of a camera, I bought an entry-level DSLR and a few lenses instead of a POS, so that I could learn enough photography to understand the art. IMHO, money spent on something that enables you to learn a new skill that is never wasted. I hate yuppie activities though. Golf. Yuck. Boating. Don't care for it. I'd rather play a pickup game of basketball in the hood with my posse of 4th graders that I tutor. I have some taste for good wine, but generally find cheaper, $12-20 a bottle, wine just as enjoyable as the more expensive varieties. Worst thing. The alienation from my peers and survivor's guilt. Having grown up lower middle class, I function socially with that bracket best. I try very hard to stay modest and understanding, but it's very difficult sometimes to mentally go back to the mindset where I didn't have much money. Many of my friends who are my age have little or no income and live with their parents. I hate being around most other people my age who do have money because they're usually the douchebag type. I hardly paid a cent for my college education, which makes me feel even worse because nearly everyone I knew graduated with debt. Being rich makes the world expect a lot from you. I don't like looking rich. I wear a $20 well broken in Walmart hoodie, a well worn pair of Levi 505s, and Vans. I own one watch, which is a Pebble, that I won at a company picnic. I'm unsophisticated in most areas. Having grown up living light, being modest is more comfortable for me than flashing my wealth around. Even among the other members of the dev team at work I feel awkward sometimes because of the wage gap and the fact that some developers who are very clearly more skilled and better at their jobs than me make half my salary. One part of me tries to justify it by saying, well, you made it in first, you got lucky, enjoy it. It's not like luck is transferable, use it or lose it. I work an extra hour or two every day to try and justify that huge salary to my manager, even though I really don't think he expects it or thinks it necessary. Another part of me just feels bad that a married father of two who works longer hours than me and really knows his sheet could make less than me. I accomplish a lot at work and have focused intensely on being valuable to the company, but during my performance reviews and meetings with my manager I said I didn't want a raise, or at least, not a big one, even if my performance had earned it. I'd rather that extra few thousand a year go to someone who needs it. It's been an awkward journey finding balance between using what I have to benefit both myself and others, and remaining humble and appreciating the simple things. I guess what it comes down to is that your wealth and socioeconomic class shouldn't be something that get to your head, no matter where you are. We're all humans, with equal parts awesome and brokenness, and individually unique strengths and weaknesses. Your identity shouldn't be in your stuff. TLDR best, horses and my personal servant worst, champagne and being dressed up all the time. Not that rich, but I'm in the higher end of income in Mexico and I feel that I should comment because of how financially privileged I have been. For starters, my father is a farmer and spends in agriculture, watermelon, tomatoes and wheat mostly. He came from absolutely nothing, started working at the age of 15 and has worked up from there. He leaves the house at 5:30 a.m. every single morning to go to work, earns almost everything that we live on. My mother was more privileged. My grandpa had an executive job at a large company and is a saver, so he has a lot of money. This is important because he paid for the house we live in today. Life financially is easier, as a lot of people have said already. You have the insurance that if everything fails you are still going to have a place to fall back. You are not going to end up homeless or starving. My last resource is working for my dad and eventually taking over the ranch. He and I want to avoid this though. Also, if I want something, and I give my father a good reason why I need said thing, he will probably give it to me. I almost never ask for something, however. I know how hard he works. I try to be as frugal as possible because he taught me early the price of money. I worked as a mechanic earning $200 a month and I would work with him in his plantations for no money. Another advantage is that I get a head start coming off age. I'm about to graduate as a B mechanical from a private school. I have a job that I got by myself, but I have a new car. I insisted my parents for it being used. They insisted on it being new. I still think it should have been used, but it's their money that my parents pay the lease for. I have no college debt, and they right now pay for my expenses. When I finally graduate I will have a decent job with no debt at all. That is a freaking huge head start. Cons are not such a big deal. I'm not at that point in life that friends ask me for money yet. I have had a few, but if it's a small quantity, $50, I will lend them the money, but always telling them to state a date that they will return it. Not because I'm really dreading for the money, is more of a way to make sure they pay you back without having to start asking them multiple tasks for it. Money can kill relationships very fast. I have never been in a spot that me being rich affects my relationship with a friend. Just because of how much money I have, they make jokes and such, but it doesn't go that much further. Also, generally people get surprised when they find out that my brother and or I are rich. They say that we don't look or act rich. Has happened with a lot of people who we play video games with at LAN events. I can tell you about what it's like to have rich parents. You get to study whatever you want at whatever school you want. That's great if you're a creative type. You can invest more time into your craft without worrying about finances. Parents own property in a bunch of nice places, so you often vacation to the properties to keep tabs on it. You vacation to places like Bahamas, Disneyland etc. semi-regularly. You have a country club which you go to because the buffet is pretty good and there's a gym, but that's mostly for old people. You get to go to private high school which is way better than public school and that improves your acceptance to into colleges. Firstly, you actually get educated way better. Secondly, they bump up your grades. If you ask nicely, you get to live in a mansion, which is in a gated community. That gated community usually has a tennis courts. You go out for 5-star meals at least once a week. Eat a lot of steak and sushi. Girls love you because you know how to have fun and can afford to do so. You get to park illegally cause the tickets don't matter. Getting towed doesn't really matter either. You don't really plan anything. You can always pay extra and squeeze in without a reservation or buy the more expensive scalper tickets. You get to drive a really nice sports car. Although this is faking dangerous in LA. PPL slam on their brakes hoping you hit them and sue you. It's really a liability. Also key you regularly. I stopped fixing it. But you race on the highway and almost kill yourself because it's really fun to go fast. You are often at the same place as celebrities. I see A-listers on a regular basis. Often you get into strippers, gambling and coke. My friends, not me. You have the time to go on spiritual journeys. I discovered meditation and studied it on my own, and by going to monasteries, you get to have a real opinion on what tastes good. Most people that pay a lot for food think it's good even when it's just marketing. The dark side. You are extremely scared that girls just like your money, so it takes forever for the girl to prove she actually likes you, and then when she does then you buy her stuff. You have no motivation to do anything, and usually are depressed. People are secretly annoyed by how easy life is for you, and how you don't appreciate it. No one takes you seriously. Your dad is an all OCD bastard that insults your self-esteem regularly. You don't develop the ability to negotiate and get scammed everywhere on balance. Having money is only good if you combine it with a meditation practice that works for you. Otherwise it's basically terrible emotionally because you feel guilty about not deserving it. Money and meditation together though are phenomenal. Child of a rich family here. How does it feel? The short answer, mixed. While on one hand it was comforting knowing my family would never run into financial problems, I could essentially have anything I wanted within reason, and that family vacations were always extravagant. As an adult now looking back, it bred many problems. My parents would overcompensate any problem. Going hiking one time, and don't have absolutely the best pair of hiking boots. Let's go to Rie for 2 hours and buy you a pair, some socks, and maybe a new backpack, which usually ended up in the closet until they no longer fit. My house was average sized in an average neighborhood, but once my friends figured out my family is wealthy, it got brought up in conversation often. Let's make a bruh buy, his family can afford it. Also, my work ethic was poor, especially in high school. Although I graduated with a 3.3 and got into a fairly prestigious university, that was all without serious effort. Sometimes I wonder where I would be now if I simply tried harder. Probably the worst of them all. I've never had to work for anything. Need a new laptop? Let's get you the top spec MacBook Pro. Just turned 16. Here's a new truck. Got into a super expensive university? Don't take out student loans. We got you. My parents have never given me money outright. I had to work 3 different jobs throughout high school for any spending money, but they covered life essentials. I love them deeply and appreciate how much they've sacrificed for me, but in the long run it was damaging. Now, my sister is going through high school, and she's even worse than I am. There have been multiple occasions where she's told myself, and even her friends, that her life sucks. She goes to a nice high school, gets taken out to nice restaurants multiple times per week, goes on amazing vacations, and has everything she could possibly want. But the rich mentality is that it's never enough, and that's something my parents are struggling to fix. They've been going to counseling for it. As this is my third year in a university, my view of myself and my family has dramatically changed. Living on my own has shown me how difficult personal finance and independence is, and my friends have taught me to work hard to be successful. I try to live as modestly as I can, but it doesn't help that my side business I built is very successful, and people still ask about my finances. That being said, I'm working full-time as part of my engineering school's work/study program, and refuse to take the easy road in the future. TLDR, growing up rich gets you everything you want, but creates problems you'll have to deal with as an adult. Let me just start by saying I'm rich in experience and love, but I'm not rich monetarily. And personally, I find these riches to be better. I recently turned 20 years old. I'm young, naive, and don't sleep normal hours because I work odd hours at my different jobs. I'm not an extraordinary person by any means, but I figured out early that when you're given the short stick of life, you grab it and run like you were just given the baton at a relay race. My parents divorced as I was 7 years old. My father making the upwards of $100k a year, and my mom, who had custody of me, was pushing close to $30k a year. My father kicked us out of the house after the divorce and he never even lived there. His work had him traveling all the time. So we went to my Filipino grandmother's for a place to stay. She lived a simple life because of her upbringing, and she was happy. She helped us out in any way she could, but we never let her know how bad off we really were. We wiped through both of mine and my mom's, savings, and I was too young to understand why we couldn't order a pizza like we did when I would visit a friend. Culture shock hit hard, and from then on I hit the ground running. Skip to age 15, I find my first job at a dog kennel. I'm underaged and don't have a car, so I have to bike everywhere. Think farmland/country life, that's sorta urban still. They paid me cash under the table so no one knew I was working there, and it was a pretty sweet gig. Any and all money I earned I would give to my mom to help with a down payment on a house for us. I worked 40-ish hours a week. It wasn't long before we could afford a place. I also was able to take home leftover dog food to feed our family pet who came with us during the divorce. Finally I hit 17 and graduate from high school. I'm not top of my class because any free time I had I spent working, so homework wasn't a top priority. I did graduate as an honor grad regardless, on top of being the president of 2 clubs and VP of the National Honor Society. I also entered college with 20 credit hours from passing my AP exams. I understood the value of working hard, unlike the 4.0 kids who took home ec, woodshop, and the other easier classes. Mind you, my GPA was a 3.8, but I took every single AP class my school had to offer, dropping my GPA. College time and I still keep running. The banner at the end just keeps getting farther away. I have 20 credit hours under my belt, but little to no scholarships, because I wasn't the best of my class. Even community college would be too much for me to swing. Then UPS comes along with this Metro College program. They pay full tuition for grades of C and higher, but you have to work third shift. So I sign up and enroll at my local university and work for a psychology BS pre-med degree. Easier said than done. I finally buy a cheap beta car from a friend and now have transportation to my places. UPS 20 hours a week dog kennel. 35 hours a week, 17 credit hours at my university. Sleep? Not likely. I never let anyone onto it, but I would mix 5-hour energy into my water bottle to have a little boost to keep me going and to force me to hydrate myself at the same time. My beta car finally gives its last bit for me and dies peacefully in the middle of I-65. My drive to the kennel is 30 minutes away, so I now have to find another job until I can save up enough for another car. So there's October right beside my campus that I immediately get started in on. I end up dating a guy who lives near campus, so now I also have found a place to stay. I'm not one for moving in with so's until marriage, but what else was I supposed to do? I help him pay rent and still take my trusty bike everywhere I need. October didn't pay as much as the kennel, but at least I was saving gas money. Summer hits and I'm taking talks out to other Octobers in the area. I'm working 80-hour weeks while school is out and pulling in some massive overtime-filled paychecks. It's time for me to find a real car, and thus my baby came along, my red 1997 convertible top Z28 Camaro. I paid for that baby in full and have only had minor problems since just a couple months ago I watched it roll past its 100k mile mark. October stiffed me in more ways than one. I ask for promotion, no. I ask for hours at work with my schedule. I have to be at UPS for my full tuition, no. I ask for even the smallest raise of 20 cents, no. I may need a job, but I'm not so stupid as to lose my full tuition. So I quit. I write my letter of resignation in fabric paint on my uniform and walk in with it. I clock in and start my shift like normal. I didn't no call no show. It took the crowd of people slowing down the line to read my shirt before the manager even noticed. I was sent home and yeah, I left my shirt on the manager desk and walked out in a sports bra, no shame. I even got a round of applause from the customers who had read the shirt. College campus after all. My boyfriend breaks up with me shortly after because he thinks I can't help with rent now. Cool, I guess I was just being used as free sex and cheaper rent. Whatever, I have a car now and can just drive back to live with my mom, who is now demanding I pay rent to her. I already give her a portion of my pay on top of my own bills, gas, etc. And now she also wants me to pay rent in my own home. I decide that her proposition is ridiculous and decide to just sleep in my car and in the quiet corners of my university's library. I go to the gym and shower and clean up and literally live out of my car for about a month. No one knew, not my friends, teachers, or coworkers. Finally, I find my own place a couple blocks from campus and my mother no longer gets any funding from me. A week after leaving October, I'm the manager at the Taco Bell also beside my campus. I was hired in as a manager. I'm that impressive and only 19. I get my big girl pants on and start running shifts like a boss. The company works with me and my schedule, pays me well, and is already begging me to become a general manager, but I can't work 50 hours with UPS and full-time student status. They will even pay for my graduate school. My bank account hit numbers I didn't think I'd ever see, especially not for a teenager. I never go below 10k and always pay rent and bills on time. I'm 20 now, and I can't lie when I say that I have had a rough life. But now I'm finally somebody. I don't think about what I buy at the grocery anymore. I buy my dog the best dog food. I buy whatever food I want, and I even donate to soup kitchens. I'm still single, and I'm okay about it. Sure, having an apartment to yourself is lonely, but I have so much more to be thankful for. I could have easily given up and gone to a homeless shelter. I could have gotten food from soup kitchens. I could have signed up for food stamps, and I could have just not taken the job at UPS and given up on a degree. But I didn't let myself get down. I grabbed the baton and ran, and even though I got tired along the way, I know I'm in the home stretch with the wind at my back. TLDR, I'm a 20-year-old strong independent white girl. Sorry for length. I never realized how rich my family was until I was in high school. I was born in PA to a middle-class family. I moved in 4th grade to rich suburban NJ when my dad got a new job. Ever since then it was clear he was making more money. He got a new car. Our house was bigger and much nicer than the last one. I don't know exactly how much money he makes, but if I had to guess it would be around $500,000 a year, or a tad bit lower. The best part about being rich, in my opinion, is the options available to me, not just through my parents, but through my surroundings as a person. My high school was in the top 100 in the country at one point. Going into college I thought I was going to fall behind because I wasn't the best academically in high school, but it turns out I was smarter than most of my peers. For me, I thank my parents every chance I get for paying to put me through college. I go to a rather expensive school that I would never attend if I had to pay loans back. I still have to pay rent, and I know my parents won't pay for everything in my life, but they have hinted that when I graduate they will give me some money, mostly through stocks that my grandparents had bought me when I was born, which my parents have reinvested in throughout the years. Now the worst part. I have this inane sense of guilt walking around as an upper class white male. I live in Philadelphia now, and living on my own am not made of money, but every time I see a homeless person begging on the street I want to give them all the money in my pockets. What makes me more deserving of a good childhood and secure finances? Nothing. In my opinion, people are people, and it pains me to see those less fortunate than me, and know I can't do anything to help them yet. I think it's bullshit that rich people get the better schools and poorer people get shafted when it comes to education, because I think that education is a huge factor in how your life will play out. I can't wait until the day where I'm able to support myself and help others at the same time. I really want to make the world a better place than it is now, because when I look around at the world I cringe and feel out of place, unable to relate to most people. When I first grew up, my family would have been considered upper middle class, but definitely not upper class. Lived in a regular 5-bedroom house with 3.5 bathrooms. Drove an older Chevy and dad drove a 1999 Chevy Blazer. We only had our one house at the time as well, and that was it. Little more background. Dad was a mid-level banker at the time, and mom was rising up the ranks in her company. If there's enough likes I'll put the whole story up. She started at the company in the late 90s, just after I was born, 1995, but quickly found she did not like the corporate lifestyle after getting to be the VP of operations. She held this job until she got another offering for a company starting in Queens, New York, at the time 35 minutes away from where we lived. She was offered the title of COO, and 8 years later the company sold for $4.2 billion. Since being a major partner and being from the start, you can just guess about how much she got. After this, and the years leading up to the sale, life was amazing. We bought a house in FL, the whole family got new cars. Mom built a ridiculously sized house that won the competition for nicest custom home in the town. Pretty prominent New York suburb. She also went on a horse spending spree, bought at least 25 horses, some for jumping and some for polo, and has never looked back. As for what it feels like, it's become such a normal feeling I can't tell you when the last time I was nervous for my card to bounce. I feel like the best thing about being wealthy is the amount of doors it opens up for you. Just being around country clubs and other wealthy people, it's hard to even just talk about it when this is credit is actually the first time I've ever thought about what it feels like. But the thing that I think separates me from every other rich kid in my opinion is the fact that when people ask me if I'm rich I simply reply no. My parents are rich. I'm broke, sorry for the typos. I'm not rich myself, but my best friend is making millions annually off of media content creation. We are both 21, so this is a fairly younger viewpoint on wealth and riches. For the sake of his safety, I won't mention any more than that. The money isn't as nice as you'd expect. He bought a Lamborghini a year or two ago, but he sold it recently because it advertised the fact that he had money and people would resent him just for driving around in it. Eventually he just let it sit in the garage until he decided to sell it. That's basically what his wealth has been for him in a nutshell. The indulgences are nice. Sometimes he'll buy $300 worth of McDonald's and eat it with friends just because he can. Or we'll spontaneously fly somewhere in the world on a whim. It's all good fun, but it's really not constant partying and rolling in the high life. It's actually not that different from a normal life. On our days off, we prefer sitting in our rooms playing video games or doing something relaxed instead of going out and blowing money on various things. We sometimes pop by the brand name stores like Channel, Michael Kors, Guxy, etc. just to grab things every now and then, usually as gifts. Though one time we went to Vegas and he only packed a t-shirt, so he bought himself a wardrobe. The upside of it is you get to have nice stuff, but otherwise it's fairly normal, with the exception of a few people being really jealous of what you have. In fact, it's not really something you'd even want to be especially proud of, and he tries to conceal his wealth from every new person he meets. He told me the thing that sucked the most about being rich is that people become increasingly fake, just so they have a stake in your life. I hope that was some useful insight. Maybe my friend isn't like most rich people, but that's how I've seen him deal with wealth. It's not too different from the average lifestyle, only you get to splurge on anything you want whenever you want. Though that sounds nice, the novelty of it wears thin very quickly. Growing up in elementary and middle school, I attended a private school with kids whose parents were filthy rich. I mean, one of them is the CEO of a large restaurant chain, one owned around 3 exotic car dealerships, and purchased a new Ferrari every 6 months, and others had family that owned some of the largest homes in the richer areas of Houston. I was a middle class kid. While my friends took extravagant trips with their families, I was at home hanging out with the other middle class kids. I used to hang out with one kid who every single night would go out to eat in nice restaurants. I mean, they would spend around $200 a night on meals every single night. Think about that for a moment. Another kid would always take me along on his family trips. His parents bought him a PSP and a shit ton of games, all because he didn't bite his fingernails for a week. The kid whose dad is the CEO of that large restaurant chain was one of the nicest kids I have ever met. His mom was also one of the sweetest, most giving people I have ever met. That kid never carried around more than $20 in his wallet, never wore fancy clothes or shoes, and never mentioned anything about his family's money or possessions. One last mini story. I will never forget, in 4th grade there was a kid who invited me to his birthday party. We were at Rainforest Cafe and his dad finally managed to show up. Side note, his dad is rarely around because he works so much. His dad said happy birthday to him, and his phone rang. He answered it and said he had to get back to work. The man was there all of 3 minutes. I remember that night I gave the kid his birthday present and apologized that it wasn't much. It was like a $15 gift card compared to the $100 ones he got from the rich kids. He looked at it and said, "You know, I would give up this huge house and all my stuff if my dad would just spend more time with me." That has stuck with me for a long time. I feel like my post is going to make me come off as an overly sheltered little girl, but it's my perspective growing up, and I thought I'd share. Best things, opportunities. This is by far the most important advantage that any rich kid has. Being born wealthy is like being born into the in crowd. Excuse my excessive use of quotation marks. Perhaps in crowd is poor word choice, but allow me to explain. I don't mean that by being rich you have a high school social advantage where people automatically like you and want to be your friend. That's not true, especially if the area you live in and the people you go to school with are all very wealthy. You can be rich and unpopular, like me. What I mean by in crowd is access to prime connections. A lot of what being rich is like is maintaining those connections and networking your social group to ensure that you can get to where you want, whether it be an Ivy League college or a competitive high-paying job. Some of the dumbest people I know have gotten into top 10 universities because of these connections. Unemployed? Daddy/mommy can get you an internship or job with a phone call, letting you skip over so many more well-deserving applicants. It's a cycle of the rich staying rich. You will always have a safety net. Money is the least of your worries. My dad was able to retire very early and live a comfortable, lavish lifestyle even after retirement. He could also make the decision to retire whenever he wanted. I was still in high school at the time of his retirement, but he had more than enough to support both me and my brother through college and medical school. That's well over $800,000 spent, and $800,000 that neither me or my brother have to pay off. I was able to choose what profession I wanted to enter without even worrying about tuition. Being rich means you can literally choose to be whatever you want to be. If I wanted to be actress, I have a trust fund to fall back on should I fail at that. Experiences, I suppose this goes along with opportunities, but going overseas pretty much every winter and summer break meant that I probably did more traveling by the age of 10 than most people did their entire lives. Being able to experience different cultures and foods makes for great memories and interesting topics of conversation. My favorite part is definitely being able to go to whatever restaurant you want and eat whatever you want. I was a bit chubby back in the day. You never feel inferior. Sorry, that's oversimplified and maybe not the case for everyone. For me, I felt like I belonged anywhere. I remember I took a trip to New York City with a friend from college, and we spent part of the day shopping. If I saw any store that somewhat caught my attention, I wouldn't hesitate walking in. But it was brought to my attention that she actually felt uncomfortable going into certain stores, particularly designer stores, especially with the way she was dressed. At the time, I didn't really understand until she explained to me that she always felt like she was being judged when she walked into expensive stores because the salespeople somehow knew she wasn't going to buy anything. For me, that feeling never existed. Perhaps that's entitlement. I'm having difficulty explaining myself when it comes to this point, but to put it simply, I don't easily feel intimidated. That changes when it comes to talking to people who I view as incredibly accomplished or intelligent. Worst things, a skewed perception of reality. This is the part that is going to make me sound incredibly sheltered and silly. Growing up, I thought that my life was pretty standard. I thought it was normal to go on vacation every summer. I thought most people could afford new cars. I was completely blind to my privilege. As sad as this sounds, I thought I was middle class. When I was applying to colleges, in my mind it was a lot more difficult than the reality of it. Also, I thought going to college was something that everyone did. In my mind, everyone got a college education and that getting into an Ivy League is not that special. I would say that until college, I wasn't cognizant of how lucky I really was. My dad missed parts of my childhood. I don't know if I can really complain about this much. I'm sure whatever socioeconomic class you're in, if you have a working parent, sometimes they miss your soccer/tennis games and potentially some birthdays. My dad was busy a lot of the time and I don't blame him for it. Judgment. There have been a few instances where I've made friends who initially didn't know of my background. However, when they started picking up clues, Merced's parents took me on a trip to Singapore, etc., they changed their attitude towards me. A lot of haha, you could pay for me comments, or wow you're so naive, or you should have told your parents to buy you a less expensive car. Just an FYI, I did tell my parents not to buy me a nice car. Overall, I would honestly say, being rich feels pretty nice. In my opinion, the pros definitely outweigh the cons. Dated rich girls, and had rich friends, mostly because I grew up in DC, and went to boarding school, and apparently looked rich. My mom got lucky on one stock that exploded, and paid for my education, and I liked wearing my dad's old clothes so apparently it was assumed I was loaded. If anything that faked me up for a bit, because of my dad's government job we traveled and lived abroad, then stock money put me into private school. I had all the appearance of money without the money. The thing I've learned is wealth, and more importantly, what it grants you, is abstract. Some wealthy don't even really grasp what they can buy any more than I did, which is why you get Republicans. They think it's all hard work, and that bullshit. I mean, there's rich, and then there's wealthy, and the wealthy are like demigods walking around invincible to common problems. But here in the US, where the common man is king, the wealthy want to fit in and be just like us. It's the new rich that stand out like assholes and want into the big club so bad, but can't. Appearances are so much more important though as you leave school, because what else is there to worry about? Especially with Navo rich types, they're always the entitled assholes, whereas the wealth going back to turn of the century likes to hang under the radar. But I'm tall, and not ugly, and I noticed that being around rich people, that's power. That's why rich folks dig celebrities. Because the only thing you can't buy is genetics, looks, somewhat, and definitely talent lends a certain respect. I'd play and sing at these fancy parties, only to get eye faked by stunning women, because I stood out. Whereas in a local dive I was not a desirable, because that not rich girl wants an earner and a future, a hot fling at best maybe. But when you've got money figured out, that shit don't matter. So looks and talent become the valuable commodity, once money isn't of consequence. It's the one thing you can't buy. Not that it's a rule. But of all my friends they all had parental issues. The hotshot DC lawyer, that was never around. The head of a hospital, that was never around. Or the dad, that had started some tropical treatment center for celebrities, only to marry a horrible hippie/mommy dearest of a wife. That was the biggest bummer. Met the girl of my dreams, but her mother had eaten her alive, and she was a mess of contradictions. Nothing was good enough for her, and she wasn't good enough for herself. Or the typical child of a rich divorce with dad's money and mum's love, and never both at the same time. There's one in every class of every boarding school. There was a lot of poor little rich girl/boy going around for sure. On one hand they had crap parenting, but all the opportunity in the world. I'll never forget a friend, in spite of being an utter douche, said one self-aware thing about being rich: all I have to do is show up. That's the hardest thing I'll have to do in life, i.e., no struggle and an easily laid path. In the end, should you also score solid parents along with a 1% income, you're the luckiest bastard in the world. That won't inoculate you from heartbreak and your own mistakes. Yeah, go write a poem about it. You've got the time. but the world is literally your oyster. It's just hard to measure that kind of privilege or access. Want to go to a good school, but you're a fuck up? Pick the one with the library named after grandpa. Want a party? Take 6 to 7 years to graduate, with plenty of tutoring, then land a cushy job overseas through dad's connections. Got a DUI. Dad knows the collegia press / judge / mayor / etc point, because they socialize together, or want something from him. Money. Money equals untold access, power, and influence. In ways that I find the rich understand the least sometimes. Just because some don't use it, sure as hell doesn't mean they don't have it. So you have friend that buys a sports car and travels? No. I'm talking about the kind of money that buys college buildings, downtown land, epic stock and congressmen. The kind of money that only the interest is more than rich people's entire net worth. That's what money does. Everything. Or throw away, as I'm an active redditor and I'd rather people not know. I'm not sure what rich means, and I'm not nearly as wealthy as a lot of the others here, but I'm in a situation that I've traveled. Currently doing so actually. I paid for a house in cash last year, and I drive a very nice car that one would consider luxury, but it's not as luxurious as one would think. Growing up, it was a harsh lesson to not let people know how well off my family was. When we sold the businesses we had, people assumed we were going out of business because of financial reasons, because of the downturn in the economy at the time. Truth was, my mother was tired of not being home, like, ever, so she wanted to spend more time at home. I lost quite a few friends immediately, and it was a harsh thing, because I was still a kid and my mom had to explain to me the world just sort of sucks sometimes. I don't do what most wealthy people do. I don't throw money around, but it's nice to not have to worry about bills or be afraid that we are just a paycheck from the street. Very early in my life, that was a reality. My parents built their own fortune that I get to enjoy today. My parents were never one to flaunt money, so I think I got it from them. They made lots of donations at church or local organizations all the time, and it was always anonymous donations. I asked them why make them anonymous? You don't want people to know we are the reason they got the money they needed? No son. We don't do these things for attention. We do them because people are in need. That is all. The downside is, as others have said too, no one ever jumps at that check when it comes, and I've had friends confide things in me about some financial hardships, and then long pauses that seem to be intended for me to say, oh really? Well, let me give you that money. It's hard to trust relationships now, and I'm very jaded because of my early experience, so I have very few friends or close relationships. I'm married and I didn't reveal my family / my wealth until much later in the relationship. I'm fortunate because she still insists on working and providing for the bills, just as any normal relationship. It can be good knowing that if a problem arises it's easily overcome because, well, for enough money, you can solve any problem. However, you have to find the limit, because there's a fine line between being able to afford to solve an issue and being a pompous asshole who thinks he can just buy his way into something. Wow. It took so long on mobile to create this throwaway. For me, I had to say that it became very difficult to trust in myself. I became very wealthy early, 20, on due to some hip instance. When you have this much money, little experience and a whole new lifestyle, you can easily end up out of your depth. Lots of people are willing to help you, and I was taken advantage of a few times because of loopholes or tricky wording or W/E minor thing you people overlook. Thankfully I never lost much and regarded it as a learning lesson. Relationships could easily become destroyed, so I learned to kind of hide my wealth pretending I just had a very nice job. It is honestly amazing to see the difference in people when you have an upper middle class job and when you're wealthy. They act normal for the first one, but the last one they become so faking compliant and manipulative. This, I guess, for me, was the most difficult aspect. I grew up in a single mother low income household, so nothing really prepared me for this life. I lost many friends and people I loved because of it. It's sad really, nothing much has changed with me except for the quality of clothes and food that I eat. Well, this and now I've had to become very confident in myself as a protection. I suppose the best thing would have to be that as boss/owner I can just drop everything whenever I want and hop on off of it or wherever and come back. It's crazy that I can do this. It really is. For my 25th birthday a few months ago I hopped on a plane to Spain with a few friends, and we spent 2 weeks flying around Europe. I woke up in France and had a wonderful morning, and then flew to and spent the day in Taormina, Sicily, before going to party that night in Ibiza. This freedom is probably the best thing in my life. A bit late to this party, but I'm solidly in the top 0.1% with a mid 8-figure net worth. I grew up middle class. My parents were both teachers from modest family backgrounds, and my wife is a first-generation immigrant whose parents are both lower middle class. I went to a decent, but not world-class university, got a degree, and made decent, but not spectacular money doing it work. In my 30s, I happened to have the right skill set and be in the right place at the right time to be able to build some things people found valuable, and in my 40s it resulted in a huge payday when I left my company. While I absolutely worked hard for it, I fully acknowledge that luck played a huge role in me being where I'm today. The biggest upside is freedom. I still do some part-time pro bono work because I enjoy it, but it's at my discretion and on my schedule. If I'm unmotivated and feel like spending all day playing video games, I can do that without any financial consequences. It's also great to be able to give generously to charity. For example, I'm interested in censorship issues and have contributed double-digit percentages of the annual budgets of a couple of small anti-censorship non-profits. I also give regularly to a bunch of other charitable causes. It's a good feeling, and, assuming I've done my homework well on the charities, makes the world a better place. I could afford to buy and maintain a huge mansion with a garage full of sports cars, but that has no appeal to me. I'm still living in the same middle-class neighborhood in the same house I bought on my decent but not spectacular salary in the 1990s. To the neighbors, my wife and I are just a work-from-home couple. We are pretty much straight out of The Millionaire Next Door, in that you'd have to watch us pretty carefully to see any hints we are as rich as we are. The main indulgence I spend money on is travel, though even there, I rarely go for high-end hotels or first-class plane tickets. Give me a modest urban place oozing with local color over a sterile, generic 5-star hotel any day. If you're a server in a restaurant, you'll be happy to see me, because I'm polite, and I tip generously. Though I'd much rather you got paid a decent wage instead. Now the downsides. I've been pretty careful about revealing how much I'm worth to people I know. Most of my friends and family know I did pretty well, but my hunch is they probably assume it's less than 1/10 of the actual amount. So I'm happy to say that though I've loaned money to a couple people, none of my friends has come begging or expecting me to just give them anything outright. But it takes its toll. For better and for worse, my wealth is a significant aspect of my life now, and keeping it under wraps means deceiving people I've known for most of my life. I'm lucky enough to have met other wealthy people and can talk with them about money-related issues, but it doesn't feel great to be less than honest and open with my non-rich friends. Which brings me to something I haven't seen mentioned much in this discussion. It can be really hard to not take it personally when people engage in rich person bashing, both in real life and in online discussions. I have a few friends who are great people in most respects, but at the drop of a hat they'll go off on the 1%, are all a bunch of greedy cunts who are destroying the country rants, spouting all sorts of facts about the rich that bear little or no resemblance to me or any of my wealthy friends. They do this without knowing they are talking about me, and on one level I know it's not a personal attack, but they are still telling me to my face that I'm evil. This despite me being deeply concerned about the corrosive effects of income inequality and giving substantial sums to political groups that are working on causes like basic income, improving education in inner cities, and such. But of course I can't tell them that without outing myself. Another downside is that it's really easy to fall into a downward spiral of demotivation. Whether I get something useful done or spend a solid month doing nothing but eating, sleeping, and playing Dota 2, I'm still going to be able to afford to fly first class to Europe for a weekend caviar tasting at the drop of a hat. With money rendered irrelevant, all my motivation has to be purely internal, and it isn't always easy to gather up the mental energy and focus to do good things. I actually view this as the biggest threat to my mental well-being over the long haul, especially since I have a history of depression. I could easily see myself getting into a never-ending feedback loop, where depression makes me inactive and the inactivity feeds deeper depression. But the downsides don't outweigh the upsides. Being rich beats the alternative, no question. I feel a struggle with trying to be a normal person that has to live under a budget, and accepting the fact that I'm blessed. I would never call myself rich, because I hate the connotation that comes with it, but if I'm honest, I would be someone considered a trust fund baby. I work, and I want to achieve something of my own, especially since my dad came as an immigrant to this country with not much, but more than what is usually portrayed, and he was able to make something of himself, and eventually was able to create a really successful tech company. Since his success was something that happened while I was in high school/college, I grew up with the values of always being price conscious. However, in college I was blessed to come out debt free, with a car, and start my life. Although this is something terrible to complain about, in college sometimes I felt out of place because I couldn't complain like others about debt, so I set really strict budgets for myself so I could feel somewhat similar. However, I never followed through and would usually ask my parents for more money. Given I don't think I had extravagant spending, just wasn't on your typical college student diet. Now as I'm older and a working young professional, I still face the same dilemma as I hang out with friends who obviously don't have as much. I definitely try to pay more than my share, partly out of guilt that I have something I don't completely deserve. Why am I better off than my friend who is just as awesome? I'm very lucky to have friends who usually don't take advantage of my situation, but in turn my guilt still remains. Sometimes I wonder if that's why rich people like hanging out with rich people, so they feel less guilt. However, money is something once you have it, it's hard to let go. We donate and try to give back to causes, but once you have that comfort that people mention below, it's hard to go back. I'm very grateful that I don't have to count every dollar. Can spend a little extra here and there, but I always try and stay cautious if what I'm buying is worth it. It's hard to keep in perspective the more money you have, and everyone values different things differently, but it's important to keep in mind. I guess I can't really prove any of this because it's the internet, but here goes. My family has money from several places. My great-grandfather owned a large lumber mill. My grandfather retired from Jet as a rocket engineer, and my father just retired as an economist for a large insurance company. My mom owns her own insurance agency, and together they made several million a year in liquidity plus the not so liquid stuff like stocks and such. I mean, my family always did well, but as kids we weren't really handed anything. I've worked since I was 15, and I never had a job handed to me. I paid for my entire college education, and I'm hoping to get a full ride for my MA, so I don't have to pay for that too. I'm not bitter, and this is probably the most in-depth I've ever discussed my family wealth. My parents could afford new Mercedes if they wanted them, but they're fine in their Ford and Toyota, both at least 5 years old. I bought my own Fiat. If you met my parents, it wouldn't even be at a country club, it would be at a lake, or touristing around Europe and Asia. They would be wearing clothes from JC Penney. Our family doesn't act rich, but I've been around people who have, and it honestly makes me ashamed. It really seems to me that people who have good money don't like to talk about it, because they don't need to. In answer to Op, the best thing about being wealthy, at least to me, is the ability to travel the world and soak in amazing lessons and opportunities. I love visiting parts of the world and seeing unique cultures. For college I got to go to Tibet and do glacial research, but I spent a lot of time meeting and talking with Tibetan people. My trip turned me onto a bit of Buddhism. I went to Rome and spent 2 weeks studying ancient architecture and Latin, and it was just a blast for me. Kids in my class went to Guxy and other boutique stores, and I would just find a nice coffee shop in which to read a book. I have so many experiences like these, from Africa to China and Tibet to India and Russia. Memories that I'll keep for as long as I live. The worst thing about being rich is being stuck with snobbish rich people who have to rub it in your face. I try to ignore them. In school, I was always seen as one of the poor kids because my dad didn't drive a Mercedes. It was funny because my family was actually the richest in the school, but I didn't care. I just always played dumb. I feel like those people not only give rich people a bad name, but humanity in general. I grew up wealthy, but didn't realize it. I knew my dad was the highest earner and had the most prestigious job among those of my friends and neighbors. But he is the millionaire next door. We rarely had anything new, but always had enough. My mom worked briefly in the 1960s to help support my dad in graduate school. He was raised poor, and my mom was raised comfortably. Her father died a millionaire. His dad died penniless. Being wealthy for me meant dad bought me a used car and paid for my college education, and the amount loans would not cover for law degree. In the 1990s, he gave me an allowance of $500 MO for rent and all other non-tuition expenses. I paid my law school loans. I was welcome to live in my parents' home throughout my life if I wished, and have offered my kids the same. My husband was raised in a working class home with a disabled dad and mom who was a nurse. He had loans for college, law school, his truck, and my engagement ring. When we got married 25 years ago, we bought a house for $70K in 1989 and both worked as lawyers. After 25 years, my husband and I have a net worth of $4 million, and his goal is to increase that to $10 million before retiring. He does not practice law, but has a very specific consultancy in demand by multinational corporations. He travels Monday through Thursday and is home weekends with me and the kids. I retired when I had our third child. We never touched my salary when we were in the $70K house, so I have savings. My parents give us gifts for birthdays and holidays, but not cash. My dad believed too much help would ruin our marriage. We live well below our means and put 30% of our income in savings and investment instruments. We live in a state that has a very low cost of living, but is not ideal. It's the trade-off. We have chosen to pay cash for our kids' college tuition and give them a small allowance, smaller than my dad gave me. This was always our goal, and we funded their 529s early on. They work hard and intern and work at both paying and non-paying jobs. I would like to pay for their graduate school if they'll let me. Having money means I can go to the bookstore and buy a stack of books or CDs, and it doesn't make a blip anywhere. I give a lot of money to Planned Parenthood and to my college. Well, to me a lot minus $7,000 a year. I love that when the teachers at our public school need something, I can just buy it at Costco or order it on Amazon and drop it off at school. Having money makes everything, and I mean everything, easier. I can't think of any downsides because we respect our money. My dad taught me to do that. We use my father's fee-based financial planner and have learned so much, and he's never steered us wrong. I will inherit when my parents pass, and I hope to fund a major gift at my college, as well as ensure our children have a financial safety net in addition to their degrees, and I hope they all live with us forever, lol. When I was very young, I fell in love with a very rich man and he with me. Before I could understand the concept of money and what my dreams would cost in the real world, I promised him forever because I knew love with him. It stemmed from innocence, and I swore to never be with someone for their dollars because wanting to have stuff was shallow, right? Years quietly passed, but the situation had changed. The fire was dying, and he now supported me entirely. Life was very comfortable. My school was to be paid for, my eyes were fixed. I wore the best clothes and traveled to exotic places. I ate Whole Foods, drove the reliable car, and saw expensive art, from Broadway to galleries worth millions. One crisp full day, a cup of coffee called my name, almost instinctively, and I bumped into my first love, who is a US Marine. It had ended unfortunately, and the love was still very much alive. It didn't take long, and I remembered all the reasons why I adored him so. He had never moved on. We wanted the same things, loved the same things, knew each other like no one else ever could. In total sync. I was miserable with the man of wealth, and he with me. I chose my first love in the end, and that made all the difference. In my short yet wild time with access to millions, I learned a few things before I even reached my 20s. Happiness is truly wanting what you have. Although I could and did have it all, I began chasing the next high. It was destructive to my paradigm of life. The less people who know, the easier your relationships will be. More than anything, the best thing about with money is the ease of mind. It took about a day for me to start worrying about how to pay for stuff, until I realized it's precisely this worry that limits your abilities to access the means you need. Know the money you need is out there. Also know that with fearlessness and ability to stop going in circles of worry and think proactively, it will be easier to find creative ways to get to it. Your heart will not let you forget what it knows is true, despite all logic telling you the opposite. But ignore it for long enough, and it will bury itself deep, only to resurface again in time. Edit. Sorry, this kind of turned out to be a rant on a different subject, but oh well. Okay, I'm not rich and my family has never been rich. I live in a council house with my dad, so I know what it's like to be poor. But I make money, not much compared to people here, maybe the odd £100, but I'd save it up, and I work hard, usually within an hour of me waking up to an hour before sleep or less. I have always been good with technology and computers, so that's what I do to make the bits of money I do, and I self-taught everything I could, and I still am to this day. I've just turned 19, so I'd invent things, develop websites and software, repair electronics, build computers, graphics, and anything else I can do I will overwork for money. I don't have a college degree or anything past school, and I chose to leave college after 4 months as I was teaching the top teachers there and knew I had to do my own thing if I wanted to progress, and I'm now working on my own business and currently developing a website for it. So anyways, I save up money, not to buy anything or go anywhere or any reason to save it up, but so I feel safe if me and my dad need money for whatever reason. Otherwise it just sits there not being spent at all. I don't drink or smoke or go out partying or anything either, so there is no wasting money. Whenever I do spend money, 99% of the time is for something to help me make more, such as new hand tools or such. Even then I will research for sometimes hours to find the best quality product for the price, and would hate spending it, and will have the feeling of being poor once I see the money go down a bit. But whenever my dad asks if I have any money I could spare for bills or such, and I know he absolutely hates asking, I happily hand it over with extra like it's nothing. The look on his face as I give him the money is both pleasing, but making me feel like a failure and to work harder. Pleasing because he knows he doesn't have to worry about not being able to get money for the bills, but horrible because he doesn't want to take any money off me. The reason I work is because I want to eventually be rich enough to buy him what he always dreams of. It's nothing huge, but has always wanted a house with some land that he owns. Nothing special, and it wouldn't even have to be a perfect house, something he could fix up. And I feel like if I can't get him that before he goes, then I've failed. But at the same time I know I would have done my best and he would be proud. So as a conclusion, money does make you happy in the sense of not having to worry about anything and feeling at ease, but true happiness is taking care of your loved ones. I just hope I can make it closer to Stitch in time so I can show my dad both kinds of happiness. Both my grandfather and my father worked really hard in their careers, and because of that my family is incredibly lucky financially. I suppose luck didn't come into it for them. They worked hard to give me the life I have, but for me, it was complete luck. I was born into it. The best thing by far is the financial security. Firstly, financial security clearly means that I have been able to make life choices based on my best interests rather than on money. I'm currently at university, and although my father always made sure not to spoil me, nothing was ever a given, and I had to be able to reason out and understand any expenditure I was asking for. I chose my secondary school, private, university course and university accommodation purely based on what was best for me. Secondly, it has no doubt alleviated tension that other families might have. Money is one thing my parents don't have to worry or argue about. My family are incredibly close, and I would like to think we would have been regardless of our financial situation, but we have definitely bonded over some amazing shared experiences whilst traveling and exploring places for the first time. The worst thing? Being judged by my peers. I'm well aware that I have been privileged and incredibly lucky, and as I'm conscious of it, I try not to talk about money or spend more than my friends can afford to. The idea of lording it over them horrifies me. But I can't avoid the fact that some people will judge me, be it for my accent or upbringing, and feel it appropriate to make a comment. Even if they are just making a joke, it's really difficult to meet new groups of people and feel like you're being somewhat labeled as an outsider for something you can't change. I do not think I would be considered wealthy, upper middle class, maybe, but my husband and I combined pull in around 200G annually. We live in New Jersey near New York City, so the money does not go that far, but still, it is more than many people have. I would say from my perspective, again, having more than most people, the best things are small things like being able to buy clothes and not look at price tags. Mind you, I don't shop anywhere real fancy. But if I go to Matz's I know that in general I can probably afford a shirt for instance, so I pick what I want and look at the price right before I'm about to buy it to determine if it's worth it. Also, being able to fly first class. Worst, this sounds really dumb, but tension with other peers who I grew up with, but who make significantly less money. For instance, having people argue over tips. I tend to tip very highly for food service, or if I go to a spa, because I know servers and massage therapists have hard jobs and I have had lots of hard jobs, so I know how they feel. If I'm with friends who make less money than me, which is all of my friends, just being realistic, they seem insulted if I give a $20 tip on a $50 restaurant bill, and it leads to tension. To avoid it, I tend to let them tip what they want, wait until everyone gets up, and then add more money. I also find that people get insulted if I offer them money when they complain about not having it. For example, my friend, who I grew up with, needed money for a medical procedure. It was like $500 or something to that extent that she needed to pay for a deductible. She did not have the money, so I offered it to her and told her that I would not ask for it back, and she got angry. I know that is a weird issue and it probably does not count, but that's it. I will preface this by saying, I'm not rich as far as liquid assets go. Without giving away too much, I'm in a position where in the future I will never have to worry about money because of the hard work I put in all throughout my youth. The positive, of course, is that not only do I know I won't have to worry about money into my older age, I'm not even 30 yet, but that I will appreciate it. I came from a very poor family and area, single mother. So I think, being self-made gives you a deeper appreciation for what it takes to earn an honest buck. To rise above middle and lower class, and the struggle it takes, is not something they tell you in middle school as they hand out participation trophies. The bad part in my situation is similar to what others have said. People obviously know what I do, and there is a perception I have all of this liquid cash in a suitcase under my bed. People don't realize that all of my wealth is tied up, and I live paycheck to paycheck just like everyone else. Due to this, people get outright angry that I can't help them out of a tight spot, or that I don't offer to pick up the tab at the bar, since I'm so rich. I just want to slap them and say, if I had the pay for everyone mentality, and for the sake of argument had the ability to do it, I would not have the money I worked so hard to obtain. The other bad part is just the pure resentment. Even though I grew up poor, and I'm still, in liquid assets, poor, people constantly tell me how lucky I am. Yes, it was luck spending my spare time in high school studying and learning a trade. It was luck working a 40-hour job during college, still ended up with $30K in debt, so that I could get a degree. It was even luckier that I quit a middle-class white-collar job to take risks that 99.99% of people wouldn't have. It was lucky I was very careful, never had illegitimate children like my siblings. And lastly, it was lucky that I spend 100 hours a week working and haven't taken a vacation, even during holidays, in 5 years. In a hobby-do, that's my rant. It depends on how you define rich. We are in the top 4% now, but have not always been there. I grew up in a comfortable middle-class household, but then my dad had medical issues and that hurt us a lot. During my high school days we lived in a mobile home in a trailer park. I was okay with that, since I had good friends that never gave me any grief over it. I was always more concerned with my dad. I ended up going into the army to help pay for school, so I had little debt from school loans. I have worked a lot over the years to get where I am, and with my wife we are very comfortable. So I have been on both sides of the coin, so to speak. I would say the best thing is not worrying about money much anymore. I'm not extravagant though. I drive a truck, albeit a new one, but I had my last car 10 years. Our house is nice, but well below what we can afford. We like that it gives us the opportunity to do things for our family. Like next year we are paying for my brother and my wife's brother families to go on a trip with us. In a few years we are taking one of our nieces to Europe for her 16th birthday. The worst thing is thinking back to the old days and knowing that it would be much harder to go back to that if anything ever happened. No matter how careful you are and planning you do, there is always something that could be a major setback. Especially after watching my dad fade away. Medical costs even with insurance and savings can still wipe you out unless you are obscenely wealthy. So I try to plan, but I also try to enjoy what we have while we have it. Our money and our health is only temporary. I'm an only child whose economic situation is better than most, I'd say. I guess you could say upper middle class. Anyway, I'm not gonna talk about the positives, because the common benefit discussed by everyone in this thread is, you don't have to worry about things. The negatives, however, vary. In my case, it was very hard to tell, as I was growing up, which of my friends were real, and which were using me. Many times they were shameless, and made it extremely clear as to why they were taking up an interest in me. A friend of mine one time asked, obliging for him and another kid, can we just pick one thing from your house and take it? Now, I'm not really sure how you expect someone to answer a question like this, but I politely declined, resulting in the friend getting angered. Another major negative is that simple-minded people can create some extremely awkward situations. I've had numerous encounters in which people ask me, are you rich? How do you respond to this? Yes, I'm rich, and thus I'm better than you. Or do I say, no, not really? They would then either see me as a self-entitled douchebag or a liar. Pick your poison, essentially. Going along with that, I literally had zero effect on my financial status. Just because my parents decided to stay in school for twice, as long as their peers to earn high caliber jobs, which coincidentally yielded them a decent amount of money, and then gave birth to me, doesn't make me special. I had zero choice of being put into this situation. So am I supposed to just sympathize with you for being financially unstable? Am I supposed to wish upon myself that I was born to different parents? TLDR, it's confusing. I'm not rich, however my parents were at one time, before they made some really stupid mistakes. The best thing about being rich is very much not worrying about anything related to money. You want that Halo 3 helmet collector's edition, not a problem. Rock Band released a new set of instruments with their new game, I'll buy one for both consoles. It was great, and it's extremely hard to adjust when that's how you were brought up. The worst, I don't know how other people felt, but I always felt isolated by people who were not as lucky. Because of this I have always had a very hard time making friends. People would say things like, why do you care? You're rich and it hurts. I've always tried to be as humble as I could, because I understand that not everyone can buy every edition of Rock Band, but people would eventually figure out that my family had some money. Anyways, that's all ended for me. I'm now a person who once lived a very rich lifestyle, who now has very little money. I work a extremely stressful 9-to-5 job which pays just barely enough to pay the rent. And I hate the fact my parents were once rich. I wish I was brought up poor, because I don't understand the value of a dollar. Whenever a new video game or technology comes out, I have to stop myself from buying it. And the trouble is, I will dwell on it. For example, the new iPhone came out. I know I can't afford it, but it's all I ever think about. It's like I'm addicted to it, and the only way to feel good is to buy it. I know they say money can't buy you happiness, and to some extent this is true, but I can confirm that I was a much happier person when I didn't have to worry about buying food, a video game, or pay for rent. Every day I feel myself becoming more and more depressed, and I can't do anything about it. And I only recently realized now that this is what most people must feel like every day. And now I understand why people were the way they were to me when I had money. The world is faked and unfair. So I'm not rich, but my family kind of is. I was born middle class, and then we made a rather sudden transition to what I guess would be upper. like 500k per year when I was around 12. Probably more now, but I wouldn't have the balls to ask. I'm by no means wealthy in the way most of these people who posted are, but I did get to experience two very different lifestyles. The differences I noticed: we never discussed money. I was given a credit card at 16, and I could do as I pleased with it within reason. I never really abused this privilege, but if I needed a haircut I'd get one. If I wanted a book at a bookstore or a new outfit, fine. Going out with friends? Just do it. I'd typically pay for dinner and movie tickets, or whatever, but I soon realized this got me some disingenuous friends and I stopped. I got a new car at 16. It was based on function and safety rather than style, but it was nevertheless a new car. I kind of just assumed this was normal, even though only 4 years earlier I had hand-me-down clothes from my sister, and we drove a rundown station wagon. I'd assume if I went on a shopping spree, or faked up my grades, then the card would be revoked. But I was a pretty bland teen and I don't recall ever pushing it too far. College was paid for. It wasn't a question of will you, but of where. This is a huge one that separated me from my peers. All that was cool, and I'm absolutely grateful for the stability I have, but the downsides were a lack of education in how to run a household on an average salary. Now I'm on my own, and it's taken years to get good at managing my own finances. And I took college for granted. It took way longer than necessary to graduate doing something I love. Yes, I can still weasel money out of the old man on occasion, and sometimes sky miles and Hilton points, but I choose not to because of pride and work ethic. I will inherit it presumably, but that's a weird thing to think about. So I eat a lot of spaghetti, and try to carve my own path. Just like most people, I guess. I was born into a family that was very luckily for me extremely wealthy, higher than the 1% criteria. My parents used the money to give me opportunity upon opportunity and help live comfortably. Didn't waste money left and right, like excessively expensive food. I just had the benefit of having a nice first car, which I still drive, being able to dress nice and properly, and not having wealth limit what I wanted to do. It actually kind of bothered me in high school that people would ask if I was rich, wealthy, etc. because I wasn't really sure how to respond. And people expected me to pay for all their shit, like out to a restaurant. It's suddenly my job to provide for them. I made sure to not make friends with those who wanted money. That's important. Your true friends won't give a shit if you go bankrupt. They'll still like you. That's probably the number one thing to look out for. There are always those who just want to use you for what you have. My parents made sure not to overindulge me in things and made me earn them with grades as motivation. If they didn't do that, I probably would be that douchebag walking around with a watch on both wrists. I'd be a walking advertisement for Versace or something, and I'd drive like I owned the roads. I'm grateful for being able to have what I do, and I'm definitely going to raise my kids, if I have kids, that is, like my parents did me. If someone wealthy tells you they're humble about their wealth, instant sign to foe. That's the epitome of not being humble. I'm not sure if my husband and I qualify as rich or not. We don't live in a big mansion or have jet skis, not that level of rich. We certainly feel rich at this point. We make over double the median income of the city we live in, and over double the median income of the US, according to a quick Google search. No kids, no debt. We both grew up lower or mid-level middle class, depending on your perspective. We've been in poverty for a couple years before we were married. I've seen all sides of how people live financially, upper, now, middle, and lower class. We own a house nicer than either of us has ever lived in before, and plan to have it paid off within around 10 years. We both have cars that were inherited, and work fine, so, although they aren't the latest and greatest, they get us from A to B. We've been on 2 international vacations, and are planning a third for this spring. My husband had 2 companies in a bidding war for his most recent job. I'm not trying to brag, just presenting our situation for context. I see a lot of comments about mansions and $1,000 wine bottles, and we are definitely not there. By far the best thing, as others have said, and I agree with, is the freedom from worry and freedom for yourself. My husband and I have been on food stamps and unemployment, asking for money from family to pay the electric bill, etc. It's awful, and one of the immediate things we agreed on once we had good jobs was we never wanted to fall back to that place again, and we would prepare for everything we could possibly imagine to prevent that. We hoard savings, and are just now getting to the point where we feel like we can live instead of prepare, but it's actually something that has been very difficult for us to do. I agonize over small, for us, frivolous purchases because I feel so much guilt out of wasting money that could go in our savings account instead. We both lost our jobs a couple years ago. We worked for the same company and got laid off the same day. We were prepared though. I got a new job pretty quickly. We picked up, spent a lot of money breaking our lease, finding a new apartment, moving to a new city really quickly. It was no big deal. I had 2 visits and a sudden surgery. Even with insurance, the bills were pretty high. But it was no big deal. My tires busted out one day. I had to buy an entire new set. No big deal. Same thing happened to my husband a while afterwards. No big deal. Both our cars died on the same day, and we had to rush to get them fixed. No big deal. Root canal, took rounds. No big deal. Even with all these sudden and expensive expenses, our savings keeps going up, and our house loan down. If any of that stuff had happened just a few years ago, we would have been crippled, and that's horrifying. The bad part? It's really hard to say there is a bad part. I would say the worst is the anger and guilt I feel. I want things like socialized healthcare, basic income, elimination of wage slavery, etc. I get so furious hearing about cuts in the budget and such. That will really cripple people. But at the same time, we have to look after ourselves and play this shitty awful capitalism game. We don't want to work our entire lives. We want to enjoy some of our youth, just like everyone else. If that doesn't really count as a bad side, which I can understand if it doesn't, then my second on the list would be having to hush about finances all the time. It's such a taboo topic, everywhere, work, family, friends, etc. I tried to offer my father $50, and my father is very financially strapped, for doing some work on my house. I feel like I insulted him significantly, and that both saddens and infuriates me at the same time. Throwaway here. So long story short, I'm 18 years old. My mother is ill with breast cancer, and she passes away. Weeks later everything is transferred to my sister and I, and it turns out we get about $200,000 with more money in stocks and bonds. I have lived with my mom for about 6 years and cared for her when she was ill, and we lived in an apartment complex, nothing too fancy. I'm 19 when I'm writing this. I would personally say the worst thing about being rich is the things you have to give up to get it. Some give up time and others, me sadly had to give up my mom. I would honestly pay tenfold the amount I received to get her back any day. Personally, the relating to people part is not hard for me due to I believed I was middle class my whole life. The goods. One point when I'm 45 years old I will have about $8 million due to the fact I'm so young and have so much time ahead of me with interest and money in stocks. 2. This leaves me time to do what I want. I have a part-time job as a bike messenger and that makes me happy. 3. Parking tickets and speeding tickets really don't faze or bug me like my friends. The bad. My mother passed away. There is not a day that goes by that I don't miss her, and I get lonely. It is true that there are things money can't buy. I can't help everyone I would like, because if I did it would reveal I have money and change the way people see me. You don't know how many friends' student loans I want to pay off. Lack of motivation for some things. Being rich takes the struggle out of everything and that's not fun. I feel old. I literally have the money of a 45-year-old man and that means I have to be just as careful. Last and not least, being rich sucks. You give up things you love, time, loved ones, hobbies, and it fucks with you mentally. Don't give up your friends and family for money. I know I'm young, but I learned at a very young age money doesn't bring happiness. If anything, it brings stress. Fixed. Grammatical errors. I'm 16. My dad is an architect who works from home at his own firm. He also is an investor and was part of the huge Apple boom. Needless to say, we have a fallback. It hasn't really affected my life at all. In fact, my parents are amazing at making sure they're not spoiling me. I have 2 jobs, one at a record label and one at an architecture firm at downtown Seattle. My best friend who has 2 divorced parents who alone make about 120k a year and live in 2 separate cities, just got him a new gaming PC. I have a 4-year-old iMac. They try to make me only buy things that I want with my own money. Games, sweets, anything like that is on me. Food, shelter, and education is on them. I think they are the best parents in the world. Their influence has led me to experiment in music production with some of my best friends, pushed my YouTube career, and supported me all along, and they have paid for my own education at a good private school. However, sometimes I feel like I'll let them down because my GPA is only a 2.8 because I spent so much time working on music and animation. Not sure what college I want to go to, but I know I've missed a lot of opportunities because of grades. But I know that wherever I go will be good for me, and I have full confidence I can provide for myself in the future. Of course I will have inheritance when they die, but I don't want to think about that, because I don't want to lose them. My goal is to provide enough money for myself, so that I can provide for them in their old age. I would consider myself rich. I'm by no means self-made, but I would argue that I'm hardworking. I have a trust fund worth about $24 million. I try to spend as little of that as possible. I'm currently working a job making a little under $40k a year because it took me way too long in life to figure out what I want to do. So there were a lot of false starts and some low paying work while I figured things out over the decade after I graduated college. I only take enough money out of my trust to allow my wife to stay home to take care of our daughter. I also take out enough for us to go on a trip or 2 each year, usually one to a fun place for recreation, and then another to visit my sister who lives across the country. Honestly, my father tries to encourage me to spend more than I do, but I'm happy as things are. I live in a $300k house just big enough for my family in a nice neighborhood, and I drive a 2006 Honda. What a lot of the top posts have said about many rich people not really leading extravagant lives is pretty much true for me, and for everyone I know who has a lot of money. My ideal weekend is playing some video games and drinking some Jim Beam. On special occasions I buy myself a bottle of Macallan 12 or 15 year. I give myself about $50 disposable to spend per month on games, music, movies, etc. Me and my family eat out once or twice a week, usually at pretty mid-level restaurants. I would say that I hope to at some point get to a point professionally where I know I influence people in some positive way, but I don't care so much about the extra money. Maybe now that I've settled on something that I truly enjoy doing professionally, programming, I can do that. If I ever stop working, it will be so that I can spend more time on my own work, developing some game or something that I come up with and believe in. My experience is probably very different from the norm, but here it is anyways. My father is very wealthy, Ferraris and airplanes wealthy. My mother and her current husband have been intermittently employed, addicted, and are now filing for bankruptcy and losing their house. I grew up with my mother in Dallas, while my dad lived in Manhattan, but I saw him on holidays, and when he had vacation, and we still get dinner on occasion. I've had a weird mix of obscene luxury and devastating poverty in my life. When I started college 4 years ago, I was sleeping in my car and literally eating out of dumpsters while attending community college on loans. My personal finances have improved since then. I recently got a full-time engineering job at Intel, so I can't complain. My father doesn't hesitate to drop money. He will gladly buy you a brand new laptop and iPad and cell phone for your day or Christmas, and he doesn't seem to realize the significance of the purchase. The next year he bought everyone in the family Ferrari shirts to commemorate his new Ferrari. We all kind of looked at each other like, seriously? Some things are weird to me, like if he just doesn't feel like driving he will have a town car or limo pick him up, and I think this means less to him money-wise than when you or I buy a $2 bus ticket. He told me once that when he goes shopping he thinks of the whole store as his closet, because spending the money means nothing, so if he doesn't have an immediate use for something he'll just let them take care of it for now, until he intends to use that item. He doesn't hesitate to throw $80 items away or replace something. Like once he bought a fancy kite for 1,000. Then the next time he wanted to fly a kite he just bought another expensive kite because he didn't feel like digging the one he already owned out. He's very eccentric. When he feels like adopting a new hobby, he'll buy everything related to that topic in existence and then get bored before even opening everything. Like once he wanted to learn Latin, so he bought several huge bins of just about every Latin book in print, only opened one or two, then got bored a week later and tossed the whole bunch. Another time he decided to get into board games, so he spent over 4k on board games. He ordered them from all over the world. The boxes took over the whole living room. Then since he didn't have anyone to play them with he would them out, set everything up, and just sort of look at them contemplatively for 2 hours. And he did that I don't even know how many times. I eventually gave in and played them with him. It's hard for him to make friends because in his words, when he makes friends with someone they end up becoming his employee. He remarked sadly to me the month that he didn't have any friends. It's also hard for him when dating, because the women he dates are often gold diggers, and he had a very poor view of women for a long time because of it. Then he met a woman who was uncomfortable with him spending money on their dates, and he said it wouldn't work out, because she wouldn't let him spend money, so they could do things, and if they were going to go Dutch on all activities it would severely limit what they could do. So he broke up with her, but one failed marriage, with another gold digger. Later they're back together and everyone agrees she's a keeper. She's an accountant, so she isn't broke, but she can't keep up with his lifestyle, but they make it work. I'm probably making him sound kinda weird, but he's honestly a pretty reasonable dude and I think you'd like him, if you met him. I can't pretend we are totally cool. He messed up my FAFSA pretty bad, and since he wouldn't help with school I had a lot of trouble, and had to put myself in scary situations. Being young and female and homeless isn't always safe. It's weird to me that he has no problem dropping 5k on random gifts, but then can't take any responsibility for me as his child. But I think he thinks he did the right thing by not giving me any handouts, because I don't think it was about the money. He couldn't care less about that. 15k a year tuition is nothing to him. He's not perfect, but he's a pretty cool guy and I wish I'd had the chance to get to know him better growing up, because I think we are very similar people and would have had a lot good times. I come from parents that are rich. I'm well off, but nowhere near where my parents are. As a kid, I was raised where, if I needed something, they would get it for me. If I wanted something, I was on my own. Some people say their parents raise them as we have money. You don't, but my parents never really gave me that vibe, even though that is the way they acted. Anyways, good/bad stuff. A really good thing that comes from it is I never have felt hopeless about money. There have been some times where I have screwed up big time. The parents knew it, they paid for the damages, lawyer if I needed one, etc. But I had to pay them back. Having a loan at 0% same as cash from mom that I pay in full after a year is much better than having to sell off my belongings or take a predatory loan where I pay back much more than I borrowed. The one bad thing that I can't shake is the paranoia that everyone is after my money. I'm a relatively generous person, but if someone asks to borrow $20, I do my own form of a credit check to see if I will actually get my money back. I suppose it is a good quality to have at 10 p.m. Friday night and a girl wants to try to use me to get her a drink. I can smell it from a mile away. There is the question of what are the first 3 things you buy after winning the lottery? Mine is simple: lawyer, investment banker to set up a trust fund, and a house far away where the only people that can find me are the ones I want to find me. I suppose a middle ground thing is how I live my life now. I will live like a pauper/miser for some time, then spend a ton of money on a big purchase, car, vacation, etc. Saving money is a good thing, but I can take it to the nth degree if I don't sanity check myself. I like how anytime someone legitimately answers this question a few insecure people just automatically call them a liar. I will cut to the chase and come right out and say that I'm not a rich person. I grew up poor, and I now make a modest living. Enough to be comfortable, but not without its struggles. The reason I'm answering this question is that I have some experience in this area. When I was a teenager I did not have a family who could support me. I came from a broken home, and my mother worked several jobs at a time to make ends meet. That meant that, if I wanted anything including clothing, or even small things like the cost of a ticket to the movies, I had to earn it myself. As long as I can remember, I have always had a job, since I was old enough to get hired anywhere. After school my friends would go goof off, and I would go to work. It wasn't that I just enjoyed working. I hated it, but I hated being hungry all the time more. So I worked, and I saved. My jobless, careless friends had horrible entitlement issues. They constantly complained that they did not get enough money from their parents to go out every night. They would insult their parents when they didn't get what they wanted. Soon, they were no longer my friends. Somehow it was okay for them to rip on me for having a job, but would get mad at me for not paying their way to go do things the rest of the time. Being the only one with money when you are surrounded by people with their hand out is a terrible feeling. I understand why people with real money keep their mouths shut about it. I never figured out the secret to getting rich. Honestly, I never much cared. I just wanted to be content in life, and I am. Everything I have I earned through hard work. I have a roof over my head, I have food in my pantry, and I have a few creature comforts that I enjoy. If you cannot find contentment in the fundamentals, no amount of money is going to fix that. I wouldn't say that I grew up filthy rich, but money isn't something my dad struggles with. He is a dentist that has had his own private practice for 25 years. Throughout my childhood, he probably made about $200,000 a year. He has always been a great dentist, but a bad businessman. He recently started focusing on his business the past 5 years, and I'd estimate that his practice makes roughly $1 million a year. He currently has a new office manager who says that they can probably get him to a point where his practice is making $1.30 to $1.5 million a year. I grew up in a very nice neighborhood in a house that's probably currently worth at least $1.5 million right now. When I ate breakfast in the morning, I'd be looking at the sunrise over the ocean. Most of the people I grew up around were upper middle to upper class. My parents got divorced when I was 14, and my mom was always between jobs and trying to make ends meet, so I experienced both ends of the spectrum. Obviously, the biggest difference is that money isn't something you have to worry about as much. You need to go to the hospital. You don't have to worry about going broke from medical bills. My father isn't the type to throw his money around to show off. He grew up in Iowa, and he was a farm boy. He bought 4 acres, and he has a miniature horse and 3 dogs. He has a truck, and he doesn't need to buy a Ferrari or anything. He probably spends most of his money on his practice. Half the time, you'll see him working in the garden or repairing something on the ranch. One thing he taught my brothers and I was to work hard. I spent a lot of time splitting logs, putting up fences, and all that stuff. I'm in college right now and trying to finish up my last year. He has been helping me out financially. I haven't had to work to pay rent or have extra spending cash. I had a couple part-time jobs just for extra spending cash. If I needed any money for anything, I just had to call him up. I've had friends and roommates who caught onto the fact that my dad has money who started asking for favors. I initially helped them out if they really needed it, but I eventually just started saying no. Most of them had no intention of paying me back. My rule has been that if I lend money once and they fail to pay me back in any way, I won't lend to them again. I recently started working full-time cause I have to go an extra semester and I want to be financially independent from my father. One problem with being financially dependent on someone else is that they can hold it over your head and make demands. I'm also much more responsible with money if I'm the one who had to earn it. One thing I found was that rich families often had some serious family issues. A big problem is that they'll just throw money at the problem rather than actually resolving it. I can say from my own experience that my family had money, but there was a lot of abuse and other issues. Money also helps hide those issues from the community. There was a lot of prescription drug abuse where I grew up, and I had a few friends die from overdosing on painkillers before I graduated high school. My brother has had his issues with drug abuse and he's lucky to not be in prison at this point. I grew up in a weird situation, kinda half in half out of rich. My family is relatively wealthy and educated overall, but it's not like I got a free trust fund income when I was 18. I have cleaned a toilet for pay. I'm not a part of the 1%, but my family is definitely in the higher tax brackets, and I personally benefit materially from that. I went to private Catholic schools as a kid, which was probably the worst part. I was having to MLA format my papers in 4th grade, and apparently my parents were in the minority that didn't just do their kids' work for them. I worked harder at school in grade school than most people do in college. So, I guess, at this point, doing intellectual work all day ain't no thing, but I got there by hating almost every day during my entire childhood. This was also during a time where among my peers at school, I was the poor kid who lived in a small house. I didn't really know what poverty was when I was a kid though. The best part is that my fuck ups don't leave me homeless. No matter what happens, I can make a phone call and come home. I can take larger risks and have been able to dedicate myself to dashing adventures and gaining XP in my 20s rather than in trying to scrabble out a career and put together a pile of rainy day money. I've lived all over, done a bunch of odd jobs that don't really add up to much of a career, but I'm handy and experienced in myriad things now, a jack of all trades. Mostly, I didn't have to worry about saving an emergency fund or worry about paying for school or buying books, because my family helped with that kind of stuff. I only ever asked for what I needed, worked at least part-time through most of my schooling, sometimes to the detriment of my academic performance, because I thought I was supposed to. I've never had to use SNAP or any welfare other than student aid so far. Looking back, I would be in a better position now if I hadn't thought that way. I have lived frugally for the most part. Over the past decade, I've lived with lifestyle costs of around 10-15k on average, not including tuition costs, which I considered an investment in my future earnings potential. Some of this was from loans, and some of this is from my family, and some of this is from the 10+ different wage jobs I've had all over the country. At 31, I get to crash at home while I take a pseudo gap year because I chose a bad grad school to start out my graduate education and dropped out rather than sticking with it. Now I'm living in my parents' basement and taking some community college to prepare for grad school next year. I helped my dad with DIY work around the house and I looked for work for a while, but didn't find anything. They keep me fed and housed and help pay for tuition costs when FAFSA won't cover it, and also help with application fees and other similar expenses, but it's not like I'm going out to bars or buying expensive clothes or using a new computer or going out for $300 steak dinners. I don't take any of this for granted. I'm really lucky. My parents do very well for themselves. I have no idea exactly how much, but the last calculation from a few years ago was about 600k a year, with a ton of investments. As a kid, I wasn't allowed to have video games or have too many toys. I would get an allowance with the expectation that I would do chores and learn how to do basic house maintenance. They considered private school, and I went to some when I was very young, but my mother wanted me to know that there were other types of people out there, so she enrolled me in the most rundown school in the area. That may seem pompous, but she wanted me to know what it felt like to be a minority and meet kids from all sorts of different family backgrounds. My father was paranoid that I wouldn't know the value of a dollar, so he was very strict. My mother was more concerned that I wouldn't know how to take care of myself, so she taught me DIY things and how to clean. I never needed to get a job and was expected to get good grades and participate in school and get into a good college, which I did. They wanted me to pay a third of my tuition and they helped me with the rest. I had to drop out of school because of an illness, but when I re-enrolled I refused to ask for their help, taking out student loans to pay my way through as I worked full-time, paying for all of my essentials and fringes. I don't assume I will inherit anything, even though I'm the only child and only grandchild on one side. It has never been talked about, and I would never presume. My parents have plenty of charitable work that could use the money more than me, and although I harbor a deep desire to own a family estate with farmland and raise generations on it, my parents have never invested in it, and I'm too embarrassed to mention my dreams. My dad always told me not to tell people how much money we had. Not that we ever had a lot, but we live comfortably in middle class. From reading this thread it sounds like that's something everyone should keep to themselves. I have a friend whose family is fairly rich. Her parents are a lawyer and a landowner and they have a beautiful house. Her parents raised their 4 daughters very well. However, they all turned out intelligent, kind, but they are a little naive. All 4 daughters have been in a car accident or another, often more than once. And I've driven with the youngest, who's my friend, on several occasions. She often doesn't wear her glasses when driving. Of course mommy and daddy fixed their cars right up, but it sounds like they were quite pissed. There was another time a cooler we were using at a party leaked all over the floorboards in the kitchen and warped the floor. My friend was livid at what had happened and was dreading talking to her parents about it. That really showed me how serious her parents took money spending, and it gave me a lot of respect for their family. They of course have the money to fix it, but that doesn't mean they want to have to, you know? Her parents ended up being much cooler about it than she was expecting, although she had worked herself into hysterics by the time she was forced to approach them. I think wealthy people get clumped into this stereotypical lump of shitty people because of media portrayal and general asshats that are encountered, but like all people, the ones we'd rather not hear are often the loudest, and I think it's skewed the real perception of the wealthy. For example, when all that 99% and 1% talk was going on before Obama's re-election, there were plenty of wealthy people saying they'd be more than happy to spend their money on the country, and then there are those with multiple bank accounts across the country to avoid paying taxes. How is that still happening, by the way? In any case, there's good and bad among everyone. Also, in middle school I had a rich friend whose father was a surgeon. I genuinely liked hanging out with him, but eventually he got snippy with me because he thought I was only hanging out with him because of his money, which is nuts because I had invited him over to my 1-story house before, though admittedly it did perplex me as to why he wouldn't want to hang out at his mansion and his saltwater pool several times, and yet he still managed to skew his perception of me. Paranoia, I guess. He was a smart dude and funny, so it ended up being sad when I lost him as a friend. This is probably going to be buried, but whatever. First off, I'm not rich. My girlfriend thinks I'm rich. My friends think I'm rich. It never feels like I'm rich, and I've never had over $25,000 of my own money in my bank account, and I don't have that much now. That said, I'm 18 years old, living on my own, and I make pretty good money. Some stupid decisions mean that I owe a lot of money out, but that ends this month. I run 2 online businesses, and as such I'm allowed a lot of freedom in my life and schedule. My girlfriend thinks I'm rich. She's never had a lot of money. Her family has 6 children and 1 working parent, and is currently struggling with student debt on the road to get a PhD. She's a typical broke college student, works 40 hours a week at near minimum wage, and has little money to show for it. That said, she never accepts my financial help. She'll let me pay for a meal or something, but has no displayed issue with doing it herself. If her car breaks down, or she can't afford tuition, she will never ask for my help, and if I offer, she'll turn it down. I make more than my parents, combined. Frankly, I haven't had to worry about bills or rent, ever. If I want to buy something, like a $250 herbal vaporizer, or a Moto 360, I just buy it. That said, it comes with crushing stress. While there's certainly probably more stress that comes with not having money, every day I have to get up and see that something is broken. Usually it's out of my control, third-party APIs, etc. Every day I have a pit in my stomach because I feel like at any moment everything I have will be pulled away from me. I live with my mom, and she is the one making money, and I want to tell you this before anything else. Anyways, when I grew up I was raised in a city that directly shared its border with East Oakland. It was as bad as it sounded. I lived in a 2-bedroom 1.5 bathroom house in the ghetto. My family was from a different country, and we got lucky enough to get here from an aunt who petitioned our family when she got here getting a job in real estate. I was born here and not in the different country. I was thinking about not sharing this information because people can ask me and trace me since this isn't a throwaway account, but who the heck cares? The country was the Philippines and we came from a city that was close to Manila. I've visited there once because I have some relatives there. When I was living there, I lived with my uncle, grandma, grandpa, and mom. I didn't grow up having a dad because on my dad's side of the family, my grandma didn't like my mom. Since she was Asian, my grandma happened to be a German, but that has nothing to do with it. Just thought about it now for the first time in my life and thought that was funny. My dad was a Coast Guard who became a SEAL, but that's a different story for a different day. I never met my dad or just anyone on my dad's side of the family since I was a baby and I don't remember him at all, but my mom tells me stories about him all the time and tells me how I look just like him. Everyone who I lived with had not the greatest of jobs, I'll tell you that, but we got off fine enough being in the middle of low class and middle class. My aunt moved and convinced my mom to come move with her to SoCal and my mom said yes. I was about to move from 3 of the closest people in my life as a child. Me and my mom were better off than before, but we still lived off of food stamps, and she had odd jobs, and had to do those kind of jobs where they called you whenever you wanted. We didn't have enough money. I never got any toys for years and my entertainment was cartoons. When my mom had enough to pay DirecTV, which we didn't have every month. I was too young to know why, but my mom had it. She decided with my uncle that she didn't want this anymore. She wanted more in life, so she talked to my uncle and grandparents and aunt and they talked, I guess. My aunt was a nurse and told her that she should become one too because she had experience with it. My grandparents said they would be willing to pay for her schooling. My uncle said he wanted to do nursing too, since he didn't really have a job. My uncle and mom went to the Philippines to get their nursing license because it was cheaper and faster to get their license there, and they were my closest family. When we were at the airport, I cried. I thought they were leaving me. My mom was going to not see me for 2 years, and I was only a first grader and my uncle for 3. I stayed with my grandparents for those years and my mom would always send me messages through mail about how she loved me every day, but I told her that she didn't love me most of the time because I didn't understand how she was doing this for me. When she came back, I had to move once again to SoCal because there were no nursing jobs available in NorCal and the houses were too expensive, so I had to say bye to my friends in school again and my grandparents. My mom got job and a car came with it. She was making 6 figures for the first time. Nothing really happened for a couple of years, but life was great. My mom is very lazy at home, but can at least sustain her job and make money and everyone in the family is happy about that. My mom eventually got fatter and fatter, depressed, and my stepdad started being an ass and ignoring her. Eventually, they are basically not even in a relationship anymore and just legally married but not divorced. She starts doing bad at work and they see that and lay her off. Things get bad. She can't pay for the house anymore and we basically have no money again. We get desperate to sell the house before the bank forecloses it and we get nothing. My mom starts getting desperate for money and sees that my uncle's business does well. My uncle isn't a nurse because the year after my mom came, they stopped accepting credits from the Philippines and that was the year he came back. Anyways, my uncle's business is e-juice for electronic cigarettes, but I'm not going to tell you what the brand is. My mom asked my uncle for some help and he decides he will help her since he lives with us. His wife, my aunt, decides she wants to do e-juice too, so she starts business with my mom. After weeks of testing and perfecting their juice, my mom finally releases it. It's a success. It's a huge hit, and every store in every country asks for orders. There is business 24/7 and reviewers are going insane for the stuff. One of the people my mom was talking to started to like my mom and my mom liked him back. The guy told my mom about a distributor, and my mom talked to this distributor guy. She sent him only one message and the guy asked her for some samples to see if the stuff is good and legit. The guy was rich but very snotty, something nobody would be in my family if they became rich. He got the samples and he loved them. These big distributor guys are people you usually go for, but this guy went for us. He starts texting my mom and offers her a contract if she fixes some things with her juice, labeling, making the cap food grade, and not just the body, stating the correct nicotine, and making the cap chilled proof. My mom is obviously excited and wants to do this ASAP because the contract is huge. We patiently waited because everything gets done in China, and at the time it was a holiday so nobody was working. The changes finally get made, and the distributor guy agrees on the contract. We locked it in. To summarize the contract, you give us the rights of the business, you make the e-juice, you send it to us, we'll bottle it in a factory, and you guys get millions of dollars every year. The amount of money was more than anyone in my extended family has ever made before. It was basically paid monthly, and every month WZS 6 figures. For perspective, the most money my extended family has ever made was the aunt who petitioned our family here, the real estate aunt, who made $200k a year. I was just in high school when this happened. That year, I got a GTR Black Edition, Yeezys, an ultimate gaming PC, a theater in my room, a bunch of streetwear and all the stupid stuff a teen could ever want. I basically bought any popular game on the Steam library too. This was basically a dream. I didn't even have an allowance. I just got whatever I wanted, and that was the end of the story. My mom had all of her debt erased and anyone in the immediate families erased. All of my college fund was saved up. The $1 million house was immediately bought. I had a house close to school that I lived in. It was illegal to be a minor alone, but nobody cares. My mom put away the money for insurance, food, and any other stuff that was just bare/necessities away. After we sorted that out, all of the money we got coming in was literally for being baller and for entertainment, and we literally couldn't get poor because of this contract. So it wasn't the same as the people who win the lotto and go into debt. We bought a Lamborghini, we got all of our relatives in the Philippines over to the US, we traveled the world. We ate at fancy restaurants all the time. We had fun. Everyone in our extended family visited our house. I finally got one of those fancy beds that move, stay cold, and are soft. Bed is freaking amazing. We basically did everything, and at the end, it was basically a happy ever after and not a shit show like so many other rich people are. We were legitimately happy. We went from rags to riches, just because my mom got desperate, and it ended up being more than she bargained for. To answer your question op, best thing about being rich is no worries about a thing. Worst thing about being rich is not being normal in society and you get treated differently, so it's hard to find genuine friends, but the friends you do have are even closer, so it's not bad. Before I should start an e-juice business. The best thing, freedom. I have no student loan debt. I have a car completely gifted to me. My parents gave me the down payment for a house. As long as the world doesn't implode, my future is secure. My parents instilled in me how to be smart with money. I think this is the best gift they gave me. Worst thing. You get really used to luxury. You don't develop skills because you can pay someone else who has them to do shit for you. If you become poor, you're really going to struggle. Money also means you're impatient for shit, and then when you get it, you really aren't going to value it as much. It changes your relationships. I'm somewhat resentful of my parents because living within their means is a lot different than me living within mine, and they encourage me to do things like hire a maid that I can't afford. I hate that I have used them for money. I hate that I get sucked in sometimes into that materialistic life. Oh, and add to the fact that my dad's whole family imploded due to jealousy, like death threats and shit. I haven't really had a problem with people treating me differently. I have a lot of money in real estate, but cash is what I earn from my job. My boyfriend just got a really well-paying job, and I'm committed to living well below our means until we pay off his debt. And then, we'll spend our money, I say our money, because we're de facto married, on taking care of our house, awesome trips around the world, high quality food, and trainers to keep us healthy. I don't want a bunch of stupid shit cluttering my house, and I have no desire to show off my money. I'm not rich personally, as I'm a student, but I come from a well-known family. In high school I once got caught for smoking or something, and the police officer at my school waved it off for me, but my friends all got tickets/phone calls home. That was the first time I really felt awkward about my name and the attachment to wealth. Having the family name attached to mine has never been a problem, other than stated above, up until university. People/professors see my name and think, oh, what are they doing here? Can't they just live off their family's wealth? No. I hate that. Do they think I'll just be handed money until I die? No. I'm there to have a job in the future, support myself, live on my own, and know it has come from my own success. Secondly, the pressure on you to support your friends. Oh hey man, we could totally go to my house, but yours has so much more to do. I don't think I've been to another friend's house for over a year. After I have them over, it's the only place they wanna go. I kind of want to leave my place sometimes. That sounded kind of beachy, but I'm sick of them trying to invite themselves over. Lastly, the assumption that, because the family has moolah, you do too. Nope. I've been working since I was 16 to buy the car I have, which I did not receive any assistance or money from my parents. I pay for my gas, my insurance, sometimes my food, etc. The only support I receive from family is food, shelter, and love. I don't need anything else from them and want to have my own life and go through it on my own. But when I go to the bar, to the movies, anywhere, it's just the assumption that I will pay for it because I have too much money that I know what to do with. This all goes back to the original points. Honestly, the only thing about having a rich family that's beneficial is knowing they will always be okay and will not have to worry about the next paycheck like they did when I was born. I love them to death and they're the reason I'm in this world. I wish everyone, everywhere to be able to know their family will always be okay, but that's not how life works. Wow, that felt good to write. Never really told anyone my feelings like this before, but it's going out there, and I hope someone can read this and understand that everyone wants friends simply because they like you. Not your money or your cars, but you as a person. I guess I haven't found them yet. Thanks for reading. Back in the late 80s, I fell backwards into a great job that paid 6 figures, plus bonuses, travel pay, etc. Having worked really hard for most of adult life, this was like winning the lottery. At the same time, I was still doing some part-time gigging in local clubs, and I met this woman. We hit it off, started dating, and then she moved in with me. Once she realized that I was making serious money, she showed up with a letter and gave it to me. It was a bill for her student loans, which she had defaulted on. I asked her what she wanted me to do with it, and she, with a straight face, said, "I expect you to pay it. Now that we are together, my bills are your bills." I hope she's doing okay, but I didn't talk to her after that day. Just another anecdote about that time period. As part of my job, I would occasionally go to upper scale clients to help them. One of those was Buffalo Bob Smith from Howdy Doody. I got to be really good friends with him, went to house on occasion, and had the honor to play golf with him a few times. He was a very humble man. While rich, he never played the rich card. He kept his professional life and his personal life completely separate. The only time that he let on to me that he was extremely well off was when he told me how he got scammed in a Florida land deal. He said, "I lost $750,000 that day, but you know what? It's not the money that pisses me off. It's the principle of the matter." I wouldn't consider myself rich, but my family is pretty well off. Live in a country club, 3 cars, went to private school all my life, and my parents paid for my college. Not bragging, just giving some background, so you can get a feel for what I mean by well off. Best thing is never really needing anything. Anything that I needed was paid for, no question asked. My parents bought me a car when I was 17 and have supported me all 4 years of college, tuition as well as living expenses. Worst part is how other people perceive you and act around you. Even from my friends, I get a lot of rich boy jokes, or I'll be called cheap because I don't want to pay for something for somebody else. They aren't trying to be malicious really, but it's still really irritating. I try to never flaunt money and hesitate to even bring it up in conversation. I think it's really tasteless to discuss money, especially when with people who just aren't on the same level fiscally. Besides, it's not my money to brag about. College was really eye-opening though. Some of my friends live paycheck to paycheck and are concerned with being able to eat out or go out to a bar or buy a new video game because they have to pay rent next week. I keep track of my finances and try not to spend superfluously, but it's never really a concern of mine. I spend pretty freely without issue. Okay, this will be at the end of the post. I'm okay. Not rich. Top 1%, but not rich compared to some of my friends. Have friends from school who were early employees of Google, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Dropbox, you name it. They're in an entirely different atmosphere. They don't have to work anymore, but they still do. They just transition from one job to another job. They go on fantastic vacations, go to amazing Michelin-star restaurants, they pay all cash for houses in the Bay Area, have weddings at French Laundry, etc. But they all earned it. All middle-class upbringings and just happened to be lucky that their companies did well. Have a slew of friends who went to the same school and didn't fare as well because they happened to go to startups that failed. Everyone went through the first dot-com boom and now are in the second one, so the mentality is a little different. I'm happy for their success and they deserve it. Now we have kids, and we all worry about spoiling them. We can afford to send them to $32K a year elementary school. Not because it's better, but because they will associate with people like themselves. My kids sometimes get embarrassed where they've been to. I live in a rural area, so I send my kids to the local public school. Was a private prep school person myself, so it's been a cultural shock. But the friends I went to school with are sending all their kids to these wonderful prep schools in the Bay Area and Southern California area. I wish I could, not because of lack of money, but the nearest one is 40 minutes away. My kid's public school. What do you mean you have no books, just photocopies of even more workbooks? I end up giving thousands a year to my school just to make it up. But in the summers, my kids go to that prep school where my parents live, and they live there for the summer. Fencing lessons, basketball, Mandarin, programming, daily private swim and golf lessons, critical thinking classes, the whole 9 yards. They have sushi every day. Go to the local art museum. I dress them differently. They will wear crew, Burberry, Polo, all gifts from their relatives or grandparents on my side, but at their public school it's all Lego and Minion t-shirts. They don't dare wear polos at their public elementary school. They are under 9 and have gone to over 20 countries with my folks or with us. They love their summer school because when they go into their classes, their classmates also have been to Paris or Venice or Russia. I don't worry about their education. Their college and postgraduate education is already taken care of. My husband's side is decidedly middle class. My dad's side is very poor, but my mother's side is very patrician. In their home country, my mother's side has hospitals, monopolies in commodities, etc. So I've seen extremely poor to extremely rich. The Harry Potter Lego sets no longer in stock. Sure, I'll buy them off of eBay, the whole collection without batting an eye. But I make my kids earn them. Do your chores. Every 100% on graded reports get points, and after accumulating 5,000 points then you can open one set, etc. You have to incentive kids. You go every year to Hawaii or the other islands during Christmas week in December, not in the summer. There's a difference. My friends on the other hand can go to Denmark for the weekend from California just to go to a few restaurants, or enter chateau in south of France with their girlfriends and bring their work for the week. Literally, I can look at one of my girlfriend's feed and there's thousands of dollars worth of wine for a little dinner party at her place in Hong Kong or her other place in New York. I'm not jealous though, I think. Good for her. I hope she enjoyed it. That's the difference. I have money, I am not jealous. Good for them. Kid's birthday at school? Get each person in their class a small Lego set or case for their minifigures. You can buy your way into any behind the scenes things at museums and anywhere else. You can go to lion camp, play with lion cubs, you can sleep overnights at the museums, swim with sharks and stingrays. You get front seats at the cheetah run. Your kids and group can afford to bypass the lines and get special tours or accommodations. You sit in the back room of a busy restaurant with over 50 people ahead of you. You bypass it because your parents have been going there for years and they know you by name. I have a niece and nephew. Their mom, my husband's sister, never worked, pretty much lazy. She's always rude to the wait staff, never lifts a finger, never puts away the dishes. Expects everything to be handed to her. She's poor. Her dad spoiled her because he was a doctor and enabled her to no end. She is a spendthrift and lacks impulse control. Her kids ask me for the latest and greatest thing no matter what. I tell them no. I buy all their Legoland passes, Disney passes, museum passes, zoo passes for a whole year. Every year, that's my present to them, and yet they complain to me that I didn't get them the knick-knack or the new Lego set at the freaking gift shop. I buy their tickets to Hawaii, still ungrateful. They get horrible grades. They have no concept of money. My kids, I hammer to them the value of money. I always tell them, your parents have money, you do not. I teach them manners. They never bother either set of grandparents for toys when they go out. But when my parents see them, they always give them red envelopes of money, usually $100 or $200 each, which we deposit in their college savings account. I teach them to hold the doors for strangers, to put back the grocery carts in the shopping centers, to smile and say please and thank you for those who serve us, to pick up after themselves or after others. They donate about 1/3 to 1/2 of their toys and clothes every year to the local charity. They watch only 1 hour of TV each week, half-hour BBC Animal program and Cora. My kids, I get them the latest robotic sets. I get them their own microscopes that are usually for medical laboratories. I order their own dissection kits of pigs, sharks, cow eyes to experiment on. I don't buy them any video games though. If someone gave them video games, I generally reject it. I try to make up for what is sorely lacking in public education. Things I used to take for granted growing up in an affluent neighborhood and great prep schools vs a not so great school system. So it takes all kinds. You can have rich and grateful. You can have poor and entitled. You can have poor and grateful. You can have rich and entitled. All of this because my husband and I started from zero. He paid his way through grad school. We both got top tier education and saved and delayed gratification. He had the same car during grad school and now for 14 years, while his spendthrift of a father changed 4 times new cars, Mercedes, Lexus, etc. No leases mind you. It's just this year that we got him a Mercedes S-Class, used of course, but he feels guilty zipping around it, but he deserved it. 30k miles on it and about 1/5 of the price. The kids call it the space car next to our Toyotas. We saved like mad and let our money grow and work for us, and now we can start enjoying it. We still work like 50 to 70 hours a week, but we also take time off. You can't be too stingy. Would I buy a $5,000 channel flap purse? No. I can afford it, but why? I'd rather spend that extra for the extra experience in the Chengdu Panda breeding facility or the private whitewater rafting tour in Bali vs the group rafting tour. I base all my trip planning on how close the great restaurants are. It's not even that expensive. Group tour is $35 to $45 a person, private tour is $100 per person. So yes, I spoil my kids in terms of things I can give them, but I remind them to be grateful. If they step out of line or do something bratty, I really get serious. I just don't want them to be lazy or unproductive like my sister-in-law. I see it with some of my cousins who never worked, who sponge off other people. Like the time my cousin asked, "Oh, can I go to Europe with you?" No. My dad over the years has funded my cousins, trips to England, all around Europe. For the life of me, I don't know why. On his feed, he's there posing next to a Maserati, next to these expensive shopping areas, and I'm thinking, who are you fooling? He's never had a job in his 40 years here and all he does is smoke pot. Ugh. It makes me sick. Industrious people don't like people who don't work or who can't help themselves. I should write this on a chest. My family is upper middle class, but we try to live well within our means. My cousin in China is what is known infamously as Fuerde, or rich second generation. Following the giant boom in China's economy, many hard-working people became rich. Of course, they don't want their children to go through the same thing they did, so they spoil the crap out of them. So my aunt recently bought my cousin a fully furnished apartment in the expensive swanky new side of Beijing. The apartment would neighbor several of her friends' quarters. Their families planned this out. Cousin walks in, decides she hates the decor, and stays at a family friend's house, refusing to move in. until she is allowed to pick her own furniture. Anecdote aside, my aunt is super generous. When I stayed with her she always took me out to eat delicious Chinese food I bet you've never had before. She always asked me if I needed pocket money. She once slipped some into my wallet and was just a warm person. Yet she also uses her money smartly. My uncle and aunt still live in the same company-run housing, tall towers of apartments they moved into when they first came to Beijing to work for said company. They own a 3-story, lavishly furnished house with a yard, a big deal in China, in the outskirts of town, that they go to on weekends, but their regular house is homey and doesn't give off any suggestion of their wealth. Like most Chinese, they hang their laundry out to dry, and they buy fruit from the old lady who hawks them a block away. So I guess the best part about money is that you can live however you like, loudly or quietly. You have a choice in the matter, and you can be generous without being worried for your own well-being. The worst thing is that people take advantage of them. My father's client, who he happens to be quite close with, has a son that got a BMW upon getting his driver's license. The son immediately gets rear-ended and proceeds to get sued into oblivion because the other driver saw that he was young and came from a rich family. TLDR, I know a lot of rich Chinese PPL. I started an industrial and agriculture dealership about 8 years ago with my dad, right after college. We sell tractors, work trucks, irrigation systems, control systems and a lot more. We even sell some of the new agricultural UAVs. In all, my net worth is above $3 million, but below $10 million. The best thing is what has been said on here, security. I grew up poor, so not having to worry about the next paycheck is awesome. I can also give back to the community. We have investment programs for businesses and work programs for teens, veterans and the homeless. I also have breakfast and lunch catered every day at all my locations. Another semi-good thing is the influence. Because we invest so much into the local economy, I can, if I wanted to, change things to how I wanted them. This came in handy when my sister's boyfriend at the time cheated on her and kept on working his well-paying job as a manager at a bank. All I did was pick up the phone and he was fired. The worst thing is that people will avoid you and others will want to be around you all the time. When we knew that the business was going places, my girlfriend at the time started pushing marriage. I later found out through some texts on her phone that she was going to marry me, then divorce me, all for my money. It hurt bad. Now I'm married to a wonderful woman who has founded her own successful business and we have 2 beautiful children. I'm worried about their future though. I don't want them to have to go through having fake friends or gold digging relationships. This will most likely get buried, but I'll bite anyway. Growing up, I lived with my single dad, grandparents, aunt and 2 uncles. We didn't have much, but we had each other. Life was paycheck to paycheck, but we were able to splurge every now and then. My dad got married to my stepmom when I was 9 or 10. Life began to be more comfortable money-wise and there was no struggle. Fresh food, nice clothes and a decent house was our way of life. We moved to Europe for my dad's work when I was 15. That's when we hit big money. We hardly spent money on anything as everything was paid for. My dad's car, our apartment, my school fees. Literally everything except our clothes and food was paid for. So my dad's 6-figure salary just went straight into the bank and sat there accumulating interest, which was lovely. Life was good. There wasn't many worries. Except I fell into the drug and alcohol scene and spent way too much of my allowance on things that were bad for me and would eventually cause my underlying mental health issues to arise earlier than they should have. Don't get me wrong, money was amazing. And all my friends were in the same situation, so I didn't have to hide it or anything like that. I guess in that way, I was lucky. Now, 4 years later, I no longer live in Europe. I'm back in Australia and don't live with my family. I struggle day to day and have to scrounge around the bottom of my car for money to pay for my antidepressants. My car is falling apart and very rarely is my fuel light not on. I'm in debt and I'm constantly borrowing money off friends so I can make it to my next payday. I'm unable to work and I just generally struggle every faking day. I miss the wealthy life, I'll admit that. I don't miss being overly well off though. I just wish I could live comfortably. Having gone to well-known private school in England, a lot of my childhood friends were on the scale from rich to rich list. How they spend it and what they think of it is really dependent on culture, supposedly gender, and also just the person and how they are. I think essentially enthralled super rich fit into 3 categories: rich and like to show it, rich and like to spend it privately, and rich but don't spend it. For me, a lot of Chinese and Russians who boarded at the school were very extravagant with their money, not afraid to show off their 6+ figure bank balances aged 17. This was pretty entertaining, to be frank. It's a bit showy offy, but we had fun. I recall being invited to stay with a Rusher at his London house, addressed 1 Hyde Park, the directions being down the road from Harrods above the McLaren garage. Of course with him, it was all about chauffeurs, butlers and private tailors, a lifestyle I found pretty peculiar and awkward, constantly thanking butlers and chauffeurs much to the amusement of my friend. Then there's the people who are rich and spend it, but it's all very hush hush. A girl in my year, who had never stood out as being massively wealthy, once invited me on holiday with my girlfriend, who was her best friend at the time, and I was shocked to learn that we would be traveling by private jet from a private terminal to a privately owned 10-bed Spanish villa. She never once had let on she was particularly rich at school, and made a point of ensuring I didn't go around telling everyone when I got back. Then there's the final type, the rich who don't like to spend their cash. Sadly, stories of this sort are limited. However, someone a few years below me in my final year, I remember being on the UK rich list, despite him being dropped off in a battered old Toyota Daily. My family is super rich, not private jet rich, but nearly there. The good part was that I never ever had to worry about money in the basic sense, i.e. food and housing. I experienced what it was like to have holiday in Crest in a row. Google it, in the Mediterranean for a whole month. Drove a BMW M3 during my university years. Opened $2,000 tables in nightclubs almost every weekend. Able to take dates to $500 dinners without thinking twice. And basically take vacations to 5-star hotels whenever and wherever I want. The bad news is that I'm 25 and I've never had a job. I'm starting to realize how hollow my happiness has been. The most painful thing is how I'm coming to the realization that I might pass this life without ever doing what makes me truly happy. I can tell you now that driving a nice car, especially one you didn't earn, does not make you happy after the first few months of driving. I can also tell you that taking pictures of your watches and posting it on Instagram doesn't make you happy, and popping bottles in nightclubs every weekend will only make the managers happy. I think that if my parents allowed me to get what I wanted, i.e. cars, watches, apartments, then I would have been stuck in the continual cycle of unhappiness and wanting more. Seeing my more spoiled peers flashing their Ferraris and Pateks does make me jealous, but in the end I'm thankful that my parents are pretty steadfast, because I know that material possessions, ones you didn't earn anyway, will not make you happy. I would give anything in the world to find out what my passion is. If I have grown up less wealthy and perhaps had to work for things, then the situation might have been different. Even if it be a scuba diver or a dog breeder, I truly wouldn't mind, because leading a life based on material possessions and seeking other people's validation is just the saddest thing I have come to observe. Hi, so this is from a teenager's position on the subject, who is extremely lucky to be in the position that I'm in. My entire life I have been incredibly fortunate. The 3 children in my family have all went to private schools for our entire lives, and I'm currently at one of the top private schools in the country. This is a blessing that I have gotten here, but for some reason I feel like going to private school for my entire life has changed who I am as a person. The only people that I know and understand are just as wealthy, so it is almost as if I'm sheltered from the real world. I say this meaning that whenever I have a problem, a teacher will help me, and whenever I need something, I will get it. I know this seems simple, but I feel as if the people who have less than me have to learn how to deal with being let down. I know that once I move out and go on to college, I of course will have to learn this, but I feel as if most people learn those struggles at a younger age. On the other hand, the best part about being wealthy is having more possibilities opened up. By this, I mean that vacation in tropical places at 4 to 5-star hotels are always possible. I could go to Spain or some other European country to be educated. I truly have so many things that I'm blessed to have, and for that, I'm thankful for all that my parents have ever done for me. They truly are so incredibly gracious. I'm sorry for the bad grammar and probably poor storytelling. I'm in the middle of history class and I had to write it quick. Not rich myself, but my parents are really well off, but we were never rich all the time. My dad worked his butt off to make sure the family has a comfortable life. I guess the best thing is for me personally is not having to worry about finances. My parents supported me through both university and trade school, which is a huge blessing. I never had to work, but I chose to work on a limited part-time basis. I was given an allowance early on, but I still felt that it wasn't really my money to just spend on stupid teenager stuff, so what they gave me, I saved up. Another thing is food. Every time we hit up Costco, we spend a lot on food, and it's nice to not worry about how much we are spending. Obviously, it's not caviar every night, but we can afford to spend a couple $100 on chicken breasts, fish, and whatnot. Both my brother and I are big into weightlifting, so that definitely helps. Downsides, I can't see much on my end. All my friends don't treat me any differently than they do with any other friend. They don't ask me for favors or money. I think the worst downside is not having the whole family together all the time. It's not really the case for all rich people I know, but my dad works extremely hard overseas. We barely get to see him, and it's always an adjustment when he comes back. He feels that he's still at work at home. Family life just doesn't feel right for him, and you can see it strains the family relationship. He's always on the phone, or working on his next project. While it's nice to be comfortable, sometimes I envy my friends when they can have a nice family dinner and large gatherings at every holiday, while sometimes instead of phone calls, or just not being able to make it home because of extra work. Like I said, I'm sure there are rich families that don't have this issue, just mine. This will probably be buried at the bottom. Anyway, my family is what you call new money. Growing up when I was maybe 1 to 5, we were not that wealthy. My dad worked his ass off at a 9 to 5 job. One day he said enough and quit. He then started up a rose farm that now has grown so big it provides 1,800 flowers and flowers direct with roses. He even supplies Walmart. This shot is into a moderately wealthy bracket. He was making around 2 meters per year net. After doing that for a while, he switched to commercial real estate. That is when he really hit the top. I don't want to give away too many details, but he owns buildings all over the country. Since we became rich so fast you would never tell that we were rich. I wear Target brand t-shirts, my watch is worth about $2K, and I wear $50 tennis shoes. In fact, it was only recently we started flying business and chartering jets. We now fly anywhere in the US on our Gulf Stream. What's good? Money gives you options. People who say money problems don't know how to manage it correctly. I will never have to work in my life at a 9 to 5 if I don't want to. My sister and I's trust fund is in the 9 digits if you include properties. Lots of fun. We have a lake house with a amazing ski boat, Super Air Nautique G25. That particular boat cost about $170K. We wrote a check for it. Being able to not worry about if I can make my note on my car, or having the bank take my house. Being able to have whatever you want. I love iPhones, and didn't feel like waiting in line, or waiting 2 weeks, to get the new one, so I purchased one on eBay for $1,600. Some call it stupid, I call it a premium for faster delivery. What's bad? People automatically don't want you to succeed. They will smile at your face, but truly they don't like you. I didn't spend a lot of time with my father when I was young. He was always traveling for business. So yeah, that's not all of it, but I'm on mobile and my fingers hurt. I come from generations of old money in which the generation of my grandparents completely faked the rest of us with bad investments, gambling addiction, you name it. My great-grandfather's generation was the last to actually bust their ass and work to increase the wealth of my family. My grandfather's generation didn't have to work and was left with this enormous sum to do whatever. He was one of 4 brothers and only one of the brothers did proper investing to keep things going for his family. The other 3 straight faked up. It didn't help. that my grandfather remarried after my grandmother died, and the woman was a complete gold digger. Yes, friends, they come in all ages. It's given me two perspectives. The one, money is everything. If you're a person with no skills and poor health too, money doesn't mean shit. If you learned how to truck through life by trial and error and the soul of wit. Right now, I live on less than 12k a year with a part-time job, and I write every waking hour I'm not working. I love minimalism and I think everyone should adopt that way of thinking. Ultimately, this is where I stand. If you spend your entire life being one way or the other, you'll have no sympathy for the other side. I've been lucky to see both. Even during their peak, my family wouldn't have been considered in the 1%. In fact, few people actually know what being in the 1% entails. I mean the actual inconceivable dollar amount. I have every ounce of respect for those who work hard and make their money, not on the backs of the less fortunate, but in order to enrich the lives of those around them. If your money was handed down, do something positive with it. You were born into an amazing situation. Don't do things like build personal museums in the middle of Arkansas. Maybe try to invest in things like this. Just an idea. I'm not upset that I wasn't able to inherit a trust fund. I'm upset that the money wasn't used for anything at all, just gambling and shopping. My step-grandmother was one of the most selfish people I'd ever encountered. She wouldn't even take care of her daughters from a previous marriage and one died in squalor, while the other is just barely getting by. Not personally rich, but I have a few very close friends who are. The best thing is obviously that you never have to worry about money. Time and time again they will call me up during the week wanting me to go with them on a trip to Vegas, Chicago, and etc. That very next weekend. Like 3 to 4 days of advance notice. I have to always explain that I need time to save money and get cheaper accommodations. Their money lets them have this amount of worry-free freedom that I hope someday to achieve. To be able to fly to France for a dinner date with a girl, always be able to be there for friends when they want to do something, and just do anything at the drop of a hat. The biggest downside to being rich is that they have a lot of moochers that are only around for their money, especially girls. They get these girls they love, but later find she just wanted to have fun with their money point. Or they get all these people at the bar who act like they know them super well because they said hi once. One of my friends insists we don't tell anyone he owns an expensive car that's outside the bar. I'd like to say though I'm honored to be trusted as their true friend. They know it'd take a bullet for them. I always try to pay my own way, but there are times when they want me to come with them that they will pay for my plane ticket or room. I really like how sometimes they understand that I can't pay and it really makes me feel good that they value my presence and experiences that much. I always say thank you and tell them it means a lot though, because they do get ticked if other people don't openly appreciate things like that. I'm probably much more in the comfortably upper middle class, top 10% in the US, around the top 3% in my state, so I'm probably not going to have the super hugely extravagant stories that others have, but I'll give my 2 cents. I grew up below the poverty line, to a single mother, and didn't have very much. My relative wealth has only really come due to high household income that's been achieved in the last few years. As for what it feels like now, it's awesome not having to worry about money from a day-to-day perspective. If something goes wrong, I can cover it. Just last week, a tire on my car blew out. The guy said that it might well happen with the others, so I just replaced all 4. No sweat. I don't go recklessly spending, as I'm not that rich, but if I want something pretty bad, I usually just go get it. I do budget pretty hard and make saving and paying my mortgage off really fast first priorities, but I usually have a lot even after that. The worst part, and I think that a lot of it comes from my perspective growing up and how rough things got in my early 20s, I feel guilty. I have an understanding of what it's like to be in a position other than mine, and it turns making large purchases into a thing of guilt. I'm looking into doing volunteer work, and I don't want to feel like I'm flaunting my wealth or anything like that just by having nice things. I pay for someone to clean my house and have a membership at a massage parlor. I enjoy it, but it still makes me feel uncomfortable simply that I can pay people to do what other people don't like, but do simply because they can't afford to pay someone for it. I'm probably much more in the comfortably upper middle class, top 10% in the US, around the top 3% in my state, so I'm probably not going to have the super hugely extravagant stories that others have, but I'll give my 2 cents. I grew up below the poverty line, to a single mother, and didn't have very much. My relative wealth has only really come due to high household income that's been achieved in the last few years. As for what it feels like now, it's awesome not having to worry about money from a day-to-day perspective. If something goes wrong, I can cover it. Just last week, a tire on my car blew out. The guy said that it might well happen with the others, so I just replaced all 4. No sweat. I don't go recklessly spending, as I'm not that rich, but if I want something pretty bad, I usually just go get it. I do budget pretty hard and make saving and paying my mortgage off really fast first priorities, but I usually have a lot even after that. The worst part, and I think that a lot of it comes from my perspective growing up and how rough things got in my early 20s, I feel guilty. I have an understanding of what it's like to be in a position other than mine, and it turns making large purchases into a thing of guilt. I'm looking into doing volunteer work, and I don't want to feel like I'm flaunting my wealth or anything like that just by having nice things. I pay for someone to clean my house and have a membership at a massage parlor. I enjoy it, but it still makes me feel uncomfortable simply that I can pay people to do what other people don't like, but do simply because they can't afford to pay someone for it. I was born into a family that has done exceptionally well, 0.1% of household income. Over time I started to realize that I would be well set for the rest of my life and will inherit a 8-figure trust fund. While this is great, it is essentially a big retirement check. Having inherited the compulsive workaholic nature that my parents have, it has led me to do well, and I now work at an investment bank and make a large salary for someone right out of college. I don't have any fears of not being wealthy in the future, because despite having a 6-figure salary at age 22, my expensive apartment is essentially reimbursed to me by my parents to transfer some wealth to me while they still can. In the end, although it allows you live a life of luxury and buy what you want, it really is never those things that make you happy. I have never found expensive trips to be exceptionally fun and thought a 2-week trip to Morley was one of the most boring trips of my life. I find more pleasure in my own accomplishments than I do in luxury goods, just like any other person, and my parents are thrilled at my current success. If anything, having seen my father work his way up in a white-collar job, he's a litigator, has made me realize that is not the path I want to go down. Large houses and vacations are things you can have, but you don't make much use of when you are a workaholic. After doing a few years of investment banking, I will most likely move on to a different profession and would love to start my own company. I think having a lasting impact on society is far more valuable than accruing wealth. In the end, being born into wealth has its perks, but finding happiness and success in your own right are always essential. On a side note, here are a few things I found semi-universal and interesting as I've grown up. I always find myself attracted to people in similar situations to my own. I have dated many girls, but those who will inherit substantial wealth have always been most attractive to me, because we come from similar circumstances. We saw the people in the social circles we grew up in who spent too much, and the people who thought their inherited wealth somehow made them superior, and have a sort of fear buried in ourselves that one day we could still become that person. Rich/wealth is/are a relative term in this world. I grew up in a high school where 80% of the kids there were driving nicer cars than my parents. As first cars, I drove my family's Jeep CJ7 that actually had a pink Phrygian stripe down the side, holes in the floor, and rust all over. But I didn't let it bother me, and everyone embraced me for it and loved the hell out of that Jeep. Teen tours, extravagant bar and bat mitzvahs that probably cost more than my wedding will, even if I do indeed reach epic monetary proportions, were commonplace. My sister went to one that they were handing out iPods at, one per seat. Mandy Moore played, the Beach Boys, and some other peeps I forget. What's funny is that guy got busted for embezzling hundreds of millions from his company, flying the jet out to pick up his daughter at school, etc. Dumbass is in jail now, I think. I befriended a very rich woman when I was 18. She would take me places and we would have a blast together. She loved to fish, but had stuck-up friends that hated all the fun stuff. So, I was the lucky guy who drove her Carrera 4s to the maximum, played with all the toys she had, etc. But, the situation was a sad one. She had everything in the world, but someone to simply enjoy her company. I was the only person she had met that didn't give a shit about anything but good company and great times. She loved me, and I loved her, as a person/friend, but I wouldn't dare tell her. I was 18, and she couldn't even comprehend why I couldn't allow her to purchase me a brand new $100K car. Yeah, let me just roll down the rental's driveway with that. It was sad, because she would beg me to tell her that I loved her. I actually even heard her say once, while naked on the bed, "Tell me you love me, and I'll buy you anything." I couldn't believe I actually heard someone say those words. I kept quiet, we had fun, and I ended up with a nice watch out of the deal. In the end, what I've learned is a few things from this experience. First off, I'm a stronger man than nearly everyone I've shared this experience with. I was a busboy at a restaurant at the time, and everyone there knew who she was. Nobody could comprehend why I didn't want to marry a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids, as an 18-year-old on his way off to college. I learned that money does not bring happiness, nor fulfillment. She was neither of those things. But, she sure as hell was rich. Private 737, ground floor through apartments on Central Park, helicopter kind of rich. I'm ashamed to say I do want that in my life. I'm a product of my environment, and I probably judge myself based on my professional career at the moment, and thus, my bank account. I go back and forth between New York City rat race / get that cash, and fuck this sheet, I want to just fish for the rest of my life. So, I'm indeed at a crossroads in my life. Cash the paper, or cash the dream? But, it was fun with her. Everywhere we went, I had the opportunity to be the rich guy that was cool. She wasn't exactly a rude person, but give her a drink or two, and she became a diva and a half. A family friend of ours won the genetic lottery, and has never worked a day in his life. His down-to-earth demeanor, and my family's values of treating those how you want to be treated, are values that make me who I am. In reference to this, the family friend is man's man, that loves to sit at the kids' table, and talk about cool new toys that are/were coming out. But, they're a bad example of rich, because they're great people, enjoy life, and are a pleasure to be around. The true rich are rich at heart, and the rest follows. That's the kind of life I want in terms of richness. I want to be one of those billionaires that just signed the giving pledge and leave security to my family, but immense, self-sufficient wealth to a cause that can spark a revolution, whether in thought, action, or both. Sure, I want all the toys and stuff that go with it too. But, in the end, when I'm dead and gone, I'd love to be remembered as the guy who dedicated his life worth of sacrifice to ensure that all children graduating th grade know how to swim. All high school graduates are taught CPR/first aid and competent in it. Or, as I'm in the educational medical supply industry, lobby the industry to provide free education, materials, etc. to all nursing students. No exceptions. I have experienced both ends of the spectrum. I grew up in a very affluent household in Los Angeles, went to college with very little aid from my parents. Their wealth had also started to decline by this point, and now do well for myself. You know how they say that money does not buy happiness? That may be true, but it sure takes away a lot of the issues in your life. When I was struggling, I worried about how I was going to pay my rent, or pay for food. I didn't want to go to the doctor, because I didn't have money for a copay. I couldn't do much else outside of school and work. When you have money, you worry about whether or not you are living outside your means. Let me explain this in further detail. Most people who do well, but are not the super rich, will live on the very edge of their means. My parents did this, my friends' parents have done this, my friends do this, and unfortunately I catch myself doing it as well. So what do I worry about? Can I really afford to live in that $3 million house? Can I really justify paying $1,500 a month for a car? Should I stop going out to lunch and dinner every day? People adjust their stress levels to their current situation, but I can tell you I would rather think shit, I can't really afford to get that new Porsche, I will have to be stuck in this older model than to say shit, I can't pay my rent, where am I going to live? My family was rich. Sort of. When I was a kid. My father had started working for a company in the 70s that became huge throughout that decade and our standard of living went way up really quickly. We moved a few times to bigger houses each time. We ended up in one of the richest neighborhoods in Canada right around when I was in grade 7. We lived that way for a few years until my parents divorced. Once the divorce went through, life got much less fun. My dad screwed over my mother and got everything in the divorce. She had no access to cash. He pulled some legally questionable sheets to solidify the divorce, moved to a new city. My mother had to get a job and go back to school at age 45 while trying to get enough money to feed and house 2 kids. We ended up living in the unfinished basement of a house belonging to someone she knew. I slept by the furnace. While we lived in our nice house we had money to do things, go places, and bills were always paid. Anytime we wanted to go skiing or on a trip, it was more a question of logistics than finances. We were growing up around people far richer than we were, but as a 12-year-old kid I didn't know that we were rich. Once we were living in an unfinished basement. No walls, concrete floor, mother crying when she was at home, which wasn't that much due to school and job, and when we suddenly couldn't do anything, it was sobering. I was about 15 when this happened, and it was a pretty confusing time. TLDR, having money makes life a little easier from a have and do perspective, but it also leads to people being faking assholes sometimes. Once you have lived comfortably, you have a strong realization what it is like to do so when you no longer can. Okay, throw away 4 reasons that will be made obvious. My experience is certainly unique. Both my parents come from well-established families. In my family tree are government ministers, tycoons, senators and even a prime minister. My parents are both very hardworking and make somewhere in the region of 2.5-3 million US dollars a year. Growing up, I never once worried about money, how I would pay for the new sneakers I wanted, the new game console I needed, or the winter ski trip my friends had planned in Switzerland. I grew up largely grounded, seeing as my parents would work well over 12 hours a day. Family time was, and remains, treasured, and importantly, we are not ostentatious or showy in any way. But, by the time I turned 16, I had finally figured out that I'm gay. This would not have been a problem had I grown up in similarly affluent environments in the States or Europe, but growing up in the Middle East things are different. I just graduated from a prestigious college in Europe with degrees in economics and law, and started employment at a company in the Middle East, field and name withheld for discretion. Life has been amazing. However, I grow more nervous by the minute. Should any of my friends or relatives find out I'm gay, life as I have always known it is over. I would lose my job, my house, my livelihood, my family, and my friends. So, I guess, wealth's something of a double-edged sword. When secure is amazing, when not is devastating. So I have largely become antisocial, pouring all my time into my work. I hope to prove myself and generate my own income. TLDR, growing up, life was amazing, but you grow dependent. Should your money ever be in jeopardy you will be nervous beyond measure. I'm sorry if I come off as a dick while saying this. I'm using a throwaway account for this. I never was able to understand the fact that money can't bring happiness. My entire life my family has been scraping by. My dad has had multiple jobs that work him down non-stop just to make ends meet. Even when he isn't working he is helping friends fix cars, motorcycles or whatever he can, just to bring home a little bit more cash. Even though he has worked his whole life and been thrown around like some filth from every company he just keeps going. Every day I see him, I feel bad for how hard he has to work just to keep the household going. Every week is a worry whether or not the electric company is shutting us off. If we can go one more week without a payment just to keep our electric pump going for the well water. For me, every morning is met with depression. If I don't have a job, I feel worthless, unable to help my family without even a minimum wage job. The days I do have an interview, I have to just work up the courage to drive to it. My anxiety will skyrocket and sometimes I can't even make it outside the house. I just don't understand the concept on how money can't give people happiness. Maybe if you have always had it, I can slightly understand. But coming from where I am, I don't see how it wouldn't make every aspect of my family's and my own life better. I have zero resentment towards people more fortunate, and I don't get mad when I hear them say money doesn't bring happiness. I was lucky enough to have an amazing friend. Was he rich? No, but he was one of the best people I knew. He was in the upper middle class, and he was always there to offer help when I needed it, or to take me out to the bar for the night. When he left, he gave me his older car, which once I get a job I will be paying him back for on principle. Without him I probably wouldn't even bother getting this far in life. I'm sorry if this seems whinny or annoying, but I just can't grasp that concept I hear on a regular basis. In the past year, my parents told me how well off we were growing up. Apparently it was disgustingly well off. Like, bought a 400k house without loans, well off. None of us kids knew that. We had a big house, but not huge, 6 bedrooms, yeah, but also 6, 4 family, 2 foster kids, 2 parents, and half the time a family friend stayed with us. We didn't have allowance, or get toys all the time or anything crazy. We did go on a few vacations, Disneyland a few times, Disney World, and once we did Hawaii for Christmas. In retrospect that would cost a fortune. So this is all because my father was a higher up with world savings. I mean, like, eat dinner with the owner higher up. Around when I was 15 they relocated him to Texas to do something like oversee all the Texas branches. I dunno. He got some raise. They bought another house out of pocket in a gated community. This is when we started to catch on that we were at least a little better off. Though in our area, every community was gated, and we were in sort of the middle of the road when it comes to gated communities. We had neighbors and whatnot that were close. So we all still don't feel rich, the kids, and I thank my parents often for bringing me up like that, as I have a very good grasp on my finances these days. For an ending to the story, after I left for college, my father lost his job as world savings went away. He was unemployed for a while. At this point my mother has her own scrapbooking store that is doing well, but the scrapbooking fad died down, and that went away. Finally, like I dunno, 5 years ago he got a job as a witness for Wells Fargo on foreclosures. Now he makes a little more than I do, flying around the country trolling people in court, because my dad is a natural troll. The best thing about growing up wealthy like that is we got stuff that we never considered to be too crazy, like a trampoline and a pool. Not too crazy, but still not in every household. I can't recall any bad things though, as I wasn't aware we were well off. Sorry I'm a little late. I really also don't want to sound like a conceited dick, but I'm about to. Just as a preface, I never ever talk about my family's money and my family is very humble about it. My parents purchased an upscale golf course with a restaurant in the Phoenix metro area back in 2002. My dad was the global risk manager for Hyperion when he left and purchased the course. We went from well off to having well over 17 million. Last time I checked, I don't keep up to date on that, in liquid cash flow spread over a number of banks, with a yearly gross profit of 4 million projected for 2014, which we've already reached. Now that I've told you all that, and I sound like the biggest douche stick, and you're probably thinking, fuck this guy and all syrup. He's a cork. Let me tell you this. We live in a normal suburb, Chandler, Arizona. I bought my first car with money I worked for starting in the 5th grade. At the course obviously, where I still work. We do not flaunt our money or even talk about it. My dad drives a 2005 Tahoe. My mom drives a 2015 Explorer, which was an upgrade from an Altima, the year I have forgotten. We are humble and only once we have become decent friends with someone will we tell them. People try to take advantage more often than you think. Now to get to the question, it's nice. It's nice knowing we may never know the struggles of a regular income family. It's nice knowing I have a secure future in the golf industry, which I love. But fuck me, if it isn't just as stressful in different ways. My dad rarely sleeps out of stress. Often days I have to leave school early to go and work on something, or when a storm comes through and all golf activities quit and we lose 2 days of golf with the second day being cleanup. When that happens, that's usually 15,000 down the drain, the number being loss of revenue and cost of cleanup. But that's my situation. Sorry it was a longer post, but I'm sitting here taking an online course and got carried away TLDR. It's nice to be secure, but much more stressful in other ways. But everyone is rich in a different way. I'm apprehensive about answering this because I don't think of myself as rich, but we are arguably upper middle class and richer than most of our family and friends. So, if you're distinguishing between rich and wealthy, then I guess we fall in the rich/high income category. My husband and I both grew up lower middle class and still were when we met. Then a few years ago, after much work and sacrifice on his part, and a little on mine, he finished residency and all of a sudden his income increased by a factor of 5 and has continued to grow. Now, I'm literally able to buy whatever I want. To be clear, we don't overspend. We spent the first few years still living essentially at our lower income and using all extra towards debt. We didn't go out and buy new cars or a huge house. Even today I don't go shop designer clothes or anything, though theoretically I could. We only bought a new car once I was pregnant. The other car we still use is from before. The house we eventually purchased was for less than what the bank was willing to loan. Yada. But, I will say, that life is different when you don't worry about money. For example, when we recently forgot coats for a trip to a colder climate, we simply were able to buy new Patagonia jackets without sweating that we blew our trip budget. It's also very fun to be in a position to give rather than to receive. It is a balance, because you don't want to make people feel like you're trying to use your money to push them around or belittle them in any way. But I do love being generous with family and friends when I can: drinks, birthday presents, dinner, extra ticket to a concert I need you to fill, etc. I won't say we don't worry at all. I think that's part of why we are hesitant to overspend. We don't want to get too used to it. We both remember in the back of our minds what growing up was like and being flat broke in college and barely getting by on bills in our 20s. All that stuff causes huge stress. I won't say money can give you happiness, but it definitely takes away a lot of stress from your life, making it a lot easier to be happy. I grew up really poor in a house that was over 100 years old with rotting siding that was pretty much falling off, single pane windows with wood frames that were drafty as all hell, a bathtub but no shower, and the home's heat was all provided by this bulky natural gas furnace thing in the corner of the living room. There was a square hole cut into the ceiling above it, so some heat would rise into our bedroom. Have 2 brothers. My dad was a maintenance man who made a little over $5 an hour when he started his job, just a few years before I was born. By the time he retired a couple of years ago, he was making about $19 an hour. Growing up poor, relatively speaking, anyway, wasn't so bad. Kids always made fun of me for being poor and living in a crappy house and wearing dorky clothes, but it sounds like a lot of kids get that grief, whether they're poor or not. By middle school and high school it got worse. My parents divorced years before then, and by middle school I was living with my mom in low-income housing in a town called Lake Stevens, Washington, which is a relatively wealthy suburb. So all the other kids had money and they loved ripping on me for being poor and stinking like cigarettes. My mom chain smoked indoors, and I eventually picked up the habit myself. After struggling through being super poor in school, I dropped out and got my JED to get away from the harassment, thinking I'd get a good job and live my life. Wrong. Nobody hires a guy who drops out of high school and gets a JED unless he's got a college degree. So I spent my early mid-20s as a drifting couch surfer, mostly surviving off the occasional payday of $40 for a day's work at Labor Ready or whatever one of my friends could spare to help me out. Long story short, through some help from friends and my dad, as well as financial aid programs, I was able to get through a 2-year associate's degree program and now make over $70k/year working for a large software company. I feel rich. I live in a nice house, drive a 2002, BMW, have a hot girlfriend, and I'm able to support her while she earns a BS in nursing at a university. Life is great. The best part about having money? Not having to wonder where the next dollar is coming from to pay for a double cheeseburger or a couple packs of ramen to feed myself. Not having old traffic tickets looming over my head and swelling exponentially from interest. One went from $300 to over $1,200 after a decade of interest. The worst part, the people you work with in this pay range have a certain lifestyle. And you feel obligated to keep up with the Joneses to a degree, and so you can't be content to have a cheap, crappy apartment in a bad neighborhood and ride the bus, so everything costs more. House to live in costs more, vehicle maintenance costs more, furniture costs more. For the most part, you don't just buy ratty couches off Craigslist, you've got to find stuff that's in good condition, or when your landlord does a walkthrough you'll be embarrassed by the shitty stuff you have sitting in their house. Visitors from the neighborhood will peek through the crack in the door when you open it, and you don't want to be judged for having a house full of junk or driving around in an old beater car. And finally, the absolute worst thing is paying bills. You have all this money, but a lot of it goes to paying bills and you have to keep track of when all of these bills are due and pay them all on time, or your credit sucks and all the stuff you have ends up costing even more. Started my own business. Not exactly what one would call stinking rich, but have enough assets and wealth that I don't particularly worry about financial issues popping up. The best thing is never having to worry about a bill or a payment. House is nearly paid off. Own a second property outright. Never any car payments. Interest payments barely exist for me, which is the biggest difference between now and when I just made a salary. I only pay interest on the house for another few years. There are two worst things. Everyone thinks you are richer than you actually are, and that you have money to spare them for dumb shit. If I tried to go buy a yacht, or a plane or some dumb mansion, I'd be bankrupt before November. I could probably afford some ridiculous car, but it would hurt the bank account big time. Strictly, 4-cylinder standard priced sedans for this guy. Within all practical means, I'm financially set. Get impractical and I'm a sitting duck. Finally, I have burned some family relationships and friendships, because in starting my own business, I have this reputation of being Mark Cuban or something. Spoiler alert, I'm not. You can come to me with your shitty elevator pitch for some product or business and I will be willing to throw 10k 25k at it as an investment. They get really irritated when you aren't interested, or if you were, in one case I was, they get irritated when you want majority ownership because you are providing majority investment and you want your own lawyer to look over the incorporation documentation to make sure you won't get screwed. Edit, I forgot one thing. My wife, who supported me through the building of my business and is as much an ingredient to its success as my employees and partners are, got really sick a few years back. No amount of money in the world can fix it. All of a sudden all of that money seems worthless. I know there is something about secret doctors or treatments, but really there was nothing to be done but wait. Luckily, all ended up well. I have since stopped spending 12 hours a day trying to add more zeros to my name. I spend a lot less time at work and a lot more time doing things with her. I come from a family of middle to low middle class until my father, who is a self-made multimillionaire. We weren't always that well off, mind you, and even if we were raised not under that impression. No pop-up dinner at a restaurant, no expensive stuff, just because we wanted it, so badly wanted that N64, but they taught us the value of saving money, etc. Once my parents retired at 55 and my dad stepped down as CEO of the company he ran, I was 18 at the time. Two sisters are older, they became more lax and laid back about showing their wealth, with renovations, larger purchases, etc. Even still, my dad is the millionaire next door type, as described in other posts. You don't know the really wealthy ones, because they won't show it. My parents never did, and now that their children are mature adults they know they can loosen up a bit. The best part is knowing that no matter what, you have a safety net. If shit really hits the fan, you're going to be okay. It doesn't always feel fair when so many others don't, but you do have peace of mind because of it. The worst part about having wealth is a couple things you'd like to help, but often aren't allowed, or are judged. We are a very charitable family, with our own charitable organization. Often I've encountered people who feel like my/our good intentions are taken as insult. Aka, you think you can fix this, because you're better than us, etc. Living in a footstep, when your father has made himself uber rich, it can be hard to not ride coattails. I've gotten some help along the way with references, but I've made sure every job I've had is one I got myself, and that I work in the bottom rung of retail, service and physical labor. Advice from my father, so I know what each of those take. You never know when it's you or the wealth. My family has a beautiful cottage, and I have large extravagant parties up there. Lots of work for me. But I love to entertain and let others have a great time, but you never let go of the nagging feeling. Do they love me, or the $$? As a child of wealthy parents, I myself am in college and supporting myself. Parents thought this was the best way to learn self-sufficiency, and I agree. The best part was never having to worry about losing our house, not being able to go to college because of costs, etc. We were able to have a comfortable home, a big backyard, and clothes and toys, to the point that my parents thought they were necessary. My parents are simplistically happy people who were determined not to spoil us, for which I'm eternally grateful. The worst part is probably the fact that as a child who grew up with everything I needed without my parents being flashy and obvious about their wealth, I was extremely naive until about age 15 about what it took to become comfortable. I didn't realize that I couldn't have what I considered to be a middle-class life in comparison to the rest of the people in the Chicago suburbs without two parents who worked their ass off to make sure we would have a nice home and college funds. Growing up rich, when you don't realize you're rich, starts you off with a distinct disadvantage in terms of empathy. I had to learn that having two parents, each with a high six-figure income, was not by any means normal. Sorry if this is phrased poorly, but basically it means I had to learn that poverty is not a self-inflicted disease much later than I wish I had. I'm a little late to the party, but I would like to tell my story. I'm 17 and the daughter of someone in the entertainment industry. I actually have no idea what my household earns exactly, but I know that neither I nor my two siblings will have to worry about college tuition, even if we all went to a very expensive school. I admit we are extremely well off, but I think there's a difference between being wealthy yourself and your family having money. I think I've learned a lot about how to manage my money because of how we live. We aren't extravagant in our habits, unlike a lot of people we know, and while we enjoy a great deal of comforts, we don't just spend money wildly. I think this is because my parents weren't wealthy at all until my dad got the job he has now. In fact, I described my situation like this to my friends. My family is rich, but I'm broke. The best part about being wealthy? Probably the fact that I don't really have to worry about how I'm going to get on. I get clothing when I need it from any place, though the cost balances itself out since I get so much from thrift shops. 2. I can eat what I want, and we can afford a great deal of things like vacation homes or our Tesla, pretty much my father's baby. The worst part, I think, is that people assume that when you're wealthy, you shouldn't have any problems because well, you're ungrateful for your opportunities or you're being spoiled and selfish. To be frank, that's bullshit. Getting a new iPhone for my birthday doesn't make me any less depressed, and whatever opportunities I have, I often fuck up because I can't even get out of bed. I just got out of a 5-week residential program because I can't make myself eat when I'm alone, and I'm intensely depressed. Yet the most often thing people said to me in there when they found out my family was wealthy was, "Why are you in here?" It just makes me feel guilty, guys. I grew up poor, got a full scholarship to an Ivy League, and am now wealthy through a combination of selling a technology company and some timely hedge fund investments. Having seen both sides, the biggest differences are not having to worry about money, ever. Family needs specialized medical care. Find the best specialists/facilities in the world. Cost just isn't a factor in any purchasing decision. There are certain problems in life that money can just make go away. Freedom. Having money means you get to do what you want to do, not what you have to do. Having to worry about people's motives. I didn't get any fitter or more attractive when I first cashed out, but boy did it feel that way. Got burned pretty badly with both some new relationships and old ones, including with family unfortunately. I briefly dabbled in the lifestyles of the rich and famous. When I first earned my wealth, fancy cars, lots of trips to St. Tropez, Vegas, etc. And that got old really fast. What you don't see in all the pictures of fancy hotels and gorgeous resorts is how boring and vacuous most of the people there are. Trust fund babies, Saudi princes, trophy wives, the permanent residents of that world, have very little to offer by way of intellectual stimulation or life lessons, except perhaps as examples of what not to do with your life. Real satisfaction, at least for me, comes from that intellectual stimulation. Exposure to new ideas, being around smart, driven people, that's what makes my life exciting. Not fancy cars, houses or other luxury goods. I'm now back to working full-time on a new technology company because that maximizes my contact with brilliant people I can learn from and gives me the opportunity to do meaningful work. Once you are secure in who you are, that is not trying to impress people, the only extra things you get from having money are convenience and security. Money can't buy happiness and it really can't buy love. Those of you who have a loving relationships and meaningful work have 100% or more of what makes my life worth living. I'm not personally rich, but my father and stepmother both are millionaires, and as one of 6 brothers I will tell you how they deal with it. Point feels like. First off, none of us act rich. By that I mean we don't go walking around talking about how much money we have or what we can buy. My father does have his expensive cars, had an Audi R8 for about 2 years and now currently drives an Audi A8 supercharged edition, which is really the only way you can even tell he is rich. He dresses normal. Actually sometimes he dresses like a real hobo when he goes golfing or bumming around on weekends, haha. My stepmom doesn't look rich, just a normal lady. As for the kids, we were always told to live normal, do what we want. They don't throw money at us, they taught us to work hard for what we want. They would not just throw money at a situation, they would show us how to work through it. No, for me, they did do something to help me out, and that was buy my house. Now I have a legal contract through a lawyer that basically has my parents acting like a bank, so it's like I took a home loan out through them. I pay them each money, and they won't let me slip if I miss a payment. They are tough, but at the same time very helpful. They helped me get the house this way because of a couple problems I was having with my old apartment. Basically my old landlord sold the property and the new landlord was starting to cause a lot of trouble. So I found a nice little house, 2-bedroom, big garage and a large yard, foreclosure property that was in fantastic shape for about 55k. The property is worth around 200k and they knew it was a solid investment. Anyways, the secret to being rich is not letting anyone know you are rich, or at least that's how my father has been doing it since he made his first million.